seconds before the storm drained all my power. Waves beneath against the shore, slipping through your fingers when I'm losing track of time. You're my solace, you're my rescue, sifting through the sands of my mind. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. In this constant chaos, the fleeting seconds before the calm pull me deeper under until I'm falling into your arms, slipping through your fingers when I'm losing track of time. You're my solace, you're my rescue, sifting through the sands of my mind. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes.
I don't
fresh fuel. We gotta run away. Police coming, moving on. We got a fresh fuel. We gotta run away. Dashing through the red lights. Police coming, moving on. Yeah, overtaking on the right way. We got a fresh fuel. Police.
Hello, guys. Oh, I need it way too high. There we go. Hello, folks. Hello. Happy, what is it, Tuesday? Happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tuesday. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? Give me a second. I'm going to turn up the gain a little bit here. I just got to make sure you all can hear us. Okay, Dad, say something. Talk.
Hi.
And, okay, talk loud enough that it gets into the yellow.
Hi.
Okay, that was the red. That was too much.
Hi.
Better. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. I should have done that beforehand. My mistake. Hello, everyone. Hi, guys. Hello. So, guys, happy Tuesday. We have my father, my father's here. Okay, we're gonna have Papa Revolt is here to talk about some stuff with talk about some stuff. And how's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing? Let me see who we got here. Who do we got here? We have Druzilla. Hello, Druzilla. Dad, do you recognize some of these names by now?
Yep.
Okay, you do. Do you remember Druzilla's name? I'm sure you remember the name.
Yeah,
Probably sounds familiar.
Druzilla.
Yes, there we go. You remember. Okay, Bravo Sierra. Hello, Bravo Sierra. Bravo Sierra is a newer member of the community. Hello, Bravo Sierra. How are you doing, Bravo Sierra? Jay Williams. Good morning, CR. Papa Revolt in chat. Hello, Jay Williams. Jay Williams is a great artist who also is a Catholic dad. Speaking of that,
Oh, I'm sorry.
my dad's Catholic as well, so he taught in Catholic school. So, hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. How are you doing, Lurking Snow Leopard? Doing well out there?
Who's this?
Lurking Snow Leopard, who's a Canadian.
Oh.
Yes,
Well,
a Canadian.
be careful. You're on the endangered list, you know.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah, that's the...
Just like liberals.
You know, that's funny. That's the joke I made when I first saw Lurking Snow Leopard.
Oh.
I said, that's an endangered species. Love to see one here.
I want to apologize because if he did it first, it must have been a bad joke.
Yeah, okay, sure. Okay. Okay, we'll see about that. All right, hello, LaCroix. How are you doing, LaCroix Bois? LaCroix Bois says, or LaCroix Boy, but I say LaCroix Bois. Good days, chat and CR and Papa Revolt. Hello, LaCroix Bois. I hope everything's going well with you. Quabba, another great member of the community. Resident Union Thug. That is your dear daughter.
That's who?
That's your dear daughter.
She's on?
Yep.
Why?
That's my
Shouldn't
sister.
you be working?
She is working.
Jesus.
She's just listening while working. Okay. Hello, Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. How are you doing, Outer Signal? Hello, Outer Signal. Outer Signal from Nigeria.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, Outer Signal. He's always around. Love having Outer Signal. By the way, everyone should check out Outer Signal's channel. I know I'm trying to remind my dad of who everyone is, but places people are from are a good way to do that. So that's why I do that. So hello, Outer Signal. We have Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai, great to see you here. Matt Saigai, been around for a long time. It lives in the UK, originally from India.
Where is Matt Saigai?
Right there.
Oh, I see right there.
Yeah, he has all these America flags.
There, I saw that.
That is sarcasm, by the way. Matt Saigai isn't necessarily.
Wait a minute. There are some worn out holes in it. I'm not going to say
That
bullet
is
holes
true.
because it may not be bullet holes. But,
Yeah, right, but it might be bullet holes. It is America
bullet
after all.
holes. You know, there's a Kentucky bourbon called Bullet.
Yeah,
I decided to randomly throw that in.
that's true. America. Anyway, so Drew. Okay, let's see here. Did I miss anyone? Invalid Axiom. Hello, outer Invalid Axiom. Invalid Axiom says, "I'm only here for Papa Revolt. CR, you can leave now."
Oh,
Thank you, Invalid
God bless
Axiom.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Banned from the community. Hello, Invalid Axiom. All right, you guys. Those are the only folks we have so far today. That's the only folks. Yes, we have a few things to do. We have a few things to do. Twin Revolt Cup. Hello, Twin Revolt Cup. Hello, Twin Revolt Cup. How are you, Twin Revolt Cup? Good seeing you. First time I've seen you here in the community. Welcome.
Hi.
Yes. Hello, Fox Emblem. Loved having you, Fox Emblem. Fox Emblem, also established member of the community, wants to be a history teacher. Great person. Lives in Missouri.
Great profession to teach.
Yes.
Do you know that the man who's considered the founder of public education here in this country was Thomas Jefferson? And Thomas Jefferson said the main reason for education, the number one reason, is that if you're going to rule yourselves, a democracy, democratic republic, you better be educated to be able to make good decisions. And therefore, he said the most important subject is social studies, because you better be informed to know what's going on, how things work, in order to make the right decisions. Every other one all the other subjects are extremely important, but they support social studies. Thomas Jefferson.
Yep. Very good.
Just thought I'd say that.
I agree. Which is like one of the big things that's important about teaching is important about teaching is teaching critical thinking and citizenship. Hey, Dad, we're a little bit off the screen. Do you mind if can we move a little bit to your direction?
Hi, guys.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. They're just a little bit. Okay. So anyway, so we will. So we have one news item. We honestly don't have that many news items. Correct. Fox Emblem says to add that Thomas Paine was an advocate for well-funded education and schooling. Yes. And we all love Thomas Paine here. We all love Thomas Paine. That's our favorite lefty, like one of the most radical founding fathers. Yeah. So, okay. My dad knows that. I don't know why I told him that. He knew that. But anyway, hello, James Nordoff. How are you doing, James Nordoff? So glad you're here. So, guys, we don't have much. How dare you, SoCal? We don't have much in the way of news items, okay? I have one news item I wanted to talk about for the sake of, whatever, just because why not? Let's just do one news item. And then my dad and I are going to talk about a number of things. One, we're going to talk about teaching and what it is like to be a teacher today. And we're going to watch some videos of horrible things that keep happening in the American school system. Okay. About, teachers that stories that teachers have been telling, I should say. And, my dad taught for how many years? A lot of years.
A lot of years.
A lot of years. So he saw multiple generations of teaching, essentially. And then I didn't see as many as he did, but we're also from
about 45 years.
45 years.
I think it was around
That's
45.
okay. That's okay. Yeah, I'll give you a time. So it will be interesting to compare how things have changed from now to that time to this time. And this is also important for understanding what is happening to people in the country, the youths and such. Okay. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Okay. Drusilla, no, I'll still hate you just as much. Drusilla. Don't worry. Okay. And we will also react to some other stuff. I did put an announcement in the Discord asking people to put in the Reacts channel any videos you want my dad and I to react to together. Okay. So if you want to now, you can go over to the Reacts channel on Discord and post a video there if you want him and I to watch something together. Okay. Oh, I know, Ivana. Right? Ivana says props to anyone who can be handled being locked in a room with 30 minors at a time. Yeah. Okay. Hello, sorry, Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you doing, Dolly Boy? Dolly Boy being from Scotland.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So all right. So let's go on, guys. Let's go on. So the first news story we have, I'm trying to actually see, guys, 1 second. Let me actually post in a link to our Discord server. So if you want to put a video for us to react to, you can just open up the Discord server, join the Discord server, and then you will be able to put anything you want my dad and I to react to in the reactions channel of the Discord. Okay. So let's go on, guys. Let's go on. So here is the news story I wanted to talk about with everyone. Here is the news story I wanted to talk about with everyone. Hello, Parkour. So glad to see you here. Okay, it is this one. Boop. I'll put up our screen here, Dad. Yay. Actually, you know what? It might be better if we do that screen because then we'll be able to see us better. Well, what doesn't matter? Okay. So here we go. I gotta actually put this up.
You talking to yourself again?
I
Sam?
always talk to
Didn't your
myself. What do you mean?
therapist say
Oh,
that-
hilarious. I always talk to myself. Okay. So here we have an article by Axios. And apparently Trump was on a phone call with our dear friend Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday. Okay, Benjamin Netanyahu, or as he has been known before. Well, what are some of the names we came up for Benjamin Netanyahu? They're really great names that we should always call him. What is it? Benjamin Kid Killer Netanyahu? I don't know. Benjamin Bombs Away Satan Yahoo. There we go. There we go. Yeah, for Führer Netanyahu. Exactly. Okay, so great guy. Alas, he got yelled at by Donnie yesterday. Now, obviously, there you go. The Butcher of Gaza. That's a good one. He got yelled at yesterday by our dear friend Donald J. Trump. So, by the way, neither of these are good people. I don't know if you know that. Neither of these are particular people we should exactly celebrate. But apparently, Trump is realizing that maybe he shouldn't trust Netanyahu, which is hilarious because we've known that this whole time, and most people do.
Well, what I want to say is I'm going to go back to my teacher days, the adolescent people.
Get a little closer if you don't mind, Dad.
The adolescent
There we
people, going back to those days when I was teaching and use a phrase, they would say, takes one to know one. So
100% authoritarians recognize each other. Okay. Yeah, a little too late for that, right, James? So President Trump lashed out at Israeli Prime Minister. Hey, Victoria, how are you doing? President Trump lashed out at Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over Israel's escalation in Lebanon in an expletive-laden call on Monday. 2 U.S. officials and a third source briefed on the call told Axios. Earlier on Monday, Iran threatened to abandon the negotiations with the U.S. over Israel's actions in Lebanon, which is why they attacked Lebanon, folks. They want to end the ceasefire, okay, because they want the war to continue. Okay, on the call, Trump called Netanyahu crazy and accused him of ingratitude, according to 2 of the sources. He also put the brakes on Israel's plan to strike Beirut. Funny. Behind the scenes, one U.S. official said Trump told Netanyahu that following through on his threats to bomb the Lebanese capital would further isolate Israel around the world. 2 of the sources said Trump claimed he'd helped keep Netanyahu out of jail, a reference to his support during Netanyahu's corruption trial. Summarizing Trump's remarks to Netanyahu, the U.S. official said, "You're fucking crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this." A second source briefed on the call said Trump was pissed and at one point yelled at Netanyahu, "What the fuck are you doing?" Okay, so driving the news, the U.S. official said to Trump knew Hezbollah had been shooting at Israel and that Israel needed to defend itself, but felt in recent days that Netanyahu was escalating in a disproportionate way. Wow. Okay. In addition to the threats from Beirut, Israel has been expanding its ground operation in southern Lebanon. Another U.S. official said Trump was concerned by the fact that Israel has killed so many civilians. Yeah, he doesn't give a shit about that. Okay, in Lebanon, and objected to Israelis knocking down buildings to take out a single Hezbollah commander. Okay, so now the claim is, guys, that Israel is no longer going to be attacking Hezbollah, but come on. For how long? 2 days, and then maybe they'll start again? Okay. All right. So go ahead, Dad. Do you have any comments about this?
Oh, yeah. Trump could give a rat's ass about the people in Lebanon. He really does. he is seeing that his whole exit strategy for taking on Iran has failed. He also sees he's tanking in the polls, although I don't know he wants to admit that. He also sees November elections coming up around the corner where his party's going to lose control. So, in my view, this is all about Trump. He really could care less about the people in Lebanon. It's all about Trump. That's
Yeah,
it.
it is. And to be clear, guys, I don't know if you guys know. I don't know if I fully trust anything that comes out about Israel. What I mean by that is that, I don't know. I mean, I have no doubt that I would bet that Trump is frustrated with Israel because he knows he's losing the war, and and he wants a peace deal because he knows he can't win it.
Yep.
But Israel won't let him have a peace deal because they keep restarting the war and making it much harder. That being said, I also, obviously Trump doesn't give a shit about as my dad said, doesn't give a shit about civilian deaths. Okay. So yeah. Now, I also, though, I'm like really, I don't know, Dad. I'm also really, I don't know, cynical about stuff with Israel. I'm like partially wondering if these were right wingers trying to embarrass Trump by making him not look pro-Israel enough. Like, I don't know. There's like, I don't know. I never trust anything with Israel, but yeah.
I was going to say, I'm kind of surprised they leaked this out. And my opinion is,
Yeah, Fox Emblem.
and once again, my opinion is that Trump looked the other way while this was leaked out so that the American public would see how tough he was, when behind the scenes, I don't know this for sure, but I'm going to use that anyway. I know for sure that Netanyahu is a puppet master when it comes to Trump.
Yes. Okay.
So that strong language didn't mean
I know.
much.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So yeah, indeed. All right. So let's see here. So anyway, so again, you're right, Fox Emblem. Honestly, there were several news outlets that had this story. They just had the best version that I could easily tell you all about. Okay. So yeah. No, probably Fox Emblem. Like, I am assuming this is BS because Axios has just been going along with the rug pulling headlines. Yeah, absolutely. It's very possible, Fox Emblem. But like I said, there were other news sources that had this story. Axios was just the easiest one that had the summary. Okay. Okay. Outer Signal. Let's see here. Outer Signal Media. CR, check the link I sent. U.S. admins do this every so often, but the policy doesn't change.
Agreed.
Right. So it's probably what I said, right? It's probably that this is kind of bullshit.
This was meant for the American public to look at.
Yeah. Let's see here. So I'm opening up the source. Biden says, oh God, 1 second. I need to do this. Go over here and reset it. Boop. Okay. Biden says, considering ex-Israel ambassador Dan Shapiro for a Mideast envoy role. Where does it say it in here? Let's see here. Where does it say it in here? Outer Signal. Forget, it doesn't actually say it here. But yeah. Biden's interesting, Outer Signal. Okay. So I get what you mean, Outer Signal. So there was a time under Biden, guys, where someone reported from inside the White House that Biden had also called Netanyahu a fucking liar. Okay. That's a really good point. So yeah, as I was saying, I don't trust any of this shit, which is why I'm thank God Outer Signal's here, because Outer Signal was right. Okay. Yeah. Outer Signal was right because
for the American public.
Yeah, because we're never going to, and by the way, it doesn't matter anyway. Like Trump, and I was going to say this, Trump yelling at Netanyahu isn't a material change in anything, right? It's just like, even if he actually is upset with Netanyahu, it doesn't mean a damn thing. So I was going to critique the notion that the media reports things like this as if it's like a serious thing. Okay. Bravo Sierra, there is a point of view that Netanyahu is blackmailing Trump through stuff they got from presumably Mossad agent Epstein. Yes, Bravo, that is true. Okay, we've talked about that before. I would not be surprised at all. There's a lot of evidence linking Epstein to Mossad. Okay, also to the CIA, But what's the difference really at this point between Mossad and the CIA in a lot of ways? So absolutely, bravo, Sierra. We need like evidence. We need like firm evidence, but I would not be surprised at all. Okay. Okay. So that's fun, isn't that, guys? Just a cute little story there. Lots of dimensions to it.
And one of the things I do want to mention to kind of back up the fact that this was done for the American public when Trump said this, whenever there's a leak from the White House, what does the Trump administration do? The Trump crime syndicate, as I call them. They launch an investigation and they're going to say, we're going to put this person in jail for leaking this information. What has come out from the White House about this? I don't think I've seen anything yet come out.
No. Yeah. Yep.
They wanted it to come out.
Of course they did. All right. Okay, guys, so that's that story. Just a quick little fun, I guess, fun story there, if you want to call it that. Okay, if you want to call it fun, that's not, that fun, but whatever, it's fine. Okay, guys, so what we're going to do now. Oh, I actually saw a question someone asked. Okay. Jay Williams says, this is a question for Papa Revolt. Do you think the GOP will lose the House and the Senate? I personally feel Trump will try to rig this thing, to be honest.
Okay, I do have a fear about that. Not about the GOP winning, but a fear that Trump will try to rig it. I mean, he's already done things to try to rig it. He tried to put it under federal control elections. He's done a lot of things. Pardon that one woman who tried to rig it. I forgot where she was from, Arizona or something like that, Colorado. But anyway, but I think there's a good possibility that the Democrats could control it, but I think one big thing has to happen. The Democrats have got to get their acts together. Okay, they've got to get their act together and act as one, which is hard for the Democrats to do. I mean, they're a catch-all party. Let's face it.
Yeah.
And also there's another thing. Inside, I think they're going to be some of the MAGA people, not the hardcore, but some MAGA people who are starting to doubt Trump and because of the war, which is why Trump wants to hurry up and get this over with. I think some of them may either vote Democrat or decide I can't do this. I can't vote for Democrat and I can't back for people that back Trump. And step out.
But what do you think the Democratic Party will do about that, though? What do you think they will say about that? Do you think? I guess my point is: have you noticed how whenever people warn the Democrats before an election and say we're not going to vote for you because you're like we don't want to vote for Trump and we're not going to vote for him and we're not going to vote at all because you don't offer us anything. After the election, they always end up blaming the voters. Every single time they're like, well, the voters are just anti-women or just anti-black or the voters are just lazy and didn't go out and vote. And they never do a self-examination and think maybe we just weren't offering the things that people were wanting or inspiring them to vote, which drives me crazy. They do it every single time, even though before every single election, there are massive warning signs. Like I don't know if you remember the non-aligned people that were in Michigan who said that we're not going to vote unless you change, and they refused to do it. So,
I remember that.
Yep.
But I think some people are going to be so desperate to shut down Trump and MAGA Congress that they'll kind of grit their teeth and push that Democratic button.
Which is what they did when they voted for Joe Biden.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right, guys. How's an election advisor supposed to stay employed if their candidate keeps winning? Invalid axiom. You're so funny. That's so true. That's actually not even a joke, guys. Like the Democrats keep reusing the same campaign advisors, no matter how many times their candidates lose. I love it. I love it. It's so great. It's so, it's so lovely. Such a smart party. Hello, elevator lady. Okay, LaQuabois, they sent Bill Clinton to Michigan to talk about how much they love Israel when that happened. I know, LaQuabois, because they're morons. They don't, anyway, so incompetent. But of course, guys, they're bribed to be incompetent, right? The incompetence is an excuse they can use to make their donors happy. So anyway, it is the definition of insanity, Twin Revolt. Okay, so, all right, guys. So what my dad and I are going to do now is my dad was a teacher for 45 years, as you said. Okay.
Something like that.
Something like that. We need to get back on. Sorry, do you mind moving that way, Dad, a little bit? because we're too.
Well, your finger went that way, Sam.
Okay, there we
Oh,
go. Thank you.
okay.
So, okay, can you like bubble? Thank you. Okay. All right. Hello, Sir Bart. Hello. So we're going. I swear to God. I
I'm
swear to
sorry.
God. I swear
I'm
to God.
unsteady
Okay.
on my feet at my age.
Whatever.
I tend
Okay.
to lean right.
I hate you so much. Okay.
That's
So
why he
anyway,
hates me, 'cause I lean right.
so we're gonna watch this video. Okay, about we're gonna watch this video about kids. We have a big problem. Okay, we got a big problem in this country in regards to how kids coming out of high school and and how they behave in school, how their reading scores, how they behave in classrooms, how teachers don't want to teach anymore. There's a lot. We've talked about a lot of this stuff, guys. But I thought it'd be fun for my dad to kind of watch some of the stuff that teachers are having to deal with today in this day and age, and see if this is new or different, or if like it's kind of seems worse than before. Because I don't really have a frame of reference. Fox Emblem, yeah. Instead, we will have Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer. What an improvement! Oh my God! But Fox Emblem, they're so charismatic. Anyway, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm going to put a disclaimer in here before we start this. In that, yes, I was a teacher, but I was a teacher in Catholic middle school and Catholic high school. The rules, the laws, and all that govern public school. The Catholic schools, or should say private schools, can set some of those aside. Example. If we had a student that was, for instance, dealing drugs, and yes, that happened, he could be expelled. Okay. And where would that kid have to go then? The public school. The public school doesn't necessarily have that power. Now, I do know the largest public school in Ohio is the Columbus Public School, and they used to, and I don't know if they still have it today, but they used to have what I want to say, school for students like that person would be, in which they would send them to that school. It'd be like isolating him from the group. There'd be teachers there who were supposed to be trained in dealing with students like this, and counselors, a lot of them, and the classes would be small. They'd still be taught, but this would be on the record, and that they would stay there unless things change and they got help. And the parents were supposed to be involved with that also, which was hard sometimes to do, which then goes to something I think we're going to talk about today. So just to let you know,
Yep.
there you have it.
Yep. Okay. And I've taught mainly at public schools, but also I also taught at a private school. But I've mainly done what's the term? I've mainly done public schools. Okay. So let's see what this is. Let's see what he's going to talk about. I've never seen this content creator before, so we're mainly watching this for the stuff he's going to show us. So let's watch him, what he has to say. And guys, feel free to ask questions and shit. Okay. Laquabwa, I went to a technical school next to one of those problem high school student schools. That's where I always got my cigarettes. LOL. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. It's funny because most people get their drugs from private schools. Anyway, from the students at private schools, apparently. But anyway, Catholic schools don't fuck around. That is true, Jay Williams. That's true.
Because they don't have to follow the same rules.
Yes.
Because of the whole public funding thing and all of that.
Yes. Okay. So let's watch this. Here we go.
Gen Alpha's literacy crisis are having people lose hope for the future. Not only can Gen Alpha not read, write, or count, they can't even follow basic instructions anymore.
I'm a middle school teacher. I'm also 22 years old. And I will tell you, by far, we are doomed. Like, these kids do not care. Like, I have kids, all they want to do all day long is get high.
Teachers are complaining that this generation of kids is completely different from every generation before them.
So POV, you're a counselor for Gen Alpha third graders who have never been told no in their lives, and a kid just lost a game of soccer. Yeah. Oh my God. That would get worse and worse and worse as I was a teacher. Okay.
Listen to this music teacher explain.
The kids are different. Here's what I do, because we do recorder karate. I go, hi-ya, and I lift my recorder in there. And for 10 years, kids have always gone, hi-ya, okay? No, it's not what happened. What happened was, hi-ya, and the kids went, oh yeah, like completely in unison.
That's a little funny, but it goes to my thesis that these kids
Okay, I haven't heard that one. That's kind of funny. Okay, it's not funny for the teacher. That's like, okay. Anyway, but like, how old are these kids? How old are these kids? I am curious, because I will say, like, younger kids have been doing things that are only adults should know about. I'm wondering how old that class was. Yeah, it's idiocracy levels of funny. Okay.
have replaced actual knowledge about the real world with brain rot. People think brain rot is this funny Gen Alpha meme, but really
Do you know what brain rot is, Dad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gen Alpha has prioritized mastery over brain rot over mastery of anything real. And this is a problem because Gen Alpha isn't just in elementary school anymore. They're in high school, and they're gonna be in college soon. God help us.
It's my birthday.
What are you turning? 14?
You forget how old he is again?
Yeah.
When did iPad babies become screenagers?
I'll be in high school soon.
I just graduated high school.
20 years ago. In 1980, that was 40 years ago.
Oh,
I'm like 27.
you were born last century?
Whoa, easy. He's the geriatric.
Something tells me they're not prepared for college, based on them thinking that the United States declared independence from Spain.
On what day do Americans...
Now, admittedly, guys, I will say Yeah, sir, I literally, sir, I was just about to say that. So there are these could be cherry picked. Obviously, this is not comprehensive evidence.
Or the person being asked some of these questions could be doing it just for a shit and a giggle.
Yes, yeah. But I will say a lot of these things I have heard of. Okay, I have heard things like this. Okay, from other teachers, I've experienced things like this. So just to be clear, this is obviously a generalization based off whatever this guy is cherry picking from the internet. Okay.
can celebrate Independence Day?
July 5th.
Which country did the United States gain its independence from?
Gained its independence from? Was it Spain?
No.
Bro, I bet that guy thinks Delta Airlines is a fraternity.
How many states does the United States have?
If you fuck this up, I swear to God.
Doesn't it like 50, 55?
She got it right at first. What's the issue with that?
Yeah. But what these kids are learning, instead of how many states there are, or the American Revolution, is brain rot, which is why schools are now instituting brain rot bans. Schools are literally banning Skibbity, Rizzler, and even Ohio.
Okay, that's stupid.
It must suck if you're actually from Ohio, and you can't say the word Ohio because it's deemed brain rot.
Firstly, schools around the world have been making lists of Gen Alpha words that are
like, what, Skibbity, Sigma, Riz. I don't know what yacht is. Ohio. Oh my God. I'm so upset that that's like a slang word now. Ohio. You're so Ohio. Has anyone heard that? Yeah, they're banned. But this is really stupid, by the way, to ban this shit. I'm actually not liking the guy's approach that much of like making it seem like this is an issue with the kids. He really ought to talk more about the problems with the system that are causing these things, right? Okay.
are banned from being said at school because not only do
Jay
teachers'
Williams.
claims just straight confusing, they're also worried about it disrupting classroom atmospheres.
And what's worse is when corporate America tries to join in on brain rot.
Walmart posted an advertisement encouraging viewers to shop for back-to-school fashion, but it immediately backfired when they started using Gen Alpha words.
Correct, Fox Emblem. He's making it an individual problem instead of a systemic one. Correct.
To cater to the younger audience.
No cap, you weren't French or Ohio at all.
Well, when the internet came across this, they literally turned the advertisement into a meme.
And there's a sentiment growing that more and more of what's happening to Gen Alpha is the parents' fault. Watch what this
No. Okay, so forgive me, Dad. I didn't know the video was going to go this route. So what, Dad, do you think so there are a lot of issues right now in American schooling and stuff. Maybe we should watch the rest of the video first, but what do you think are causing those issues? Do you think that it's like somehow this generation is just bad compared to the other generations? Or do you think there might be structural and environmental things happening that has made it really hard for them?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Actually, I think we got a little bit of a basket of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to start more simply, and that is they knew this was coming, and they even talked about it before it happened, and that is COVID. When you shut down the schools and you have online learning, it's not the same as in person. It just isn't. And I can tell you from experience, because we had online learning, I'd say about half of the students in my classes never got online when I would hold a class online, unless they were the, what I want to say, oh shoot, we didn't call them accelerated, honors students. I mean, almost all of them got on. And so there was this issue of, they're going to be lacking. They're not getting what they did. So I'm going to get that out of the way. And I think this is kind of partly proving this. Number two, parents.
Mm-hmm.
Parents are not parenting is not a part-time job. Parenting means you're a parent 24/7. Some parents are a parent when the kid gets home sometimes, but when they're at school, oh, that's the school's responsibility. Even though that student may have learned how to act from the parents at home, if they could talk back to their parents and treat them badly, what are they going to do when it comes to the staff at the school? They're going to do the same thing. So parents have got to be involved. And I don't mean schools are stopping them. I mean, parents have got to step up and go, okay, my son did what in the classroom? And whoa, hey, wait a minute. Why'd you do that, boy? The parent might say, now I'm being a little harsher, but still, that doesn't happen. Even in Catholic schools, I had situations where the parents said, well, it's your fault.
So would you say that there's more parents today like that?
There are more parents today who stop being a parent and put it all on the school.
But why? Why do we think that
Easier.
there had to be something like
it was easier, number one.
But why was it? I'm sorry, I'm trying to push why
Was
it easier?
The parents don't have to take the responsibility. Well, my son's like that because the school is horrible. But again, I've actually heard that from some people.
So I know, but again, why didn't parents take the easy route before? Why is it suddenly that they're if that's what's happening, why are they not?
Because parents also have distractions that as a parent you got to set aside. And when I say distractions, I don't mean legitimate distractions, but I mean things like, there's some parents out there that love to play, a lot of computer games. There's parents out there that love to sit down and, drink themselves stupid. Also, too, I believe that the parents of these kids today were at the starting edge of what's happening in our schools. And so, while so-and-so used to be really strict, and, my mom and dad told that teacher off, and it wasn't as bad as back then it is today, but it was a step in that direction. And it becomes inflated.
I think that it has to do with work culture. I think parents don't have nearly as much time. Parents are spending so much time working, sometimes 1, 2, 3 jobs. And then they also have to care for their kid. And that makes it a lot harder for them to kind of balance out. And if you look at economic indicators, there is a lot of indication that parents of today are struggling a lot more with finances and with jobs and balancing time and things like that.
But, if you go back in the past far enough, there were times when there were people, parents, both of them had to work. They had to work, and yet their kids turned out okay. Now, the parents had to work twice as hard, and I don't mean twice as hard at their job, but twice as hard with their kid. And also, too, there was a time when, what I want to say, if a kid got in trouble at school and the school called, the parent would do what they could to get there. And, and listen, today it's like, I'm just too busy. Whatever you want to do to him at school. That doesn't work.
Right. So I get what you're saying. I just feel like, so for example, there are cell phones now and stuff, even when
Right.
parents aren't at. So, and work has put so much more burden on people because of cell phones. Even if you're at home,
I do agree with
your
that.
parent, the work can still contact you and distract you and things like that.
And
There are a lot parents back in the day. There was a set time they could go home. They could literally go home and they could be away from work, and then they had that time with kids. Now there's very little barrier between work and home.
I do agree with that. And I do agree that cell phones have a big say in that. Not just the cell phones that the parents are always having to answer, but even the kids' cell phones. And I know I'm an old guy, but studies have shown that cell phones have gotten in the way of interpersonal relationships, of
I agree with you.
of
Yeah.
being, with people face to face. Studies have shown that that is getting in the way. And with the way our culture is going, just look at the politics and what they say up there. These are supposed to be people who ideally we should respect. They're being jackasses. And so it becomes the thing to be, to not get interpersonal with each other, not do face to face, but it's much easier to be on the phone and get your, shits and giggles from the phone, and to totally ruin somebody's reputation on the phone with very little consequences.
Yeah, that is true. All right. Any questions about that so far? Doug says work used to have annual parties where the families were invited. Where did that go? I can tell you, Doug, it's because unions don't exist anymore. A lot of the parties that, now not all of them, but a lot of the businesses who had parties, they were union sponsored parties, where the union would get together with management and they would have these parties. Of course, there's like no unions anymore, or very few. Okay. And they've been very weak. The ones that do exist are weak and don't do much. So I suspect part of that is a lack of unionization. Let's see here. Did I miss anything? We didn't build the smartphone. We built the panopticon. Kind of invalid axiom. Yeah. SoCal, I agree parents need to be involved, but parents also shouldn't completely believe what school staff say about the kid either. I had a teacher get in my face where I could nearly taste her lunch from her breath, scolding you for being bullied. Defensively, I told her step the fuck back and was suspended for 5 days. She conveniently left out that she was beyond in my space. She conveniently left out she was beyond in my space and did nothing about the bullying precipitating her action. Another student went anonymously to defend me. Yeah, that's disgusting. SoCal, that teacher might lose their license if that kid ends up getting for not reporting the bullying later.
Also, too, I actually have experienced that a few times, even in Catholic schools, where I got blamed. I'm sorry, back up. Where kid, and it wasn't me, but where a teacher would frequently label a certain student as persona non grata because that student was finding him or herself, especially if it's a girl in that age group, standing up to the bullies. And all of a sudden, the girl standing up to the bullies gets in trouble. It's like, but you can't do that in school. I understand what you're saying, but you still can't do what you did to those girls in the school. Well, they were doing this to me, and I complained, and nobody did anything. Well, that's because, and you always get somebody, teacher or administration or somebody goes, well, you got to realize they're the star football player, they might as well say.
Yeah.
Or, you know what? The parents donate a lot of money, and, you got to, oh, God.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Are you serious, Mr. King K? Mr. King K said, one of my Catholic teachers called a student ghetto. Oh. Great. That's not good. Okay. That's bad. Okay. So let's go on, guys. We'll watch a little more of this, and then we'll add more as we see it. Again, this video appears to be mainly just mocking what people say on TikTok, but maybe it'll spark conversation. So let's watch a little more.
Parent said to her son's history teacher,
Dear Mr. Major, my son came home very upset because you are teaching about wars in history class.
I see where this is going, and I have experienced stuff like this.
Talking about wars?
Yeah, Dad, I've gotten messages from parents, like if I were to even slightly explain what the violence was like in a certain time period, they would lose their mind and say it's inappropriate. Like you can't, like Okay, I think that's what he's going to talk about. I could tell immediately by the look on his face that that's how I would react to. Be like, oh my god.
You
Okay.
know,
Yeah. So okay. Here.
We do not expose him to violent content in our home. We only allow PG movies and we skip the battle scenes in The Patriot. I do not understand why you feel it is necessary to discuss World War II in such graphic detail as...
it's okay. We're losing grip of reality here.
Oh my god.
You know, good God, if temperatures are sub-zero, the wind chill, it's wintertime, the wind chill, you know, will freeze your skin in 15 minutes, which is possible if it's cold enough. You can't talk about how the weather's impact on the people. Oh, they're cold, they stay inside, they bundle up. You know, that's like saying, well, you can't then teach people that it is so cold, you could die.
Yes.
If it's so cold, you could lose your fingers. Oh, no. You know, the reality is war is about violence and death.
Yes.
It's not about all these heroes and stuff. And most people, most soldiers who are pointed as being a hero will say, no, I was just doing my job. And they're messed up afterwards. And so you got to teach them the reality. This is the reality. Is this the reality you want in your life?
I do think it's funny how it's specifically World War II. As if, what else would you talk about in regards to World War II, except that it was the most deadly and destructive war in human history. Like,
yep.
Okay. So, and I will say, guys, a lot of times this has happened to me when I would talk about slavery. Okay. When I would talk about the reality of slavery, I would get, like a few times I'd get an email from a parent claiming that I was, you know, trying to make their kids hate America and that this was politicized teaching, what to teach literally about like this. All and dad, yeah, no. All I did, Dad, was I would show them the images of slave ships and like the people
I've done that
layered
before.
on top. Yeah. And like I would show them this image, guys, just to show you. My dad knows what this image is, but just so the rest of you do, the rest of you do.
The guy with all the scars on his back.
There's, yeah, I would show them that one too. I would do a compilation of photos. So slave ship tight pack. Tight pack. So this one triggered one parent. Okay, this image. Oops, not right back. Tight pack. Well, whatever. Okay, images. Here, these, where you can actually see how, yeah, and you see on these slave ships, they used to literally packed the enslaved people in like cargo.
And there'd be a lot of deaths on that situation.
Yes. Okay. There'd be a lot of deaths and people would spread disease and there was no place to use the restroom. So people would just kind of, you know, do it on each other. Okay. And it was a horrible, horrific situation. And literally millions of enslaved black people died on this voyage.
In other words, they don't want this history.
Yeah.
Black Americans, they want to erase Black American history.
Yes.
I mean, it's like, this is what happened to our fellow Americans.
The fellow humans, right? Yeah, like, and so, yeah, and the longer I taught, the more careful you had to be that you wouldn't piss off a parent by teaching about something realistic like this. And I think a lot of it Jay Williams, thank you. I thought this was tame, Jay Williams. I'm like, I am showing them reality. I'm not going crazy with it. I'm not telling them about the excessive amount of rape and other things that would happen of enslaved people. I'm being quite nice about it. I'm barely even touching the surface, and this isn't good enough, okay? Yeah, so I would find other ways to do it, guys, where I would like have my students look it up themselves, and then they would come across the information themselves on the internet, so it wasn't me saying it to them. There's ways to kind of get around it, but okay. So, yeah.
I also just want to make one more point here about this. World War II, because I know this is what was brought up here, and my son brought that up, especially World War II. It goes to show you how times have changed some, and there's a couple of reasons for this. Saving Private Ryan. My dad landed at Omaha Beach. He was the second wave in. He survived, and it was a horror story for him. And he wasn't the only one. And it just hell itself. And in Saving Private Ryan, they show you as best as you can on film and acting it out, the horrors of war. You lose people. People suffer. They die. And not always in a good way. And it affects the people who come back home. Okay, PTSD. Back then they called it shell shock. And I just can't teach just the facts, but I want the kids to know what the men and women went through and how it's so, the war is over with, but not in their minds. Okay. And so when it came out, I actually got permission from my principal to take my 8th graders to the movie theater, book the theater just for us to see Saving Private Ryan. But I had to send out a permission slip explaining what was on there. And one of the things I said, none of the violence is gratuitous. This truly depicts what happens, what these Americans went through. Number 2, they might want to talk to their grandparents or great-grandparents or people who remember stories from their relatives who were in World War II. Okay? And also tell them that you're going to go see Saving Private Ryan and get a conversation going. The parents thought that was a great idea. Every parent signed off. And I would say 50% of the parents hadn't even seen the movie yet and said, can we come? We will pay for ourselves. I needed chaperones. And basically the principal said, we'll just pay for everybody. Don't worry about it. And we went. And when we came out of that movie, there was silence. Kids, parents, and some of them were in tears. And I basically said to the kids, gathered them together, and I said, now you know what those people went through, what that generation that were your grandparents went through, the sacrifice. And I got compliments left and right. Now, I did handle it a certain way, but today, I don't know if I'd get away with that.
Yeah, no. Yeah, and I know later in your schooling, didn't they say that you could no longer show R-rated movies?
Oh, yeah, that actually came out unless I got, at least in the Catholic system, unless I got permission and it was vetted. The movie was vetted.
Yeah. So anyway, okay, let's go on here. We'll just keep watching this a little bit, guys. But that would happen more and more. And to be honest, guys, a lot of the folks that would do this were really religious parents. That's one thing. There would also be, most of them were, if you were to guess their political alignment, they would be right-wingers, okay? They would have right-wing parents who didn't like teaching the reality of the history because they viewed it as a liberal bias, because the reality is liberal, or I should say not liberal, but the reality is that these things did happen, and they don't like to acknowledge that because it goes against their programming and the propaganda they've been fed.
Also, it makes them look bad.
Okay. All right. Yes. Let's watch. This is okay.
Countries fighting. Could you please focus on more positive historical moments? Perhaps baking traditions in the 1940s or fashion trends instead of conflict?
Oh my God. You gotta be kidding me. Baking trends or fashion trends? Are you kidding me? No.
It's called avoidance.
Yes, avoidance.
Thank you for respecting our family values.
How dare we talk about violence in World War II?
How dare we?
Oh my gosh, that's almost as dumb as complaining that the teacher didn't show snow when teaching about the Cold War.
Subject: temperature accuracy in your classroom.
Okay.
Mr. Major, my daughter informed me you are teaching something called the Cold War. She says there was no actual snow involved. This feels
I don't know if I believe this one. Are you kidding me? Do you think that someone actually... I mean, I haven't experienced someone this dumb saying that it's... Okay.
Misleading.
Are you kidding me?
If there was no ice or freezing temperatures, why call it cold? This seems like false advertising and confusing for students. Please clarify whether thermometers were involved, and if not, perhaps consider renaming it to avoid misinformation.
For my sanity, I'm deciding that is a fake email, because if someone proved that's a real email, I would stop making these videos, I would curl up in a ball on the side of Mount Aconcagua and hibernate for the rest of my life.
Dear Miss Johnson.
Yeah, I don't think that last one is true. Okay, I don't think that last one is true. That sounds a bit much, okay? That sounds a bit much. Maybe that guy was just doing, maybe the videos were, I don't know, fake, but I have had parents yell at me for teaching the reality too much.
I was checking grades last night at approximately 11:47 p.m. and noticed that my child currently has a 41% in your class. Naturally, this came as a complete shock. I understand there are only 5 days left in the semester, but I was wondering what can be done at this point to bring the grade up to at least passing. Surely there is some kind of packet, project, essay, or community service project available.
Oh my God. Yeah. That is real. That is real.
Yes, it is.
That is very real. That happens all the time.
Now,
Go ahead. Yeah.
I have to admit, I've had that happen too before, and it's like, well, sorry, but I don't do extra credit because you are being graded on what's being presented in class. I'm following a course of studies, which gave actually me a lot of leeway. And if you don't pass it, then extra credit will, and you suddenly pass the class because I gave you extra credit, still isn't meeting the needs of you learning this material that you didn't do.
Yeah.
And quite often it was because they didn't do their homework, all this stuff. And parents didn't always. Some parents could care less what their kids were getting, and until the last minute.
Yeah. Oh, I hate when like 2 days before grades are due, you suddenly get a message from a parent who's like, "My child is failing the class." By the way, in most schools, it's required to inform the parents like as soon as a kid starts not passing a class.
Right.
So, and I had multiple times sent multiple emails. The parent had responded to some of those emails and still didn't. Okay. So, yeah, it's very frustrating. And then a lot of times your admin will agree with the parent. That's happened to me.
Yeah.
Where the administrator will be like, well, they are reaching out. Is there anything you can do to help? And I'm like, are you kidding me? How the hell? Okay, 2 days before grades are in, you want me to get this kid's grades? I can't possibly reteach all of that.
And who is really going to do that extra credit?
Yeah.
There's an issue. Some parents will do it for the kid.
Yes.
See,
so
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, now, once again, a little disclaimer here. I would also look at the student and their situation. And I wouldn't call it extra credit, but let's say there was a student who suddenly had a grandmother that she was very close to, boy or a girl, and it devastated them. That is an extenuating circumstance. There were certain things I would do to help them out to at least, if it was possible, to get a D. Or I would talk to the administration and say, can we put, leave the quarterly grade blank until we get the student up and running, and then go back and fill it in, because you got to understand this happened.
Yes.
And it isn't like my dog died, and I know they're going to be upset at that, but it's like, okay, I'll give you a little extra time to turn in the homework you were supposed to do, X amount of time, but you got to turn it in.
Yes.
There's a way to get around that if it needs that little bit of adjustment, fairness. And I believe, people with other teachers go, oh, you know what's going to happen if you do that? Everybody will come up with some reason. I never had that happen to me.
Yes. Okay.
Never. All the other students, they talk, but it was like, wow, that's pretty fair of him.
Yeah. No, that's true. And I will say, like also the one thing too is that a lot of schools these days don't give Fs. I swear to God. So many schools, guys, do everything they can to avoid giving Fs. And it's gotten to the point where because sometimes school funding is linked to Fs they give out and things like that. So there's an incentive to lie. There's an incentive to lie to the state about how and to put that more kids are passing than aren't passing. And I would actually go into my grade book after putting in grades, knowing that I had a few Fs, and I would see that someone had changed the Fs to Ds. And the people that would do that would be admin, who would go in there and find Fs and change them to Ds so that the kid would still pass. Otherwise they would have to, they would lose some funding. That would require that they send those kids to summer school, which that might upset the parents, especially if they're involved in the community. That would be difficult because you rely on parent involvement in the community.
Or upset their vacation.
Yes, or it'll upset their vacations, right? Oh, absolutely, LaQuote. It's not legal or ethical. but that happens everywhere. Okay. Now, in a lot of like maybe private schools, it doesn't happen as much, but even at the private school I was at, yeah, it just hurts the kids in the long run. And I think a lot of the issues we also see with like students today is because a lot of them have been pushed through, and it's like we don't care enough to actually make sure they're learning stuff. Okay. Because it's mainly about the numbers, because the schools of how we do schooling, the numbers are what matter, which is unfortunate. So anyway, it's a big problem. Okay, so let's go on. Let's see.
My son informed me that he thought he was doing fine, which I now realize may not have been based on actual evidence.
It may not have been based on actual
May not have
evidence.
been.
Yeah,
That's all.
He also mentioned that assignments were apparently posted online somewhere, though he never felt compelled to complete them. I completely respect your grading policies, but I also believe grades should reflect the kind of person a student is deep down. And deep down, he is a nice young man who has a big heart.
Oh my God, that's true.
I want to try that. Teacher, I know I failed the final
Small
because I'm
brain.
so stupid. I tried to climb Mountain Dew. And I'm so stupid, I tried to go to the dentist.
See, I don't
for a
like
blue
this guy's language. This is like, okay, that doesn't mean the kid is stupid. We also don't know what's going on in the kid's personal life and stuff. Okay.
tooth. But teacher, please still give me an A+ because I've got a big heart. And my grade should reflect my big ass heart. Here's what should have happened. Why didn't you turn in the assignment? I didn't feel compelled to complete it. Well, I don't feel compelled to make you pass this class, so you're failing. But that never happens anymore because schools are refusing to fail any students.
That, I'm telling you, I've experienced that a lot.
And this is the problem holding back America.
I think one of the biggest problems facing America is that you cannot fail in school anymore. I knew multiple kids in my graduating class that basically did not show up the entire senior year of high school and still graduated.
Oh my God, it's true.
I meet people all the time who are like, yeah, I graduated with like a 1.2 GPA. Now there are so many programs where you can like show up for half of the day and then you go to work for the other half of the day, and most of the kids don't. The fact that we're just pushing so many failing kids through the education system without them actually hitting any of the markers we use to determine if somebody is failing leads to you having people now going to college and they straight up don't know how to read. I knew multiple kids in college who was like, bro, you don't know how to read.
There's actually been some universities coming out and saying how it's really hard. A lot of the students that are applying to universities now do not have the skills they need.
And also, Ohio State University, I think it's like the first or second biggest university in the U.S. Texas is either first or second. But OSU, my experience when I was a teacher, they had to have remedial classes for the incoming freshmen. For a lot of them, remedial in English language, in other words, writing, reading, all that stuff. And this wasn't for people, English as a second language, and math. And and they were saying out words to schools going, something's happening here, and we're doing remediation when we shouldn't have to. There are those students that have, disabilities here and there and think differently, but this isn't the case at this.
Yeah.
And at OSU.
Exactly. So that's the whole Loy. So maybe that things are actually endemic to the exactly, which is what I'm saying, Loy. So these are issues with the United States, right? They're the amount of pressure put on parents and things like that because of our brutal capitalist system, the lack of funding and how we do school funding is a big problem. Inequitable access to resources based off race and things like that.
Well, here, the funding of the schools are based on
property taxes
from an area that the school serves. So if you live in a very wealthy community, I guarantee you their schools are going to be almost overstaffed in order to get, staff for kids. They're going to have everything they need, cutting edge technology. And I know some of these schools. I live in one of those districts, and not very wealthy, but where they do that. And then you go to the southeastern part of Ohio, which is more Appalachia.
Yeah,
and they're hurting. They can't even afford computers, which should have been affordable, I don't know, 2 decades ago or more. And they can't even afford that. they can't afford to repair the buildings.
Yes.
It's
I tell you, when
God.
I was in Indianapolis and I was teaching in a school on the first floor and one of the windows was broken and they just took a black bag and put it over the hole in the window and you literally could see the sidewalk out front. It was only like 10 feet away from the public sidewalk and there would be people who were very clearly on drugs just like walking by near this open hole where all these kids are and kind of going down the street. So like I'd be teaching and I'd look outside and I'm like, oh, there's someone else who's having who's on fentanyl or something walking by. And it's like, okay, anyone could just come up in here and do something to the kids that are like, yeah, but they couldn't. It was so hard to get the funding for it. And it took like maybe 6 to 7 months for them to actually finally fix it and get it approved for them to fix it. Yeah. Okay, we'll go on.
At like an effective level. And then guess what? They also graduated from college. You can now get a college degree without knowing how to read. I want you to understand that. You can get a college degree without knowing how to read.
That is so true. I don't know anyone in my high school who failed out. Do you? I don't even know how you could, because every time you fail a class, they'll just keep you enrolled to keep the state money flowing and boost their graduation rates.
Yeah, and that's a big problem. We need to change the laws around how we fund schools. I think they should all be funded the same depending on population, right?
And part of the reason why some states have passed these laws is because they put the onus of blame on the school, period.
Yes.
If these teachers knew what they were doing, they would make sure this wouldn't happen. And yes, just like any type of big business in terms of number of employees, they're going to have those teachers who shouldn't be there.
Of course.
But it isn't just the staff. It goes deeper than that. And you're right. I was looking here somebody about household income, parental education levels, and community resources are among the most powerful. Yes, it is.
Mhm.
Study after study after study has shown this.
Mhm.
And it's, if you're busy, if you live in a very poor part of a city, or you live in a very poor part of the state, like in some places in Appalachia of Ohio here, you're going to school sometimes hungry.
Yep.
You don't have the resources there. You don't have the teachers there. And even, God bless these teachers, but even some of those teachers get burnt out quickly.
Yes.
Because of this. And they kind of throw their hands up and say, I can't do anything. And it's hard. And then that kid goes home and they're going back to the same old. And if it's a neighborhood in a city that's poor, you hope to get to school without hearing gunshots. I've actually heard this said.
Oh, I know.
Or go home without gunshots. And you may have to duck and hide. And I don't mean under your desk because there's a nuclear weapon headed your way like they used to do when I was in school.
Yeah.
But so that you wouldn't get hit by a bullet. And that happens.
Correct. Yeah.
So it's, once again, it's a huge thing, but it's not just a person's fault or responsibility. It's a huge,
big issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's no one group that's to blame. People always blame either parents, students, or teachers, right? Or like the school system. But it's like all of these things combined. No one's really to blame. The whole system needs to be reformed because all these structural problems are making it impossible for everyone, right? So like if you have a low household income, you probably are not going to be living in a particularly safe community because we basically segregate based off wealth in this country. I mean, I'm more likely to be living in a community with more gun violence and stuff if you have low income. So like the idea of like walking to school and hearing gunshots, you're more likely to experience that if you're low income. Like, so there's like, there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems. Okay. So,
and one of the things that really gets to me is that I know here in Ohio, they tried to pass bills quite a few years ago that every school system must have a baseline of funds to operate. And those schools that have way over those funds to operate would then have to kick in a certain percent, almost like a tax, to send to those schools to help them. And boy, did those schools scream and holler. And studies had shown, they actually hired a group to study, and they said, these schools that are in very wealthy areas of the state can afford to help share some of that money. They don't always have to have every little thing in that school. It does this stuff. There's certain things that, yeah, it's nice to have, but it doesn't do anything for the educational purpose. You got to share it. And they screamed and hollered. And yet what happens when the schools in other places fail because they don't have the funding? They go, well, my kid succeeded and it wasn't easy. Well, I actually heard that from us once again, from teachers who teach in public schools that are well-to-do, and they said, oh yeah, parents blame those poor schools for lack of funding when they don't even want to lift a finger.
Yes.
It would help society as a whole.
Yep.
To do that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go on.
I'm done.
Students would imply that the school has actual standards, and we can't have those. We can't even intervene when a Gen Alpha is throwing things all over a store in public.
Okay, one example of a girl in a store misbehaving, that she's being a child. I don't know how he's creating a generality off of this, but that's okay. Yeah, sometimes kids have temper tantrums. By the way, it's not just Gen Alpha that has temper tantrums.
And she is looking at the camera. She knows she's on camera.
Yeah, she knows.
Don't yell at her.
Don't yell at her.
See, one of the things too, and I've experienced this too over the years. If it's a wealthy family and the kid does something over and over again, I mean, that they truly are being miscreants, and not because they have issues going on, but they do that, and the parent will step in and go, "Oh, don't worry, you know, he gets like that once in a while, or she gets like that. That's okay. We have the money to pay for it.
Yes.
We have the money to pay for it."
Yeah. And then you wonder why a lot of these kids who are like children of really rich parents go on to be sociopaths that don't care about how their actions affect other people. Anyway.
Yeah, and not all. I mean,
Okay.
some of them really do. You know, they some of them actually, when they get older, get to be adults, they step back and reflect and go, "Oh God, you know,
Yeah.
I lived a very cushiony life."
Yes.
But that's not the way it is in the real world.
Yeah. Lequabwa, some of these things he's talking about and blaming on the entirety of the generation. Exactly, Lequabwa. He's not doing nuance between like what is this generation versus just what kids do, okay? Because like, yeah, every generation has tantrums, to be
Yes,
clear.
they
Every
do.
generation has tantrums. Like you see kids do things like this from every generation, okay? Oh my God. Okay, at that point, so admittedly though, if they start throwing something that's glass, you should step in to stop it. That she could hurt herself if she's shattering
That's
glass.
sparkling juice, I can tell because I've seen it
Yeah,
at the store.
that's dangerous. She could really hurt herself doing that.
That's
Come on, little
insane.
girl.
No one is intervening here. They're all like gently suggesting, like, "Hey, little Gen Alpha, please don't do that." As
That
she
is
goes
not-
around like
okay.
throwing expensive wine bottles on
And
the
you know-
ground. Imagine you're ever getting mugged by a Gen Alpha. You're like,
See-
"Hey, could we not, please? Could we?"
Okay, he's full of shit at this point. Go ahead, Dad. For
And,
this
you
thing.
know, the thing is here too is that you also this is where there's multi-layers. If you're going to look at that, you know what one of the things is that a lot of people may think who might want to step in and help. If I go up there and yell at this kid, the parent might sue me.
Yes.
If I go up there and grab the kid and pull her away from throwing those bottles, the parent might sue me. That goes through the minds through a lot of people's minds. Well, I didn't step in because they might sue me.
Yeah. So Jay Williams, this little girl was confirmed to have mental issues. Well, there you go. Okay.
Well, okay then.
So yeah. So what this is my point, is that this guy, we don't know what's going on here. Every kid, by the way, does shit like this. Okay. So even if she has mental health issues, this is a kid thing. So for him to generalize about it being this generation is just not true.
And
Okay.
I bet you a counselor would go, okay, yeah, she has things, but she shouldn't be allowed to do that. There should be some type of a intervention here, so she won't throw bottles and stuff.
Yeah, my big thing is especially if she's breaking big glass bottles,
Yeah.
that's dangerous for her.
And they're under
yeah.
pressure because it's sparkling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you thought about my big heart? Gentle parenting, Gen Alpha, is clearly a failure, and this gentle parenting has spread to the school system. We've decided that we can't fail any Gen Alpha student, even when they can't read. So we're just going to create a generation of like honey boo-boos. But the meta problem going on here is that solving the problem of literacy requires a literate population. We need to be able to read books and discuss big ideas in order to address this country's biggest problems, like Gen Alpha's illiteracy. But we can't do that if no one can read in the first place.
The average American reads at a 7th grade reading level. That means that this book, at about a 10th grade reading level, about the dangers of totalitarianism.
Now, this is actually, okay, so I taught English a few times, all right? And yeah, like we have a big problem with reading in this country. As a matter, like all the stats show it. Most like kids can't read anymore. A lot of kids can't read. It's a pretty big problem. Like most kids, or I don't know if it's most, a massive percentage of kids are not at reading level. And most, I think the American on average is at the 7th grade reading level or something like that. And books like 1984 are a high school level book.
And also I want to point out, because I was also on a committee when I was a teacher that would meet every 4 years to redo the curriculum, check it, see it need to be updated, course of studies and all of that. And then we would choose textbooks that we would say, this would be good, this would be good, these, nope. And then we give the individual schools, you can pick the ones that we said were okay. But I tell you right now, one of the things the textbook companies were really proud of, because they did send reps to talk to us about their stuff, it says, and not to worry, everybody can read our textbook. And what I'm talking about, when I taught 8th grade and freshmen in high school, this textbook is on a 4th grade reading level, so they should be able to handle it. We were actually told that, and I would just put my head down and go, oh crap.
Yeah. It's gotten bad. Okay, like it's gotten bad. A lot of English teachers, even in the private school I was at, were having to teach books that were below grade level, because a lot of the students could not read at the level they're supposed to be at. Now, there's a lot of reasons for this, all the things we've already talked about on top of COVID, a bunch of other things that have caused this, but it's a big problem. Also, the strategies used to teach reading have kind of changed a bit.
Right.
I don't know if that's a big one, but I'm not an expert on like teaching reading, but.
And, and I taught students, I had 2 classes the last 10 years of teacher. 2 of my classes were students in need. We called them,
Yeah, I get it though.
Anyway,
like
some of them are autistic, on the autism spectrum.
A special education type thing?
Special education type thing. And there were ways, if the textbook was written on a higher level, there's a way to get around it. Some textbook companies started actually putting out they would take a textbook, write it to grade level. Not hardly any did this, but if they did write it to
government
grade
surveillance
level,
and the manipulation of
write it to grade level, they would then also offer an audio version, and if not, and also a print version, PDF, that was gone through by experts in reading. Then that would write it down to a lower level, so those students that did struggle legitimately could understand it. And then the teacher would then step in and fill in, what they may need, and verbalize it in a way that would it'd be easier for them.
I'm not sure what the right strategy is a lot of times. Some people would say that like lowering the standards is a bad thing. Others would say there's all these different approaches to fixing this problem. But it's like very hard. And like, there's so many issues there. And again, this is not, guys, the parents' fault. I want to be clear.
This isn't the parents' fault.
Like, by the way, there's also a lot of developmental things that can affect a student's ability to read. But there's definitely something systemic wide happening when it comes to reading. Okay.
And I'll tell you, one of the things I learned to do, and I did this for years, once we were available to do it, and that is I would post my notes, literally my notes, online on a web page that the students could access. And they could bring them into class with them. Now, when I say my notes, it wasn't everything on there. It'd be something to remind me. For instance, Omaha Beach. that's all there could be, and it would be like, I got to remember to talk about that.
Yeah.
So it isn't like that they were, just going off and getting it all without me.
Yes.
And what I would do is I'd leave space if they wanted to print them off to add things. Okay, which then came to how I handled the special needs classes. Their notes that I had were different, and I might fill in a certain amount of what they needed to know, as opposed to the other classes. I would leave it blank; they'd have to fill it in. What I would do is do that, and then stop and say, "Okay, now see where we are on the notes." And I'd also have them up on the board in front of me. Oh crap, whiteboard? No, I forgot what they're called now.
The smart board.
Smart boards. And so they'd be there, and we would fill it in as we went. And then part two, I would also be recording each individual class, and I would post that online every day. So in case, as I would tell my students and the teachers, in case they got home and went, "Oh my God, I totally forgot what we did with this," they can go on and re-listen to it.
Yep.
And once again, my teaching to those that were in need, it was more, when I would say, a little bit simpler in terms of the explanation and not nearly as involved. But the bottom line is they'd all get the same pertinent information. And it helped them a lot. It really did. Yeah, my son sat down. Matter of fact, we've gotten used to listening to your podcast with my daughter. And oh God, listening to me.
Yes.
So, and to the fellow students, because the students would be put on board also. You'd hear their responses. And I would always, one thing I'd love to tell my students is that just know that if you decide to yell out things in my class or say things that you shouldn't, it's being recorded, being put online. And when your parent comes to a conference and says, "Why is my Johnny not doing too well?" I would say, go to my my recordings and listen to him. You know that voice in the background? You hear that little monkey chattering? That's your son.
Right.
Oh crap.
So we also, see here, we got some comments here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You don't have to apologize. So kids are getting TikTok wire, don't assign War and Peace. See here, don't assign War and Peace needs to be a 30-second read. There is some evidence that there are reducing attention rates. Okay, but I don't know if that's I don't fully know if it's because of TikTok and things like that. All right. I have noticed a decline in the ability to stay focused. That's for sure.
Yeah, and the attention span, studies have shown, have gotten shorter and shorter in the class.
Yes. Okay. So yeah. Lois, so U.S. literacy collapsed in the 1920s and never really recovered. The root cause is 900% not the smartphones, though they might be helping. So Lois, so recently literacy has been falling again. And of course, it may not be as bad as it might not be bad as 100 years ago, but more recently, there has been a drop in literacy rates among students. Not only have I personally experienced it, it's also, there has been some data to support it. Yes, but you're right. In the 1920s, about, what is that, 100 years ago, that was kind of the lowest we were at. But that was also a time where it started to become more necessary for people to be able to read because of they needed more of an industrial workforce.
Also, too, there was this attitude. A lot of people don't realize this, but pre-World War I, did they say? That's 1920s, pre-World War I, technology had grown so rapidly. People thought the future would be no place for war, struggle, no hunger. As a matter of fact, I love mentioning this, Titanic was built with that in mind. It's the most modern ship, that the engines are a brand new type of engine. It's unsinkable, blah, blah, blah. We reached the highest peak. Nature can't sink it.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't happen. And that actually created among people the sense of, my God, we thought we could do everything. And then when the war broke out and that technology was put to use for the war and kill even more people, after the war, people were seriously, research has been done on this for like, what's the use of worrying or trying to get ahead when it's all for naught? I mean, look what happened. You know, someday we may not be here, and some of that caused people to throw caution aside.
When was this? I'm sorry. When I didn't hear when you
Post
said.
World War I. Afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
This idea of science is going to get us all killed. You know, it goes from peaceful use to war use. What's going to happen in the next war? And literally, the people became suspicious of science. And some people, like I said, tossed caution aside and said, why am I worrying and working my butt off to get an education when in the end it's not going to matter because it's not going to be here? They actually thought some of that.
There were people who thought that, yeah. Okay, any other questions I missed here? Starry Night, are kids really that poor at learning, or could it be that traditional schooling is dreadfully boring? Oh, Starry Night, don't get me wrong. Traditional schooling is very boring, at least it can be. Teachers do need to make these entertaining. The issue is that, of course, it first of all has a lot to do with funding. So it's sometimes hard to make school entertaining when you don't have the funds to have the resources you need to make it entertaining. But also, schools have always been this way to an extent. And so the question is, why more recently has there been sort of a decline? And our schools have not been good for a while. Like, they haven't been great for a while, but it's definitely been getting worse recently. So unless it suddenly became more boring recently, which I don't think it has. I think it's just as boring as it used to be in a lot of places. But I know, shocking. But so, okay. Starry Night, that observation doesn't include me. Despite having completely unrestricted access to the internet as a kid, I love books. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, Starry Night, like me too. When I was a kid, I would go to the library and read shit all the time. Okay. I would go to the library and read stuff all the time. Okay. But there are a lot of kids do not. Now, I'm not saying that the internet is the fault here. I don't know. I don't know if it is, but I'm just saying, I'm not trying to talk generally here. This is about like, I'm not every kid. It doesn't apply to every kid. Okay, why learn to read when we're going to be underwater in 20 years? Well, that's fair, Redmond Berry. Okay, not really, right? Okay. The highs are okay. Okay, only when included by people Cherokee at even higher rates. Correct, Loiso. 8 plus 80s years. Okay, it probably became relatively more boring compared to constant dopamine hits from short form content. Yeah, that's actually possible, Weirdamorphous Blob. All the short form content has made it so that anything that's long form is boring. That's very possible. Because a lot of teachers do a lot do what they can, do a lot of what they can to keep things interesting, but like it's not always possible. Especially when your students are constantly getting stimulated if they're not in your class. Okay. You heard it here first, folks. Casual Revolt thinks books are shit. What do you mean, J-Mac? I hate you, okay? Starry Nights. Playgrounds have virtually disappeared, too. Yeah. Have they? I don't even know if that... Is that true?
And studies have shown, too, that kids have trouble getting together and just spontaneously playing, setting their own rules and stuff. They always have got to have rules and stuff. I remember our football coach at high school said he is glad that there was no summer football or winter football like a lot of the other sports do, because he said they would be engulfed in that the whole time, and they wouldn't they wouldn't get the experience of being a kid, number one. And number two, he says when rules are constantly drawn up for you, which you have to follow in sports, the reality is then when kids do get together to randomly play, they have trouble. And studies have shown that.
Yeah, that's actually when my classroom, I would have us do we would vote on a school rule, on classroom rules. Now, obviously, there were certain rules that were that we don't vote on, that the dictator says is a go. But then I would try to get their buy-in by kind of doing a contract for the class of rules and things like that. But anyway, okay, so let's keep watching here. So she's saying that 7th grade is like the average reading level.
Truth in media and history is beyond the accessibility of the average American.
No, they are not, Starry Night. Some kids are able to. So Starry Night says, are kids still absorbing knowledge despite skipping homework or failing tests? No. Now, I will say some kids do. But again, I'm not saying there aren't exceptions to this, but there's also been a decline in like knowledge retention and things, at least that I've noticed. Okay. A lot of kids don't younger folks these days don't know, have as much knowledge, mainly because a lot of times the knowledge is at their fingertips. And honestly, a lot of times you don't need to always have the knowledge at your fingertips anymore. Um, I'm not sure how to answer that. I guess it depends on the person. Okay.
This book, at about an 8th grade reading level, that comments on governmental extremism, brutal violence for the sake of control, and media manipulation, is beyond the accessibility.
That's actually true, Loiso. Loiso says it's almost illegal for children to play outside without adult supervision nowadays. Yeah, Loiso. And there's that notion of like helicopter parents who are like have to be around everything and like don't let kids explore on their own and stuff. Now, there are a lot of reasons for this that I don't blame. Like we live in a country where people get shot all the time, and like kids are gonna get machine gunned down on the playground. There's some other issues, but like I think I wish people were more open to doing that.
There have been some communities in our country that have actually passed ordinances, laws. City has done this, in which they have put a curfew on kids. What is it, 14 and younger? They must be inside by 7 o'clock in the evening. And this is summertime. And if they are outside, there must be adults with them present. It's like,
right, Loiso.
What? Why? And it's an ordinance. And if your child is caught outside playing with friends and there's no adult out there, they could be charged. The parents could be.
Yeah.
And I'm going,
No,
what the hell?
You're actually right. So Loiso made a good point. Like, try not to be a helicopter parent and watch what CPS has to say about that. Yeah. The state, the state has become I used to work a lot with CPS, okay? Because I used to work in a group home for teens and some adults with severe behavioral problems, okay? And CPS is not great a lot of the time. And the state is not great. There's some people in this community right now going through this, to be clear. CPS is not great a lot of the time, and oftentimes is authoritarian, oftentimes in an unfair way. And the state isn't that great in a lot of ways in dealing with these issues. So that's very true, Loiso. That's an excellent point to make. Okay. I know, Barbara. Like, there's so many issues here. Barbara says, and there are sexual predators everywhere. It is an epidemic. Yeah. Okay. I mean, hell, our government has a ton of sexual predators in it, but nothing's ever going to, it's like I said, guys, that should be in the American Constitution. It's like a fundamental American value that our country is run by, pedos. So, ought to be included in there. Anyway, so let's keep watching this, okay? So it is true, like a lot of kids, hello, politics. Your kids have friends, but you as a parent don't know them. Jail in the free land. Yeah, kind of politics, kind of, right?
Ability of the average American. And this book, at a 9th grade reading level, that discusses censorship and the decline of critical thinking in an artificially intelligent, hyper-surveilled world, is beyond the accessibility of the average.
LaQual, you're right. Sorry, I keep pausing, guys. LaQual says, is there any evidence that there's more predators today than in the past? I bet not. But there certainly is a perception, LaQual, because the media the media talks about predators a lot of the time, okay? And I've told you guys that it can be problematic. Especially when you're a male teacher and there's a notion that predators are everywhere and that men especially are going to assault your children. When most teachers are females, like people did not trust me nearly as much around their kids as like they would trust a female teacher around their kids. That is absolutely something I noticed. And it doesn't make it easier, by the way, if you're gay also. Because there's also a historical and modern day bigotry towards gays that makes it seem like gays are predators. Okay. So, yeah.
Yeah. And I agree with that. I mean, there was a day if you're a sexual predator, it would be buried.
Yes.
It would be blamed to something else, or we sent the person away to get some help with some private stuff.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with teenage pregnancy.
Right.
We sent her to be with her grandmother. She wanted to visit her, and they kept it quiet.
Yeah.
But today it isn't quiet anymore, and people are paranoid. Can I just give them an example of paranoid?
Yeah, of course.
I was teaching. This is now in middle school, and right around the corner from my classroom was the boys and then the girls' restroom. I had the classroom closest to this. The principal's office was down the hallway, turn right, go down that hallway to get to her office. And we did not have any communication from classroom to office other than, take this note to the principal. Well, my class had a small restroom break, and all of a sudden, out of the girls' bathroom came several girls going, "Mr. Clark," literally screaming, "Mr. Clark, Mr. Clark." And I went, "What?" And they said, "So-and-so in there, it fell and hit her head and she's bleeding all over the place." And I looked at them and briefly said, "You're kidding." And they said, "No, it's awful." And a couple more girls came on, "Mr. Clark, you gotta come." So I thought, oh God, this is in the girls' restroom. So I turned to a couple of the girls, said, "Go to the office as fast as you can and get the principal," who is female. Well, all of a sudden I heard girls in the restroom scream, "Mr. Clark, there's blood everywhere." And I thought, I just can't stand here. I cannot stand here and let this happen. So I sent a couple girls in, and this all happened pretty quickly, okay? Sent a couple girls in, tell everybody that I'm coming in. And they said, "Okay, Mr. Clark's coming in. Oh, good, oh, good." And so I said, as I'm going into the restroom, I'm yelling, I'm coming in. And then sure enough, the girl was on the ground and she had hit her head and she was bleeding. Now, it turned out to be a good sized cut on her head. And as you know, scalp cuts bleed like I don't know, like a stuck vampire. And there was blood everywhere.
Vampires don't bleed. They don't bleed. That's fake news. Some vampires don't bleed. I don't know. I'm making shit up.
He believes in vampires now. Okay, now, but anyway, and so I go in and I get some paper towel and I put it on her head and put some pressure. And I tell the girls, "Go see where the principal is." And I'm holding this on her and I tell the girls, "Just get back. She's going to be okay." And I ask her if she's dizzy or whatever. I look into her eyes for the possible concussion showing up. Well, the secretary came in and took over and brought the nurse with her. Well, so I leave, and actually the nurse said, "Thank you, Mr. Clark, for being here. This was necessary." Well, after school, the principal wanted to see me. And she pulled me into her office, shut the door, and said, "I don't want to see you do that again." I said, "Do what?" Said, "You went into that girl's restroom. You should never have gone in there." But she was in need. You do know the whole story, don't you?
Jesus.
And she said, "Yes, I heard." But she could have waited till somebody got there, another woman, because you know what's going to happen? There's going to be talk now that you went into a girl's restroom, and that could be bad for you and for the school. And I said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't let this happen, and I won't let it happen again. And I'm not going to let a person bleed in here." And she says, "Nope, you are." And I walked out of there really pissed off. But that goes to show you how paranoid some people are getting.
Yes. Well, to also, Dad, think about it. If you wouldn't have gone in there and something had actually been wrong.
Oh, teachers right outside the door.
Yeah. I will say, guys, teachers get blamed no matter what they do. Okay. Sometimes, right? Like if the teacher were to go into the bathroom, a male teacher, to help the girl who's clearly bleeding, even though there's a bunch of other kids around, so it's not like, okay, they will be blamed for doing that. If they were to stay outside the bathroom when the kid was in there, I can guarantee you, I bet the principal would have been like, "Well, why didn't you go in to help?" Okay. Anyway, so yeah, and guys, I told you this story too. I once had a student come to me unprompted after class and basically tell me that they wanted to hurt themselves. Okay. Tell me they wanted to hurt themselves. This student I had a good relationship with came and told me they wanted to hurt themselves. I'm like, "Thank you for telling me." And I did what I was supposed to do. I immediately went to the office and tried to find the principal or the dean or administrator. And I told a dean about it. And guess what the dean said to me? The first thing the dean said to me, they were sitting with the counselor. "How did you get yourself into a situation where this kid felt comfortable enough to tell you that?"
Oh, God.
And it was weird. I was not expecting that at all.
That one.
Okay. Yeah. I'm like, "Excuse me?" They were suspicious that this kid had come to me and said this to me in private. We were sitting in my classroom. The kid came in while I was sitting under. The door was open and everything. Okay. And it blew my mind. All right. It blew my mind. And I was like, I didn't. The kid came in and told me this. Thank you for telling me. Enjoy your 3-day involuntary commitment into a prison. I know, right, Loiso? But like, and I, guys, I'm telling you this. Yeah, but guys, I'm telling you this. It was it may have partially been homophobia. I got to tell you, but it was definitely because I was a man. Okay, like, I spoke to other teachers about it, and they all were like that. There were other women teachers who had gone through something similar, and they never said that to her. It was because it was me. Okay. And I'm just like, what? Yeah. So whatever the case. Anyway, so let's go on. Okay. We'll be looking at this.
American adult. If you think it's purely coincidental that we're experiencing a literary crisis alongside massive civil unrest and the continued development of artificial intelligence, you are living in willing ignorance. The greatest act of rebellion you can possibly employ right now is becoming more literate and a better critical thinker in the process.
That's actually, guys, what Timothy Snyder, who's an expert on fascism, literally he has a guide to what to do in an authoritarian regime, and one of them is to read books, become more literate, okay? Because, literacy and reading books is important for resisting fascism. Because one of the things fascism does is it reduces your vocabulary to only the very simplistic and superficial. Because if you can only think, read, and write in a very simplistic way, you can't deal with more complex topics, and it's easier to manipulate you, okay? I mean, think about Trump's very, very impoverished vocabulary.
It is.
Like, I think someone calculated
he's
that
well-to-do.
Yeah.
Money-wise.
Yes, yes. And he's like very much like he speaks in like, I don't know, a 3rd grade. I don't know the literacy level he speaks in. And it's repeating the same tired, boring slogans. It's not very complicated thinking. There's no nuance in it. If you go and read like a conservative book, like written by like Glenn Beck or whatever, it's exactly, okay? Exactly, Lloyd. So double speak is a good metaphor, right? And actually, that's funny you say that because this is partially 1984. The book talks about a lot of this stuff, okay? Yeah, transgender for everybody. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, or yeah, groceries is an old-fashioned word. What the hell? Massively impoverished vocabulary. And guys, I told you about this, how Putin, every authoritarian regime does this. They use kind of like propagandistic language that dumbs stuff down. So like Putin would call Russia we're not a democracy. We're a managed democracy. Okay. It's a managed democracy. All right. There's an example. Okay. Or the Soviet Union later on, okay, well, like under Stalin, et cetera, would have these things called elections where you basically went and you performatively put your ballot into the container. You'd performatively put your ballot for the Communist Party in the container with no other choices. And it would be called an election, but it wasn't really an election. It was more like performative. Now, it wasn't the same everywhere at all times. I'm just saying, but like you can see how like under authoritarian regimes, this language gets kind of manipulated in a lot of ways.
Okay, I'm going to take a step back for a moment. There are some very good schools out there. There are a lot of excellent teachers. There are parents that care. There are students that really want to learn. But the percent that fall into any one of those categories that they really want to do this stuff, that's dropping. And that kind of bothers me. And and it's not that we're hopeless. This isn't a train wreck, but it's approaching that point. And I just don't know what to say. I had wonderful students in some cases, and I had those that could really care less. I had parents that were wonderful and supported you, and there are others that it was my problem.
Yeah.
I do want to point that out. I mean, we're sounding like doom and gloom, and it is a little bit to a certain extent, but there are always exceptions to the rules. I mean, my brother, 3 years older than me, I used to always joke, he was a straight A student. He could take a textbook. This is what I would say, hold it to his forehead for 5 seconds and put it down and know everything in it. I mean, the guy was smart. He didn't have to do much studying, and the homework was just, to him, extra nonsense. And he was very smart. but most students aren't like that. And so things have got to be done to help those students that really, really do want to learn, but don't have that ability that I know he didn't really have that ability, but have the ability that it just he would absorb everything. Most students aren't like that. And we gotta recognize that.
Yeah. Also, guys, another recommendation, speaking of language, that was made by Timothy Snyder is use your own phrases for things. Okay, don't speak like everyone else does. Try to speak in your own way. Come up with your own way of speaking. Don't just parrot what you hear. Okay, become creative in how you use your words and stuff. Right. Regimentation of the language causes regimentation of society in a lot of ways, and regimentation of like a regime. So try and be rebellious in how you speak.
Right.
You don't have to use the brain rot if you don't want to. Okay. You also don't have to not use the brain rot. I'm just saying, like, come up with your own way of speaking. Don't use an impoverished vocabulary.
One of the things that I did, and the kids always seem to like this, which is why I did it, is that if I always would say you need to know the facts and history to be able to think for yourself as the evidence behind your critical thinking. Okay. And so sometimes if I had to teach them something as an explanation as to why this happened in history, and it was act outable, I'd stand up in front of the class and do it. And all of a sudden, I'd scream if something was appropriate, and the kids would get a kick out of that. And then I would stop and say, okay, I just gave you some information here and it really happened. What do you think happened next? You can get together in groups and talk about it, but what do you think happened next? And let's see what happened. And number two, you tell me what you would do. And they just loved it. And they, and then they would get back together and we'd share. And then I would go, okay, let's see what happens. And I would then do the rest of it and act it out. And matter of fact, they would affectionately say I was crazy because of what I would do. And teachers down the hall would hear me screaming and realize, oh, that's just him being strange. And I didn't care. And I would use the language too, and I would stop. Okay, this is a new word to you probably, but this is what it means. But then I would still use that same word.
Yeah. All right, let's keep listening to what they have to say.
Process. The government, on both sides of the aisle, mind you, doesn't want you to read. If there's one thing literature, history, and these essential works of art show us, it's that this is precisely why we must.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. We can't even read about how bad it is that we can't read. We wouldn't even be able to protest saying more people should read because our target demographic wouldn't even be able to read our signs. But what I found so strikingly insightful is this video on TikTok I just cannot stop thinking about.
Do you know what they did before they started burning books in Fahrenheit 451? They took away all books, all sources of information, and replaced them with summaries. With simplified, dumbed down summaries that people could
Oh my God, this is an interesting point.
just pick up and understand, not realizing how this information had been diluted, refusing to learn how to read between the lines, media literacy failing, and then they finally got rid of all of these sources of information. And the people didn't even care. They didn't even know how their information was being controlled, how it had been processed, how it had been vetted. And I don't think I have to explain very much about how this connects to what's happening with AI. Nothing makes me more angry than coming home to realizing that my little sister, who's 8 years old, has used AI to write an essay about a book that she's supposed to have been reading, and me realizing that she has gotten absolutely nothing out of this book and her media literacy has gone down, and the next generation of kids who grew up with AI are now going to grow up not knowing how to think for themselves and believing everything that people present to them in a very dumbed down, easy way.
That's right!
Oh my God, it's so true though. It's so true. That's... Fahrenheit 51, they talk about that. Yeah, like how everything gets dumbed down into summaries that are stripped of all significance and like no longer contain nuance or anything. Go ahead. Sorry, were you going to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say, it's funny to just say that because toward the end of my career as a teacher, there were students that were not writing the reports or the research papers they were supposed to for me. They would let, at that point, I guess you would still call it, you'd call it AI, but they would just copy and paste. And one of the things I would tend to do is to, if I was reading this big report and they would have to come up with a conclusion and an answer to the problems in there and what would they have done. If I would come across several sentences, and I'm going, the student doesn't talk this way. This is totally off base. And there was no credit given to somebody, footnoted and all that. There was actually a couple different websites at the time that you could highlight that, transfer them to the website, and they would look it up in volumes upon volumes of different things. And it could take maybe a minute or two, but if it would find it, it would pop up and go, here it is. And they would tell you where it came from, put there exactly how, sometimes it was word for word, several sentences, and say, yep, it came from here. And I warned the students about it, and they went, oh, really? And I said, yeah, really. So if I catch this, that means this isn't your work. That means it's a 0.
Yeah.
And it came to a point to where all I had to do was say, you know what? I'm going to use that website. Well, what website is it? I'm not going to tell you. And they would, and most of them would toe the line. And I didn't even have to look at the website sometimes, because just knowing that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that can still be done today.
It can, but it's not 100% accurate,
Gotcha.
unfortunately. Okay, so it also give you a percentage of, so like a lot of the tools today will give you a percentage of possible AI degeneration. So once you put in a document that, like a kid's essay, it'll say 20% likely plagiarized, and you, like a school will decide what percentage is too much, because sometimes even if a kid hasn't plagiarized, it'll still say that 10%, 15% is plagiarized, just because, okay. Great minds think alike. What's your issue with me coming up with the exact paragraph Lord Byron did verbatim by sheer chance? Right? Okay. Turnitin.com. Exactly, elevator lady. Turnitin.com. That's exactly right. Trick now is to look at Doggle. I did In Your Groove. I would love doing In Your Groove when I had them turn in a Google document and they didn't realize I could look at the edit history and literally see them copy and pasting, which was very fun. Okay. So let's keep watching this. Okay. Yeah.
That's right, Big Brother in 1984 doesn't just burn the books. They don't even really burn any books. Because if they did burn books, that would be obvious. People would see that something is clearly going wrong. They essentially summarize all kinds of books. They make all kinds of reading, all kinds of thinking incredibly superficial. They reduce everything to a slogan, and all media consumption becomes shallow. Books are either dramatically simplified or rewritten to support party propaganda. Because this is what you have to understand. Even when the books in 1984 aren't explicitly rewritten to support the party's propaganda, like war is peace and freedom is slavery, the fact that big ideas are reduced to such shallow simplifications means nobody in their society will be doing any kind of critical thinking.
No, Lois, okay, real fast. Loiso is completely right. I do want to say this. AI detection tools have below 60% accuracy. Yeah, which is why I don't like them, because like every school changes the percentage that can be considered enough to be viewed as AI. Like I was at a school once that said it has to be 95% AI, which makes it unlikely to be wrong. But like other schools will be like 60% or above. But like if you're doing anyway, but like it's not a great tool.
So if you're not critically thinking about anything, you won't be critically thinking about your government. Once no one is contemplating philosophy or big ideas, they'll never contemplate the philosophy that they're living under. That's why all messaging in 1984 uses the simplest vocabulary possible. Even entertainment, even musicians are made to play for the absolute lowest common denominator, because the party in 1984 understands very well that the second you
think about our politicians, they're always doing the lowest common denominator shit, aren't they? Okay, like the Republicans and the Democrats a lot of the times. I literally, right before I got on here, I watched, I was walking through the room and my mother was watching television and there was a political ad on, and it's just like the dumbest shit imaginable. But anyway, well,
get a wisp of the transcendent. The second you start really critically thinking about any part of your surroundings, you might start questioning a little bit more and a little bit more. You might actually be able to start to critically understand the world around you, and Big Brother can't have that. So it's almost better than burning the books to make people not even want to read them in the first place. Because once everything external for all the citizens in 1984 became very simplified and party propaganda, soon that reached their internal world.
This is weird that he knows a lot about 1984 when the rest of what he's talked about hasn't been that great. Like he hasn't been that great at giving commentary. He just happens to be really good at commenting on 1984. And it's kind of strange.
And all the citizens started thinking in simplified words and party propaganda. Because the way we read, the way we speak, is going to be the way we think. In the medieval times, people used to think that being angry would lead to more anger. But once the steam engine was invented in the 19th century, people started seeing steamboats need to let off steam in order to continue running. And that's when we started to think about human beings that way. That's where we get the phrase letting off steam, and the idea that being angry can actually lead to a decrease in anger if you let the anger out like you let out steam from a steamboat. Now, in the age of computers and robots, AI has expectedly influenced our language. We talk about NPCs and sounding like ChatGPT or acting robotic. So our surroundings directly impact how we think. If we're not
That's called materialism, isn't folks? Isn't that kind of Marxist a little bit? The idea that your environment and your material surroundings impact impact the reality and how you think. It's almost like I've said that a million times, and that's like a really great way to understand culture and how people think. Anyway,
surrounded by complex and nuanced ideas, we won't be able to think complex and nuanced ideas. And when we're in a society that's stuck in superficial slogans, we'll be able to be manipulated by anybody who comes along with a bright, new, shiny slogan. So things are looking bad. But other than all that, we've got nothing to worry about. So instead of us having a deep, nuanced conversation about how to solve the learning recession, we have parents sending emails like this.
Dear Miss Patterson, I hope this email finds you well rested after what must have been an emotional...
Weird Amorphous Blob, are you saying consciousness reflects the material world around you, which is constituted in large part by the history of human practice, including language and literature? Weird Amorphous Blob, that's way too much high-level vocab there. You're going to need to simplify that a little, Weird Amorphous Blob, because my material conditions are a bit more simplistic than I can to understand that, okay? Let's simplify it a bit, okay?
Emotionally taxing afternoon of distributing awards selectively and apparently based on favoritism.
Oh my God, yes.
My son Braden came home yesterday absolutely devastated after discovering he did not receive the Most Improved award. This is particularly shocking considering I personally witnessed him improve from doing literally nothing at the beginning of the year to turning in the majority of his assignments. If this was merit-based, Braden should receive the award. Meanwhile, I noticed several awards went to students who were already succeeding. Interesting. So now we are rewarding consistency? Since when is education about maintaining standards instead of improving?
Honestly, I've gotten things like that. I've literally had parents complain about things like that. Like if there was we had a poetry competition and I had a parent get mad at me for not giving their kid first place because apparently that kid did so much better than what it was normally expected of them. Therefore, they should get the medal, even though they weren't even near the best at doing the poem. Anyway.
I also want to address the emotional damage caused by this public snub. Braden spent the evening in his room playing video games right after he came home, slammed the door, tossed his bag, and said, "I guess growth means nothing." At this time, we are requesting 1, a reconsideration of the award results. 2, a written explanation as to why my child wasn't considered for the award. Please understand this is not about competition. It is about justice. Warm regards, Braden's mother and apparently only advocate.
Okay, to be clear, guys, I will say this. In this parent's defense, why might this be happening? That parent might be very stressed, might be working a lot. The kid being upset is going to cause a lot of problems for the parent. Sometimes you just get tired. You just get tired and you just might be in a bad mood and you send off an email to a teacher because what the teacher's actions have done is made your life more difficult in some ways, even if it's justified. You see what I mean? So like, to be clear, I don't want you to, he's kind of getting mad at the parent, but like we have to understand the conditions that make this more likely to happen. Okay. Hey, Alyssa, how you doing? Oh, you've been gone a while, Alyssa. So glad to see you. Hello, Philly cheese. All right.
Oh, where to begin? Hey, teacher, why are you rewarding the students who are actually doing well in the class over my son who went from doing extremely poorly in the class to only poorly in the class?
You notice that the guy also said that the kid is now turning in most of his assignments, which was funny, as opposed to turning in all of them.
Did you hear what the parent said? She said her student turned in a majority of his assignments. A majority of his assignments? Wow, that's impressive. Boss, I don't know why you're firing me. I showed up to work a majority of the days. I'm not a deadbeat dad. I'm there for my son a majority of the year. I'm not abusive. I don't kick my dog on a majority of the month. Wow, these parents just have their priorities completely awry. And some people are speculating that the people who were least fit to have kids are the ones having them most, and that's how we got into our current situation.
I'm gonna say something, don't get mad. The kids don't know how to read, they don't know how to write.
Absolutely, Loiso. Loiso, I'll accept blanket parent slander when and only when we provide all those parents livable conditions on a single income, universal health care, and free education. And we dismantle all the other systems that oppress people. Like if there were no racism and no misogyny and no other, like, you know what I mean, Lois? Obviously, I agree with you, Lois. I'm just adding more to the list, okay?
So disrespectful. Yeah, because the hot Cheeto girls became parents first. The boys that were sitting in the back of the classroom drawing on their desk, just making jokes 24/7, they became parents first. Starts at home. You shouldn't be giving your kid an iPad to scroll on TikTok when they get off of school. The teachers are ready to quit. They cannot also be a parent to your child while also being a teacher to your child. That's not their job. It's not their job to teach them basic manners. That's your job. But those parents, they didn't even know basic manners. So now we have a new generational curse getting passed down. It's really sad. I keep seeing teachers say they're ready to give up. They're ready to quit their jobs and go do something else. They work their asses off.
The average number of years a person teaches before they quit, do you know what it is, Dad? 2. Modern day, the average number of years a person teaches before they quit is 2. And that's average. Many are less than that, okay? And that's why there's a massive teacher shortage, okay? Yeah, that is as bad as it sounds. 2 years is the average. And the teachers have one of the highest rates of occupational burnout. I think healthcare providers is number 1 or number 2. I'm not sure which one's number 1. But teachers get burnt out very quickly, okay?
To get their degrees, sometimes multiple degrees, and get into this position, and now they fucking hate it. Because the kids are demons. And they can't do anything about that. Like you can't be a teacher and teach the kids not to be demons. That has to come from home. That has to come from the parents. But the parents were also demons. So here we are, stuck in a new cycle.
Which reminds me of you guys in the comment section. When you comment that you're worried about having...
Yes.
I just wanted to point out something she said there.
Yeah.
I had used this sometimes. If a parent comes to me and goes, but my son, why is he failing? I don't understand that. I said, well, he's not doing his work. He obviously isn't studying because he'll come to school the next day and not know what in the world, he's supposed to know today from yesterday. And she said, and not she, but sometimes then the parent would go, but when he comes home, I that's how I keep saying he, God. But when my child comes home, they go upstairs and say they're studying. What are they doing up there? And I said, I don't know. The only way for me to help this situation is for me to go home with your child and make sure they sit down and I watch them do their homework, do their studying. Other than that, unless you want to invite me home and give me a nice meal, I can't do that. And I even said to the kids, I could help you, but you just admitted to me you don't do your work at home. Even simple studying. So unless I come home with you, it's not going to work until you start. And that's one of the things she kind of hinted at. It was like, oh, I never thought of that.
Right. All right.
I almost wanted to say, yeah, and you invite me there, I tend to fart a lot.
Which is just true.
Oh,
kids.
What? Sorry, sorry, the video's going on.
Like, you guys are the ones who should be having kids. Your kids won't end up like this.
Okay, I really don't like the argument about like who should have kids and who shouldn't have kids. Okay, fuck that shit.
I like SoCal footy.
Papa keeps saying he because he is remembering all the conversations with Sam's teachers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrong. 22 par 3.
It is not. Can you tell the time?
12 is at the top. No.
Yes, it is.
6 at the bottom.
Yes.
Like 145.
How did you know?
Yeah,
that's wrong.
Poor girl.
Well, okay, again, I don't like videos like that because they could be cherry-picked. We don't know how many people he asked who got it right, okay, obviously.
Girl.
Yeah, that notion weird more of blah, blah, the wrong people are reproducing. I don't like that theory. I don't like that.
Really thought she had it. Someone commented, they graduated from Ohio. On Reddit, there are so many teachers commenting about how bad the literacy crisis is. We've talked before about how kids are not being taught how to read in schools, because the only way you can teach kids to read is something called phonics, which is sounding words out. And that's been replaced. So now the only kids who can read in school are kids who were taught phonics at home. As commented by this teacher, between parents coddling their kids and school boards forcing teachers to not teach kids how to read, teachers are at a loss. Teachers are at a complete loss on how they are supposed to prepare these kids for the workforce, or even for basic state tests, when everything is conspiring to make these kids a failure.
There are literally high school kids reading on a 3rd grade reading level, and still states are expecting teachers to prepare kids and have them pass state tests are on or above.
So guys, here's the problem. Everyone is being ridiculously pressured. Parents are being pressured by having to get their kids prepared for, their lives, etc. Teachers are getting pressured by parents and the administration. Administrations are getting pressured by communities, parents, teachers, and the state. Okay. My point is the kids are getting pressured by parents, teachers, and the administration, okay? Everyone has all these incentives being thrown at them and all these different requirements and all these different pressures put on them. And so, again, the problem here is systemic. It is not just the teacher's fault. It is not just parents' fault. It is not just students' fault. It is a structural, systemic problem that is putting unreasonable expectations on all of these groups of people and then getting upset at these individual groups of people when things go wrong, okay? Yeah, exactly, Mayflower Kid, okay? So again, a lot of these folks are doing pretty simplistic, unnuanced blaming of one group or the other, okay?
Grade level. See, the issue is schools have dumbed it down for kids. They have made it so easy that kids believe that their only job is to show up and behave. And that should be enough to get a passing grade and to go on to the next grade level. We have a real issue here. And please do not talk to me about graduation rates, because Bugs Bunny could graduate in this era.
These kids have zero problem-solving skills. Watch this teacher explain what happens when kids just see a backpack in the middle of the hall.
We have
oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't know what she's about to say, but I literally, if talking about a backpack in a hall, I think I know what she's going to say, because I have seen the exact same shit. And it's a common experience. Okay. You know what? I'll let her say it.
Zero problem-solving skills. There could be a backpack in the path that someone needs to walk, and instead of picking it up, walking around it, they'll start whining that they don't know what to do. Their brain short circuits and they don't know what to do about it. They literally cannot think to just move it out of the way. They step on top of papers that don't belong to them because, well, that's not mine. They are constantly shouting out. They can't stay in their seats. They don't know how to be bored. They don't know how to sit and look up at the teacher when she's giving instructions and actually teaching them something. They don't know how to do that. They don't understand the concept of just sitting there quietly. Like when they finish an assignment, they're like, okay, so I finished, what do I do? Okay, just sit there and wait for the next direction. But I'm done. Okay, so sit there quietly and just wait for the next direction. You can sit there for a couple minutes. So many of them will go through the entire hour-long reading period and not read a single word. They're fiddling with their shoe, they get up and they use 16 tissues, they ask to go to the bathroom, they ask to get a drink, they're doodling on their paper, they're staring off into space, they're talking to their neighbor, they're playing with their snack. They can't just sit and do a task. And it's not even just the inability to do work. It's the inability to follow any directions. I will very explicitly say, hey, the directions on this math sheet say to gather items from the room and measure them, but that's going to be too crazy, so we're not going to gather items. I just want you to measure the things that are on the piece of paper. Maybe 30 seconds later, there's a bunch of kids walking around the room gathering stuff. I'm like, guys, what are you doing? Well, it says to do this. I'm like, were you listening to what I just said? We are not gathering things from around the room. Just measure what's on the paper. Oh, okay. 2 minutes later, I see people gathering stuff around the room.
Oh my God.
I want to rip my hair out.
These kids make you feel like...
I have literally seen that happen with the backpack. Where it's someone leaves a backpack somewhere and you cannot like the kids have no idea. They start backing up in an aisle because there's a backpack in the way, and they start panicking. And listen, I'm not saying that I don't know if this might be that this always happens. Okay, it might be that this always happens, but that is true. It is really annoying when it happens. And again, they're kids, so I think she's being a bit harsh. Like, yeah, sometimes kids, there's also rules in his school that make it hard to know what exactly you're allowed to do or not. So a kid might be worried that if they touch someone else's backpacks, someone's going to get upset. Okay.
Accuse them of trying to.
Yeah. So there's more to this than just saying the kids are dumb. But yeah, but I will say it happened more and more often the longer I taught. Regardless, and I have experienced recently, by the way, this did get worse as I taught. Like, there'll be something on the board that literally says exactly what the students are supposed to know. And then I'll ask the kids, okay, so what did I just say? What does this say up here? And then no one can answer the question. I will be like, okay, here's the answer to the question. And I write it on the board. What is the answer to the question? And no one answers the question. And they have trouble even processing what's on the board. And then I will be like, okay, write it down. They will write down the answer. And I'm like, okay, what is the answer? And no one will answer the question. Okay. And they'll even answer it wrong, even though the answer is literally so. And I don't know why, but it literally happened more and more and more the more I taught. Okay. And I know that's anecdotal, but a lot of anecdotes out there about this. Okay. And I don't know. Yeah, weird was Bob. So I don't know, but there's a lot of weird shit recently. Okay. And by the way, guys, one of the reasons I have a jester persona is because I had to kind of do that in the classroom to keep any kids focused on me at any given point. And I taught high schoolers. I had to constantly jump around like a goddamn clown to get anyone to pay attention because
Wait a minute. I thought you were a jester.
Yeah,
jump around?
I did jump around like a jester.
What the hell?
Why? I am a yes. So I jumped around like
you're criticizing yourself.
Yeah, literally though. I jumped around like a jester. Yeah, and that's not criticizing. I'm literally saying
a jester because you're criticizing it.
That's what jesters do. They criticize.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean. Okay, anyway.
Don't worry, I'm giving up. Move on.
Okay.
I'm not going to parent this moment.
Anyway, yes. So anyway, but like I'm so, and yet that's where I got the persona from because the kids don't care anymore. You have to constantly stimulate them. And by the way, I'm not saying that schools aren't boring. Yeah, they can be boring a lot of the time. And you need to make it entertaining, but the amount of entertaining you need to have these days to constantly keep their brain stimulated is like insane. Anyway, and again, I don't want to sound like it's not the kid's fault, but there wasn't a substantial change over time in how it's gotten worse. Okay. All right.
During Groundhog Day.
If you're done, do you want to keep going or?
I've got to get some.
Okay. Done. We can stop now. So let's do it.
Okay, hang on.
Anyone have
I'm trying to read the time, but the
time
don't
is
know what
2:29. 2:29.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure.
What's PM mean?
Okay, so 2:29.
Okay, guys, I really do have to go.
Okay.
Thank you for bearing with me, putting up with me, and
bearing with you. We like having you on, don't we, folks? We like having Papa Revolt on. Okay.
If I could just do something about casual.
I know. Well, whatever. Bye-bye, Dad. Thank you for coming on, Dad.
See
ya.
Where are you? Oh, there I am.
Yes, they all love you. Okay. And we'll have him back on again soon, guys. We'll have him back on again soon. All right. All right. Bye-bye, guys. All right.
Oh, I can.
Yep, I got you. Here you go. Okay. All right. Thank you, Dad. Okay. All right, guys. So there we go. I thought that'd be kind of fun to have my dad on to talk about some of these things. All right. Since we both had a lot of experience teaching and crap like that, he had a lot more experience than I did, but okay. Weirdomorphous Blob, Casual Volt, did you try interspersing Skibbity and 6-7 into your lessons? No, Weirdomorphous Blob, although I spent an enormous amount of time not trying to say 6-7 because it would make my class lose their focus and then they would all lose it. And I'd have to re-rally them to focus on what we're learning because it's massively distracting. And it became very goddamn annoying that literally, guys, I swear, there was one week where I probably spent 15 minutes every single class having students try to ask me questions that would get me to say 6 or 7. And like, that doesn't sound like much, but classes are 45 minutes. And then I would have to start like enforcing no one can speak today, which is authoritarian. But guys, how can I get through the class if constantly every question is constant, like coordinated an attempt to derail things? Okay, just to get me to say 6-7. Okay. All right. Thank you for bringing on debt. Of course, politics. All right. So it's problematic. We'll finish watching this, guys. I'll make some more commentary and then we can go on to something else. Okay. Thought I'd mix it up a bit today. Let's see what else he has to say here. All right.
Say something very clear and they'll just not listen at all. And because you have these Gen Alphas who are never corrected, who are never disciplined, they'll even transcend the bounds of morality if they feel like it. A lot of older boy Gen Alphas are now physically attacking their female teachers because they've never been taught not to. Watch this teacher explain how terrified she is to go.
Yeah, actually, these days, one of the positive things about them being a male teacher is that you don't get harassed as much by your students because, Guy, the manosphere has really done a lot of damage to young boys especially, and I've told you guys about this. I would have students come in on Halloween dressed like manosphere figures, and their parents would let them because their parents didn't know who these people were. They would come in dressed like Andrew Tate, or one kid came in dressed like Charlie Kirk, another one came in dressed like Ben Shapiro, okay? Anyway, so, and they literally... like it was hard to find a day where there wouldn't be an inappropriate comment made about girls in the class. Like if you if you were to call on a girl in the classroom, like you'd immediately start hearing boys say pretty horrific things. And guys, all these things I'm saying, I know. A lot of folks have experience of teachers and older people, especially being like exaggerating what kids do and presenting it as something that's unusual. Okay. This is unusual. Trust me, as I was teaching, and I didn't teach nearly as long as my father, things changed and got much worse over time. And like the stuff that happens today in classrooms is like above and beyond even stories I've heard of before in terms of like the obsession, the misogyny, like these weird and anyway, okay. Yeah. Nope. Starry Night. I was not in deep red areas. One of these was in two of these were in urban areas. Okay, two of these places I was at were in urban areas. Okay, like politics. I was brown and dressed and cut my hair like Hitler for a school project. I made all the racists laugh, exposing the racists of my school. Oh my God, politics. All right. Yeah, no, I agree. The manosphere, and guys, a bunch of the boys came into the classroom and were really upset because Andrew Tate had been arrested. Remember when Andrew Tate was arrested? They were all flipping out and wouldn't stop talking about how unfair it was in the classroom and stuff like that. And that day was very hard because that was a day that they all felt like they had been attacked personally by the arrest of Andrew Tate. So it was really hard to control the misogyny in the classroom. And my students hated me that year because I was authoritarian. I got to the point where anyone make a comment about women, I would kick them out of the classroom immediately. And so there were a few times where I had 3 or 4 people out of the classroom at a time because I would just kick one out and the next one would make a rude comment like, hey, bye. Third one, bye. And maybe at that point they would stop. But like, what do you do? And by the way, like these were severe comments about like, quote, putting women in their place. And like, there were implications of violence. So anyway, like not good. Yep. Starry Night, urban areas. All right. So, all right.
Back to her school because she doesn't want to get attacked by her male students.
I have never witnessed as much violence from children as I witnessed from 4 different boys in a class of 16 kids. There were so many days, including today, that I have had to fear for my life and fear for my own safety and evacuate an entire class of children because of the behavior.
Guys, boys these days threaten female teachers so often. It never happened to me. Well, it did happen to me, but not nearly as much or as threateningly as to female teachers I know about. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Mr. One Boston. What does that mean, Mr. One Boston? That sounds awfully racist. What do you mean? What are you talking about, Mr. One Boston? Anyway, I would love to see the kids cry about I know, Drizilla, right?
Of 1 or 2 students who were attacking me or my co-teacher or other students.
That was quick, Outer Signal. Well done.
In the classroom. And I'm terrified. I am terrified to go back. I love education, and I have wanted nothing more in my life than to be a teacher. But coming home from my school scared every day because of the actions of 6, 7, and 8-year-old children. This is why.
Oh God! Notice she's being dead serious. But if you were full of a class of kids, they would have been like 6, 7. All right. Anyway.
Teachers are quitting. It's because we cannot handle the violence of these children who know that there's nothing that we can do.
This is happening because parents are allowing their kids to focus on brain rot over basic respect for other human beings.
Yo!
Loiso, I hate you so much, Loiso. You get the fuck out of my chat. I'm just kidding. I love you. I love you, Loiso. Okay, Jay Williams, CR becoming Stalin that year. I had to, okay? Trust me. Like that, you know, anyway.
Gen Alpha's here.
Trust me, become a teacher these days and you'll appreciate Stalin a lot more, okay? You'll suddenly start understanding some of the things he did. You know, just saying, okay?
Practicing my brain rot.
Can I get a donut?
Hey, are you skipping?
Okay, Mr. One Boston. Mr. One Boston, you've been in here before. I'm not going to release that message, but no, that is a very inappropriate term to use. We don't use that word anymore to refer to people of a certain skin color. Okay? Yeah, so don't do that. And no, that is not, trust me, it doesn't matter the color of the kid's skin. All kids these days, by the way, most of the kids that I had issues with were white. Okay? Now, does that mean that there weren't other people who weren't white? No, but because they're human, and children these days, okay, children these days are boys are massively propagandized too, okay?
Because you're looking real Ohio today.
What? Are you trying to fight, bro?
Why is everyone always insulting me? Why is everyone always insulting my state, guys? This is rude, right? Why are people always insulting my state? Why is the new slang to say that those people are so Ohio as an insult? Okay. Yeah, Radon, you just missed him, Radon. Papa Revolt was here, but he just left.
What? No. I'm just saying, like, you're cooked, bro. You're cooked.
What did you say?
No, that's not what I mean. I just mean you look like you get mobbed all day.
Because the same generation that's attacking their teachers are going out and busking on the streets, getting donations for translating English sentences into.
Okay, but no more, Mr. Boston. No more. You are gone. You're gone. Bye. Jesus Christ, I swear to God. Okay, what the fuck is happening? Anyway, that was bizarre. Mr. Boston has been in here before and hasn't been nearly the anti-Semite or racist that they just showed themselves to be. That's kind of scary. Hello, Radon. Radon, it's been a while. I'm so glad to see you here. What's up, Revolt? Been so long. Yeah, Radon, I miss you. Glad to see you here. I see you came in only because my dad was here, though. How dare you? I know that's how a lot of people do it, okay? They just only want to see my dad. Anyway.
To brain rot.
Here's your first sentence. I went to school and everyone loved my outfit.
I went to school and all the hoes was digging my outfit.
Second. Okay, I don't care about this, guys. I don't care. Every generation has their brain rot, I guess you could say. Every generation has not their brain rot, but has their slang and shit. Okay. Whatever. Thank you, by the way. I'm Outer Signal, the Grand Conqueror. The knight of the community.
Sentence. My mom made food and it was really good, so I decided to thank her.
My mom made some bus food, so I decided to give her some positive aura.
Nice. This is your last.
If anything, I kind of like this. This kind of teaches kids to use synonyms and antonyms and shit like that. I don't know.
Sentence. I was walking down the street and a girl winked at me, so my friends were impressed.
I was walking down the street and
you could actually use this to teach. You could probably convince kids to write more if you like made it a game. Like try to include as many slang as you know in this, and then translate it into non-slang English. You could play this into you could turn this into a fun thing, okay?
At me, so my friends thought I had some pretty good wrists.
Nice.
Vote for me and you get positive aura.
After watching that video, I now understand when teachers complain about the emails they get from their students looking like this.
Page before you open up the dirty window.
No, okay. Guys, can I just say one compliment about kids these days? That this is becoming kind of boomer coded, but I want to say one of the things that I like about kids these days is that they're really fucking funny. I mean, like, they're really goddamn funny. And I think part of, like, they're very creative with their words. They really are. And yeah, they don't do a lot of the work they're supposed to do, but they are really goddamn funny. And they kind of know that they're funny. Like for example, this subject line here. I know I have an F in your class, but hear me out. Come on, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. And they kind of know they're being funny, right? It's kind of a how do I frame it? That they're kind of being critical by saying that, like, hear me out, as in, like, I don't expect you to listen to me. So yeah, you also, they will send you a lot more emails these days, and the emails aren't very well constructed. They're not very well written because they're kind of view them as texts almost. Honestly, that's just, no one is really teaching kids how to write emails well anymore. There's ways to write an email that are considered standard, and honestly, who really cares? My point though is, like, yeah, they might just not know how to write an email and they view it as a text because most of them text anyway. Regardless, I will say, I will compliment kids these days that they're funny. Okay, they're very goddamn funny. Yeah, okay. That's one of the other big struggle. Thank you so much, Radon, for the 100 rupees. I'm not sure what those are, but thank you, Radon. I hope you're doing good, Revolt. I have just been busy with exams a lot, though the prospect at meeting Proper Revolt was cool. I understand, Radon. Okay, so like, yeah, totally, Loiso. So they say comedians are modern day philosophers. Right. And yeah, me too, Weirdamorphous Blob. And like, so yeah, there are big issues with, like I told you, there's a lot of literacy problems, but one of the biggest struggles I had as a teacher was not laughing when I needed to be serious. Okay, like, come on, these kids are hilarious. That's one of the reasons I love teaching teenagers. Like, they would say something massively rude, and I would have to not laugh while I'm like sending them to the dean's office because it's really fucking funny, right? And okay. Or like, you would have a kid who, like, there's a kid, there would be multiple occasions, guys, where a student would be rude to me and I didn't even have to say anything to them because 3 other students would suddenly stand up and start using slang to just crush them, okay? Would just like read them right then and there and to defend me, which is pretty funny, okay, and pretty cool. And I would just be like, okay, well, I guess they dealt with that themselves. I didn't have to say anything, okay? So there would be literally like, the class would enforce discipline on other students when they like the teacher, okay? Like, it's funny, okay? Sometimes they can be pretty cool too, all right? Bravo Sierra, will there be a video about school nutrition in the U.S.? I watched one of Michael Moore's movies where the U.S. school food was depicted. I was shocked at oh, I know, it's bad, Bria. Not only that, Bravo Sierra, there are kids who can't afford the school lunches and go hungry. And when I was a teacher, I would have to have food in my classroom that I bought with my own money to make sure that everyone who came to school had food because they would come to school hungry and there ain't no way you're going to learn that way. And because we don't give free school lunches in a lot of places, a lot of kids can't afford the lunch. Okay. What are the odds you could pick me up some McDonald's? Guys, honestly, I've done that before, and I've also done it. Other teachers have done it because, like I said, what if a kid doesn't have breakfast or doesn't have lunch, and they ask you to bring them some McDonald's? Because some teachers are allowed to leave the building to go get food. Yeah, why not? If the kid gives you the money and the administration says it's okay, drive by, get some McDonald's, bring it to the school, let the kids eat it. Now, you're not really supposed to do that, and if anyone asks, I didn't tell you that because, but yeah. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal. And it's, what if they can't get anyone else to bring them the food? That's kind of like a sign of respect that they're asking you to do it for them. And it's annoying to me, though, that like this person is viewing it as like seriously insulting that they're asking them to bring them food. You see what I mean? Okay. And I'm not saying like McDonald's is great for kids, but okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God. This is so funny though, guys. Honestly, I loved getting messages like this. Okay. You get to have me in class next period. Okay. That's pretty funny. It's kind of a compliment. Like if I were to read that, I'd be like, oh, they actually thought about sending me a message before here. Okay. They're kind of showing they're excited for the class, right? To me, this kind of shows they're excited for the class and they like you as a teacher, right? Right. Like, okay. And so I don't really like this segment. Yeah. This teacher is very joyless. Okay. Oh my gosh, politics. I'm so sorry. Politics is I used to give my school lunch money to fellow strangers in the shared school lunchroom. I never cared if they became my friends. Aw. You look... What was that when you look emo in this picture?
Let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find, reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost...
You look emo in this picture on Google. Please come back. The sub is mean. Guys, I would love getting those emails. Like, there's nothing that makes you feel better than if you're on your day off. If you're on your day off, or if you're sick and you're in bed and you suddenly get a bunch of emails from students being like, why did you abandon us? Come back, come back. The sub is awful. We hate the sub. Come back. We love you, Mr. Clark. Why did you leave us like this? Okay. It's funny, even students who you don't seem to like you when you're there. If you're sick or something, you suddenly start seeing that a lot of them do like you because they start getting upset that there's a sub. Okay.
Gosh, these kids, they're funny, but they're so disconnected from reality.
Okay, come on. This guy's such a killjoy. Okay, this is very boomery. Yeah.
Girl is going viral on TikTok for her theory that all the problems with Gen Alpha are really coming from gentle parenting.
I think they were so scared how to parent their own kids based on what they saw their parents go through and what they went through because of how their parents parented them. They didn't know what was going to be deemed too harsh of a punishment. So these kids don't know what no means. They don't have attention spans because they weren't raised with a fucking timeout. Kids should not be best friends with their parents. You need to have a disciplinary line between an authoritarian figure and a friend.
Yeah.
I don't know, Loiso, but that was insane for him to say that banter is disconnected from reality. What the fuck does that mean, okay?
A lot of these kids think they're equal with their teachers, with adults, with their...
Yeah, okay, this is such bullshit. It was already kind of annoying, but now it's getting very annoying. I will say this. There's, obviously, guys, so some parents, are too nice with their kids. They're too close to them. I get that. That's always happened, though. There's always been some parents out there who don't do discipline or enforcement as well as they should. But also there are parents who do way too much of it. Okay. But that's not, there's always going to be that. All right. That's not a new thing. And there's also structural issues with that because a lot of people don't know how to parent. Regardless, that again, this is blaming parents, making it seem like they're the big problem. Okay. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up, Sears. What do you mean? All their problems are from gentle parenting. That's so stupid, right?
Parents, so when anyone asks them to do anything, they'll just look at you and balk because why should they listen to you? You're no better than them. And teachers are panicked because when they tell parents that the parents need to make sure their kids study or pay attention in class, the parents react like you're trying to get them to convince Elon Musk to get a vasectomy. It can't be done.
So I posted a video asking parents to start working with teachers in order to...
Okay, so I will say that has happened more recently. At least when I was still teaching about a year ago. I would assign a below grade read level book and the parents would complain and said that, my kid's not going to read the book. Just send him an article to read or something. And I'd get more and more parents complaining about assigning kids books to read for the summer and things like that. And I've heard other teachers say that because but again, these are structural issues. A lot of these parents, guys, they have to deal with their kids they have to deal with working and deal with these kids who they can't convince to do things because they don't have the time to be around the kid. There's a lot of issues, but there is a lot of parents these days who don't want you to assign your kids anything significant to do. There's issues. Okay. I'm not blaming the parents. There must be a reason why that's happening more now. But okay. Anyway.
Get their children to where they need to be in terms of literacy. I'm a 7th grade teacher. A lot of my students read very well below grade level. Y'all would have thought that I told somebody to climb Mount Everest in the middle of winter.
I love that, Lois. So sorry, Jimmy, that your class got shot up, but it's really your mom's fault. I know, right?
During an avalanche with the anvil strapped on their back. I got so many people making videos blaming people like me for why their kids can't read. I got Somebody even threatened my life because I said that. Because something as small as reading to your child for 30 minutes a day is so insurmountable you can't do it. But you'll be on your TikTok for 30 minutes a day.
He goes on to say, what is
so I get what he's saying. That being said, guys, TikTok is a form of relaxing for some people to help you decompress. And if you've worked all day long and you come home and now you have to read a dumb kid's book, I'm not saying it's dumb, but it's not exactly entertaining. It might not be entertaining to your kid for 30 minutes. You might just want to relax. And I'm not saying that you can't find 30 minutes, but you see, it's not as easy as just saying, just find 30 minutes. Well, if you're working 2 jobs, you're exhausted, you have a horrible boss, you want to chill a bit when you get home. The added burden of having to read to the kid, there's all these things, okay.
Matter if people ban books, if the next generation can't even read books to begin
really,
with.
that's
I know a lot of
Fetty.
people out here banning books and everything, but I'm like, baby, what's the point of banning a book that the children aren't going to read in the first place? You can ban the book, they can't read it.
But this next girl gets even more explicit. She says, of course these kids can't read. Their parents can't read. What else could you possibly expect?
Literacy rates are down because people who've never read a book are having kids. It's that simple. Yes, there's the rise of AI. Yes, there's the whole kids are using tablets in school more than they've ever used it before. But it's more than that because reading, it starts at home. I was teaching 6th graders and they had the reading level and vocabulary of like some of the 3rd graders that I was working with.
But one factor we've never talked about before. And
I actually saw this a lot, and I'm not, by the way, I'm not doing the whole eugenics thing, like people who can't read shouldn't have kids or whatever. Okay, I don't like that framing. I hate how a lot of these folks are framing it as, well, why are these people who can't read, having kids or whatever. But I will say this, like I taught at a school for adults who didn't have high school diplomas, and it was a high school for adults. And a lot of these folks had kids. This is not, it's not because they are uneducated or something that they had kids, right? But a lot of times kids can be a financial boon in some ways because they're extra laborers. How do I frame this? Okay. I'm not, okay. And so it becomes harder to raise a kid if you don't even have a high school education. But this is a structural problem, right? Again, these are all structural problems in a lot of ways. A lot of the folks hadn't gone to school because they had either been involved in something the state called illegal to survive, like selling drugs, or were in prison for a while. A lot of these folks were Black because they had been in prison. Some for selling like marijuana, which should not have been a arrestable offense. Okay, some of the folks had to work, or had been human trafficked, or had been in an abusive household that would basically prevent the kid from going to school. So or had mental health issues. So there's all these issues that, so I don't want to be like, well, just because you can't read, you shouldn't be able to have kids, because that would equate to you shouldn't be able to have kids because the police arrested you for being Black, or you shouldn't have kids because you have a mental health concern. Okay. You see what I mean?
Goes back to my generation too, is how oftentimes being
Starry Night, kids are often extra labor. They are. You have a kid, and then like in the olden days, you'd want to have a lot of kids because those would be laborers on your farm. And also people who are lower income, oftentimes kids can be ways of getting more income into the household and things like that. Okay.
Smart seems uncool. Caring about your grades, studying hard, can seem uncool. And additionally, if you're Black, spending time reading or using a wide...
I agree. Look at Alcorn. A lot of these kids do get passed even though they can't read, and that's doing a disservice to them.
Vocabulary can get you accusations of acting white, which is...
Guys, what do you think about the notion of paying either teachers or students for being at school? Because another issue, guys, look what Alcorn's right. Bright Love is right. The big problem here is that these kids weren't held back. Like, it could have been for a variety of reasons, but the reality is these kids who can't read. Yeah. So if we were to take into account that, if you are held back, it might prevent you from working for some extra amount of time, which might then make it harder for you to survive and things like that. Why don't we just pay students? Now this is very hard to do because it's going to be very expensive. But I think that we might want to think about something like that. I know it'll never happen, But maybe one of the solutions to this as an incentive to get people to send their kids to school is if parents receive a stipend for having their kids in the school, for example. Okay. Or, things like that. I don't know, but just something to think about.
So racist and insulting because it means reading and being articulate is synonymous with being white.
Anybody that comes up to you and tells you you talk white, you act smarter than everybody, they're unintelligent. And that is a clear sign of their jealousy. Because for whatever reason, a criteria of being the cool kid in school was also being stupid. Like, think about any class clown in any class that you had. Their grades were terrible. People, because of...
Fetty, hilarious. I agree, Fetty. This is why I'm a big promoter of the bidet. Everyone, Fetty Spaghetti's doing a public service announcement regarding the bidet. We should do, no wonder everyone is upset. You all have crusty shit clinging to you all the time, shaking my head. It's true, Fetty. Guys, this is Pride Month, and the LGBTQers out there know that bidets are like top line. We have a bizarre culture in this country of taking very thin paper and rubbing the shit around our assholes after we've pooped. It's not exactly sanitary, and it's kind of gross. I think we all need bidets. Anyway, just a note there.
Light skin and I talk the way that I do, and I can put words together the way that I can. That's why a lot of you guys watch my content. Because of that, people would always say like, oh, you talk white, you act white. Bro, that's stupid, and we need to stop that. The phrase you talk white or you act white literally is saying that to be white is to be intelligent. And that is, again,
what trailer, what's up? What are you talking about?
Stupid. That's why a lot of y'all are in the 10th grade reading on a 7th grade level, because a lot of y'all were a lot more worried about impressing the hoes than actually learning how to do multiplication. But because I use words that have more than 3 syllables in them, all of a sudden I think I'm better than somebody. No, dickhead, I'm smarter than you, and I can challenge you in a way that you can't challenge me, and in front of your friends, you hate that. That's why I only hang with smart people, bro. I do not hang with unintelligent motherfuckers. I cannot do it, bro. It just, for me to have to think for other people when I'm having conversations with them, I don't even want to talk to you, bro.
So all these factors...
Okay, so there is, I don't have much to say about this. There's colorism, okay? So even within the black community, and I've actually witnessed this, okay? A lot of times lighter-skinned people are looked down upon by darker-skinned people. Darker-skinned people are looked down upon occasionally by lighter-skinned people. And this is not a generalization, but it happens, okay? And yeah, I don't know what to say about this. People have different ways of speaking depending on the community you grow up on. Just because you speak in a certain way doesn't mean you're any more or less intelligent. I disagree with a lot of the things that he said there. Just because you don't use 3-syllable words or you don't speak like he does doesn't mean you're not smart. Okay, in the same way, just because you're using bigger words and not speaking in a colloquial way doesn't make you more white. Okay, but there's a lot of, this is very hard to unwrap. There's a lot going on there. There's colorism, there's racism, there's internalized racism, there is culture, like different language, different communities use different language and things like that. This is complicated. Okay, so I don't know what else to add about that.
Coming together to bring idiocracy to life are making people despondent about the future.
Don't they know it's the end of the world?
People are also wondering how Gen Z, who grew up with so much grotesque content online, can somehow be more literate than Gen Alpha, who grew up with all the modern science and technology around us.
All this generalization. Hey, quarterly low bubble. Quarterly ripple. How is the uncensored beheading generation doing decent, but the sticky iPad generation can't even do first grade math?
But more tragically, people are lamenting that there will never be another Bob Dylan because no one in the next generation can read.
I'm not the one you want, babe. I'm not the
It is weird.
Imagine if Bob Dylan was a Gen Alpha and instead of writing Desolation Row, he couldn't spell the word go.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, rest in peace, Bob Dylan. You would have loved Gen Alpha. But let me make this clear. You don't have to be like this.
Yeah,
you don't have to raise your kids like this. Just because your neighbor can't read doesn't mean you can't. Start a book club. Write a novel. Raise your kids like it's the 1990s. Just because...
Yeah, Weird Amorphous Blob. And the video continuously falls into that argument. Yeah, and it's kind of annoying. This whole idea that, like, dumb people shouldn't reproduce and stuff like that. It's kind of dark.
This current crop of 6th graders can't even get a job at McDonald's. It doesn't mean it has to be the same way for you. Watch this teacher call out his rude Gen Alpha kids, saying that they'll never be able to get a job if they act like this.
They're not going to hire you because you can't.
So, bravo, Sierra. You're partially right, but also I have a little bit of pushback for you, okay? So Bravo Sierra says, watch some Marine Corps boot camp videos. I think we all underappreciate how effective this system is at teaching people. As a bonus, they all become somewhat stress resistant. There is truth in that having very high expectations and enforced discipline can be beneficial in teaching people some things. That being said, it is also causes trauma. Bravo, Sierra. Soldiers, even if they haven't gotten into combat, will oftentimes develop ways of behaving that they should not do in a civilian setting. Okay. And the purpose of a school is to not train people for combat or death. Okay. It's also not to train people to follow orders. And that's a lot of what you learn in boot camp and stuff is how to follow orders, how to be blindly obedient to orders. All right. So, now we could talk about how some school systems, which are a lot stricter, if you look like a Chinese classroom or something like that, okay, can be good at creating students that are really good at doing structured things. Now, this is all very theoretical, guys. Some people would say that also suppresses creativity. If you do have a massively structured environment that is constantly, is very structured and stuff like that. But so I disagree with you only in that the goals of military training are much different than the goals of a civilian education system. Okay. Does that make sense?
Can't listen to anybody. Well, when she sees that you are not.
Yeah, that's crazy. What's up? What's up says, what do you say about military recruiting in places like Walmart? Yeah, it's crazy. No, I hate it. What's up? I hate that the military recruits in schools. As a matter of fact, guys, this is factual. They will look for you. They will go into school districts that are low income with lots of black and brown people. When I was in primarily white school districts, never saw the military. When I was in predominantly black and brown communities with low income, the military was everywhere. Why? Because it is easier to get people to join the military if you bribe them with things like tuition for college and, guaranteed like benefits to housing and things like that. So the military goes after impoverished people, knowing that they can use the monetary incentives of the military to convince them to go into the military. Is really frustrating. It's very frustrating. So Starry Night Sky, your channel needs social studies lectures. Oh, I do that every day, Starry Night Sky. So today I'm not doing a social studies lecture or lecture because my dad was on, but for my established community members, don't we normally do lectures every single day? Okay. Normally we talk about a different topic every day. We do a lecture on them and things like that. All right. Yes. Yep, there you go, Jay Williams. And it's kind of gross, guys. You know what's funny is that when it comes to the military doing that, if you talk to people about what's happening in Russia, if you talk to people about what is happening in Russia, Putin basically, the government of Russia often purposely recruits ethnic minorities from Russia to send to the front lines in Ukraine to die in what is kind of a form of ethnic cleansing, I suppose you could say. And people in America are always complaining and saying like, oh, how evil Putin is. But we do something very similar here. We literally recruit in black and brown communities, knowing that they have been disadvantaged economically and historically, and that they rely more on military service to relieve that poverty. And obviously, whether purposefully or not, the result of that is that they get sent off to die while the rest of us don't. Okay. So that's kind of weird. Okay.
Capable of doing any work, she's gonna fire you. McDonald's doesn't just hire anybody.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
They hire anyone.
McDonald's has standards that you have to meet. If you can't even make it through 6th grade, they're not gonna hire you at McDonald's.
Okay, not gonna lie.
That teacher I get it. He's frustrated. He probably shouldn't be saying that stuff. I got to tell you, he shouldn't be saying that stuff. He's kind of being, he's getting defensive. He shouldn't lash out emotionally like that. Regardless, Okay.
This teacher does seem to be overstepping his role as a teacher.
Yeah,
like,
okay,
you probably
yeah.
shouldn't speak this bluntly to your students. So I was expecting a lot of the comments to reflect that sentiment.
What did my dad teach? He taught social studies. Okay. Okay, Starry Night. How dare you, Lloyd? Actually, you're so right, Lloyd. So I need to be better at uploading the videos. I haven't been uploading any videos apart from my streams, okay? Politics. What did your dad teach? I didn't. So he taught social studies, politics. Lois, so Starry Night, to be fair, the lectures are usually on the streams, and he is bad at uploading them as vids, but we all love the goober anyways. Lois, I swear to God. Okay, no, you're right. I need to clip out the lectures. That's true. But they don't get many views, guys. They don't get many views. Whatever. I'll try. Okay, I'll try. Maybe I'll try to do it better. Whatever. I hate you. I need to figure out a way because I'm losing viewers on YouTube. I'm losing subscribers because I'm not doing reaction videos anymore. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Jay Williams, I had a teacher tell a student that they would be flipping burgers for the rest of their lives if they didn't pass the class. That's funny, dark but funny, Jay Williams. Okay. It's more about posting at least one thing per day. Oh, I know, Liquid Alicorn. Okay. But I do post a stream we can talk about this later. Okay. Fetty Spaghetti, he is dysregulated, poor guy. I don't blame him though. Schools don't do enough to give teachers the resources they need. Again, not the school's fault. It's the orange one and beyond. Yeah, absolutely. How many students do you think this guy has? Probably over 100. Probably like, I would guess 200 or around 200. I think that's the average. Okay. All right.
But people are so surfeited with Gen Alpha's behavioral problems that all the comments were siding with the teacher. Because Gen Alpha's behavioral problems go way beyond not reading. They definitely can't read a room. Watch how this Gen Alpha does not care at all that her mom was crying.
Okay, that's a tiny child. That's a tiny child. The child might not know how to react to the mom crying. I'm sorry. That's okay. I can tell by the voice that she's a really small girl, so she might not know what to do when her mom is crying.
Yes, Tuning, give me a second.
And look, to some extent...
And it's kind of gross, by the way, that the mom would post that and be like, look at how... she's your kid, then why don't you teach her that she should... Okay. That's weird, okay?
That's understandable. He's a kid.
Look at how evil my kid is. I'm crying and she's not supporting me. What the fuck? That's kind of abusive and weird.
But the levels to which we're seeing Gen Alpha completely not be able to function in society is unprecedented.
That's possible politics, and I'm okay with it.
And it largely all comes down to this one thing. Yes, the parents are to blame. Yes, the school curriculum's to blame. Maybe the teachers are to blame too. But this huge factor that no one's talking about is how coddled and protected and supervised all these kids are. There's a graph going viral on Twitter about how increasingly kids are not allowed to leave their neighborhoods, their block, or sometimes even their houses until they're 9, 10 years old, or sometimes 14 or 15 years old. These kids have never had to face real difficulty or real-world consequences. And I don't just mean consequences from their parents.
Right, Lois, so 2-year-old is emotionally unintelligent. More breaking news at 7, right?
Misbehave.
By the way, guys, I actually have a presentation I was going to do today until I found my dad was going to, about the different, how children develop over time, psychologically, because it's super interesting.
I mean consequences from their own actions. They never had to find their way back home or get themselves out of a messy situation because their parents will either not allow them to do anything risky in the first place or bail them out the second anything goes wrong. And
I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I will say also kids are these days can also be very resourceful because they know how to use the internet really well. So they can get caught in situations and then they just open up their phone and they know exactly what to do to get out of it. Kids would have helped me in the classroom, right? Kids know a lot about computers these days. So if I had a technical problem, which you all know how incompetent I am with this shit, I would just, I didn't even have to call it maintenance a lot of the time. There'd be a student willing to be like, I'll come up there, Mr. Sam, and I'll fix it for you. And they would just fix it and be like, okay, done. Okay, thanks. So they can often be very resourceful. It depends on the situation.
I think this dynamic was revealed so poetically in this viral clip from Dax Shepard's podcast.
Yeah, Lloyd,
Dax
and it's
Shepard
illegal.
was speaking to psychologist Jonathan Haidt, and Dax was acknowledging that, sure, Gen Z and Gen Alpha are more depressed and anxious than ever. They can't read. They're facing all these problems. And he points to some real statistics that the Zoomers and the Alphites are drinking less, are taking drugs less, and getting pregnant less. Doesn't that mean that Gen Alpha and Gen Z are also doing well? And
They're also not going
Haidt
out
just
as
looks
much.
at him. Oh, and he just looks at him and is like, are you fucking serious, dude? He explains the reason young people are drinking less is because they're not doing anything They're sitting in their beds all day. That's why they're not drinking. That's why they're not getting pregnant. That's why they're also not getting their driver's license.
It's also a money issue, right? Oh, Fetty, you got to it before I did. Yes. There's also a lot less resources that kids and their parents have to spend kind of randomly. Okay. Yeah, I agree, elevator lady. Doing school at home during pandemic did add to this, elevator lady, a lot. I will say though, a lot of folks overplay that. Like I've heard liberals say, like it's because of COVID. It's because of COVID. That was a limited time thing, and they make it seem like it did irreversible, long-term damage to everyone in the system. There's now kids coming up through the system that basically weren't in school during COVID, and they're still having these issues. So yeah, it's like not. So it's not just COVID. That did definitely play a role in some of the educational gaps, but like there's other big structural issues, right?
Celebrating that Gen Z and Gen Alpha are...
No, I don't think he is a teacher, guys. Starry, and I don't think this guy is a teacher. He's just some random guy on the internet.
Drinking less because they're sitting at home not socializing or doing anything all day is like celebrating that Abraham Lincoln's depression was cured on April 4th, 1865. Yeah, technically Abraham Lincoln wasn't depressed anymore, and I guess that's a good thing, but it's because he's dead! Yeah, young people aren't drinking anymore. That's not really a good comparison. And I guess that's a good thing, but it's because they're not doing anything anymore, because they don't care about anything anymore. I was having this debate with some people I know. Would it be better to be paralyzed or to like lose your mind through Alzheimer's or some other mental disorder? To me, becoming paralyzed...
Yeah, no, you're right, guys. I didn't even think of that. That's a good point. Like being upset, like, well, wait a minute. The kids aren't doing drugs, aren't drinking, and aren't getting pregnant. That's a bad thing. No, that's a good thing. I think that's a positive, okay? That's definitely a positive. No matter the reason for it, it's a good thing. Okay, I don't know why I didn't even notice that.
Obviously seems much more preferable because your mind is who you are. So I think the way that we've started to go all in on protecting kids from physical harm all the time, right? We're not letting kids climb trees anymore. We're giving them...
because you're gonna be found. The Child Protective Services is going to come after you if you do, and they get hurt.
Multivitamins, but we're letting their minds degenerate by not letting them do anything challenging is such a disservice, you almost can't put it into words. Kids should get some broken arms and bruised knees and hurt feelings, because if they do that, they'll be...
Broken arms? Now, I don't know about that, okay? Yeah, part of growth, that's weird. Listen. Like... There is, I agree that, we need, it's a natural part of development to face rejection, to face things like even humiliation sometimes, okay? To face being embarrassed, to face negative things is part of developing, growing up and learning, okay? It's really weird, though, to say things like, kids should be going out and getting broken arms. No, they shouldn't. No. That doesn't really help you at all. What do you mean? What is a kid going to learn from getting a broken arm? That it hurts? Like what? What does that mean? And also, that's expensive. You think people could afford, a lot of Americans can afford going to the ER after a broken arm? No. Like that's very, he must be rich or very privileged. Okay. He must be rich or very privileged to think like, oh, we should just let our kid break their arms, and then go pay $6,000. Like what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, right. Elevator lady, like I agree, as in I think you learn from mistakes, so it's good to let your kid make mistakes and not protecting your kids from every single thing, but applying this to a broken arm is weird, right, elevator lady? Like, and that's not to say, yeah, kids will break their arm and don't freak out about it, get it fixed, etc. But like to say that kids should be going out and breaking their arms, well, we don't have to have them break their arms specifically, right? Okay. Fetty Spaghetti. Okay. Life is about feeling these emotions. Even the bad ones are good. I just like to focus on being happy. That I'm still here to feel them. It makes me so sad. So many people ignore that until it's too late. I agree. Fetty Spaghetti. Guys, like that is very true. Kids, we do need kids to experience emotions. You have to develop emotionally. You need to develop emotionally, okay? You need to learn how to deal with certain emotions. Young boys these days, like especially young boys need this. I'm not saying that girls don't also have these issues, but a lot of masculinity norms pressure boys to not develop emotionally in a lot of ways, a lot of other things. So we need kids to develop emotionally and get what's called grit. Now, grit, there's some issues with the word grit. So kids do need to learn emotional regulation and grit and things like that to some extent. But yeah, we don't need to go crazy with it though.
In the real world that has profit and loss, the real world that has...
J-Mac, don't worry. I would never let you talk about your emotions, J-Mac. I don't want to hear that shit. God knows what you're going to say, okay? You can only do that if they learn about their emotions. Correct, Twin. Revolt, okay.
Good and bad that has consequences and rewards. They'll develop themselves. They'll develop their minds. They'll be real people. If you keep them inside all day, you won't need to go to the ER as often, but you'll also lose so much of who your child is or who your child could have been. A ship is safest in the harbor, but that's not why...
Okay, can I be like him just for a second? I'm going to say something that is like me, tut, doing a tut to parents, okay? And trust me, yell at me if you want to. I've never been a parent. But one thing that I do see parents do that really annoys me, and I know this is a small thing, and I'm not, I know I'm an asshole. I shouldn't be blaming parents, but is that like a kid will fall down and like hurt their arm or like, get a scratch, and the parent will freak the fuck out. Okay, like, oh my God, oh, are you okay, Susie? Oh my God. And I'm like, okay, calm down. Okay, calm down. That is like, he's fine. Okay, she's fine. That doesn't mean you don't have to worry, but at least be like, hey, oh, that's okay. It's just a scratch. Here, let's go fix it and stuff. Don't, it's not good. It is not good to sort of teach kids that, like, they will end up learning the wrong lessons from that, okay? And I know I'm an asshole. I get it. It's hard to parent, but like you shouldn't freak the fuck out every single time a kid falls down. And I do, yeah, and exactly. Wait the kid to do, and for the kid to react, if they freak out, exactly. And that is what'll happen. If you start freaking out, the kid's gonna start freaking out, okay? Because Bandura was an educational theorist who talked about how kids model what they see adults do. All right. So they will learn from that. Hilarious politics. Fetty Spaghetti, you got to lean over the mic more to be him. You're right. I need to be like this, Fetty Spaghetti, like doing what he's doing, like kind of looking down at the mic. Okay. Anyway. So, all right.
Ships were built. The fact that past generations used to play outside for hours unsupervised and come home when the sun set is unfathomable to Gen Z and Gen Alpha.
So you just be like running around the neighborhood and your parents wouldn't know where you are? Yep, just had to be back by dinner time. Which was around what time?
Yeah, I hate boomers say that. Sorry, LaClaw. Boomers say that shit all the time. Like, back in my day, the kids used to run around the neighborhood. Okay? Exactly. You know it, Fetty Spaghetti. The kids used to run around the neighborhood like crazy, okay? And no one would watch them and things like that. Okay, yeah, fine. Fine. But like, yeah, but again, though, times do change. And let's be honest, there are a lot more people in this country than there was at that time. There are a lot more cars. There's also a lot of fear out there. I'm not saying it's justified necessarily, but there is a lot of fear out there. So like, I get that. I get it, but whatever. Yeah, exactly. In your groove. Meanwhile, the boomers are the people who call the cops if there is a kid on their own. Yeah, I know, right? In your groove, totally. Especially if it's like, not a white kid. Let's put it that way. Oh, there's a bunch of miscreants out there. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, what are they doing? By the way, Fox News, guys, has been doing entire segments talking about gatherings of children in downtown cities and talking about how they're in danger of doing riots, and they're almost all black kids, right? Anyway, some things never change.
Sunset-ish time? Sunset-ish time? What's that? I don't know, like between 5 and 9. 5 and 9? It really wasn't that big of a deal. Okay, well, did you have a phone? No, they weren't invented yet. So on top of your parents letting you run around without knowing where you are, they also had no way to communicate with you to find out. Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. How did you not get abducted? My generation has more common sense. We're smarter and tougher than your generation.
Okay, bullshit.
I don't believe that. I think that is the case, and I can prove to you. If you just follow me to my van,
totally,
I'll show you.
Bravo, Sarah. There's actually studies on how social media increases anxiety. That we do know causes tons of anxiety. Social media causes anxiety and depression in kids. It does. There is pretty solid evidence of that. Yeah, okay.
There's candy. Okay.
But it doesn't have to be unfathomable. You can bring that back for your own kids. I know I plan to. Your kids will be grateful that you gave them a real childhood so they could develop into real adults.
God.
And I'm grateful
real adults.
For our patrons.
I
Thanks
don't
to Bob,
honestly,
Eric, Guy, Matt, Rat.
Can I be honest, guys? I don't know, how do I frame this? This is going to be a hot take. A lot of times how our society focuses on people being productive and, you got to make sure you're always working. Got to make sure you're always working and shit. Okay. You got to always work. People who aren't working are lazy. All these things that people believe. Okay. I honestly think that a person that's like sitting at home all day and isn't out working and is like playing video games, I like that person more than most of the people who are out working. What do I mean by that, right? A lot of the people that are out there working, and forgive me, we all work, okay? And I'm not saying that, I'm not blaming anyone for working, obviously, that'd be stupid. I'm saying a lot of the people out there are doing too much, okay? They're destroying the planet. They're like doing policing and like killing people. They are, they're contributing to the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but like the guy sitting at home or the woman sitting at home playing video games and kind of just like not doing much, it is kind of like isn't hurting anyone, right? You see what I mean? Maybe we just need everyone to not work anymore and then the world won't be destroyed. Okay, I'm joking, but you see what I mean. Okay, anyway. 1 second, I need to take a pill. Okay. Give me hottest take. I am not going to give you the hottest take, but if you can work, I highly encourage not working. There you go, Fetty. Okay, I know I'm partially joking here, guys, but I do think there are ideological reasons why we think that way because the elites want us to constantly work. Okay, exactly. Twin Revolt. Okay. I really want your take. Don't worry, Wes. We'll get there. We're almost done with the video.
Amal M. Keaton, Nick, Magnus, Tito J, Kendall, Anthony, Lil J, Salia, Sammy, Cool Scott, Rebecca, Avery, and our newest patrons, Jared Hall. And
okay, we're done. There we go. Oh, guys, let me sit down. I'm going to get my chair so I can sit. Give me 1 second. Yes, what's up? Wait, real fast. Before I get my chair, what's up says, is it bad I feel useless when I don't work? Why do you feel that way, what's up? Now, listen, I'm asking this, what's up, because I literally talked about this 2 days ago. You have been taught to feel that way. Who does that benefit? Who does it benefit for you to feel bad when you're not working? By the way, what's up? Even people who are employed, when they have days off, they often feel like they're not that it's bad that they have a day off. They feel bad like they're doing something wrong when they're not working on a day off. Why might that be the case? Societal norms, correct, what's up? Because our society conditions us to be like, if you don't work, there's something wrong with you. You're bad, okay? Because the people who make money off you working want you to constantly labor. You see what I mean? So it's kind of a traumatic thing that we're all put through. We're all raised to be constantly productive for the people that own the businesses we work for. And it's bad if we have moments where we can just be human, right? And do what we want. Right, what's up? Okay. So like, and not everyone feels that way, but like you have to kind of, you have to train yourself to not think that way. And it's not easy. And I'm not blaming you. There's people in here who, and even I feel it. Okay. But we have to realize that there is a power structure in place that trains us to think this way. And I know that for a fact. For one thing, I studied it in grad school, but for another, I literally was getting my PhD in systems of social control. But there's also like other places in the world do not do it the same way. Okay. There are other places where people don't get that feeling when they're not working. That is a cultural thing that we've developed. Give me a second. I'm going to get my chair. Okay. And I will say this, guys. Exactly what's up. You got it, what's up. What's up says, I think the American labor industry needs to realize, okay, that people are people and aren't a cog in the machine to be replaced.
Elizabeth Yuval. Welcome, Jared and
exactly.
Elizabeth. Thanks
And
for
that's
watching.
the
I'll respond
problem,
to as many comments as I can.
There's sorry, I didn't mean to have the video go on. That's the problem, what's up, is that our economic system isn't about humanity. It is about making certain people rich, right? The person that owns the company you work at, their whole goal is to make money. So, okay. So when they are looking at a spreadsheet with the names of their employees on it, they don't care that you're a person. You're just a cog in the machine for producing profit. There is a lack of humanity there that is fundamental to the way we do our economic system, which is why I advocate for some major changes to the economic system, because I think it's dehumanizing. It's dehumanizing. All right? And everyone really also ought to do things like unionize. Yeah, exactly what's up. You know it, what's up. Okay. So, yeah. And is anyone here? We have a lot of new folks in here. Okay. Does anyone else feel that way? Like you feel like, does that make, who here who goes to a work where you just don't feel satisfied by it and you have trouble relaxing when you go home to, like when you're supposed to be off work, you have trouble relaxing because you feel like you need to work. What's up? We'll take a look at it right now. We'll take a look at the trailer. So it's just like, yeah. And not only that, but we now have a work system, by the way. I'm going to put up my face before I watch that real fast. What's up? Because we're kind of chatting, but I got it pulled up. Okay. So, oops, where's my face? We have a, there we go. Also, one of the developments that has happened modern day, okay, one of the developments that's happened modern day is that now that we have cell phones, I'm right here. Now that we have cell phones, like our parents may not have had to, when they got off work, they were off work, okay? When you actually get off at the end of the day, before cell phones, you're actually off at the end of the day. And before the internet, you were off at the end of the day. Not always, but a lot of the time, once you go home, that's it. You're off work. These days, companies do all they can to continue contacting you and communicating with you because they know they can. And so that pressure from work continues. You get tempted to read your goddamn emails, to respond to like, if anyone here works in a job where like your manager will send text out to everyone looking for people to replace someone who isn't coming into work that day, like that is work. You have to look at your cell phone. You have to read it. Even if you don't go in for work, that is still labor you're doing for the sake of the company to even read that email. And a lot of folks, you don't get paid for it. You don't get paid for all that extra labor too. Or if you, like a manager were to call you or message you and demand you do something for the place of labor, you might end up getting in trouble if you don't respond to them, even if you're off that day. Not only that, you will be unofficially pressured to do it because you will be competing against other people for that job. So the one who does respond to emails or text when you're not working will be favored over the person who does not respond. Okay. So like there is, there you go. What's up? Okay. And they have been getting, so guys, real fast, for those that are new here, I went to grad school. I was getting my PhD in history. I was doing my dissertation on something called the creation of systems of social control in the 20th century United States. I didn't end up getting my PhD, okay? I exited the program, but I did do a lot of research and shit, okay? But if you look at graphs of labor, so how much people work in this country, okay? How much people work. So people have been more, or I say how productive people are. So the average employee has been producing far more per capita over the past many years. But the amount of money that they're making has stayed practically stagnant or very little gone up. So workers have been doing far more, have been producing far more, but not getting paid the amount equal to the amount they're doing. Okay. And that money that's being created is going to the wealthiest people in the country. So we're not even being paid for the amount of labor we're doing, even though we've been creating more and more wealth. We haven't been benefiting from that creation of more and more wealth. Okay, makes sense. Anyway, so I could go on and on and on. I could rant about this for hours. All right. Yeah, outer signal. Indoctrinated to believe work determines our value while all the surplus is concentrated at the top. Correct. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, are you saying, there you go, Weirdomorphous Blob. Are you saying surplus value extraction is increasing? Shocking. Weirdomorphous Blob, those are 3-syllable words. I don't even, what does that mean? I'm just joking. You know I'm joking. Okay. You're just jealous of the rich folk, Sam. You know it, Doug. Okay, kidding. Exactly. All right. Sent GG for 10 joules. I hate you, Lisa. Okay. Work is not a virtue. Correct. Exactly, politics. Anyway, so guys, let's go on here. This was sent to us by WhatsApp. Are you still here, WhatsApp? Okay. Are you still here, WhatsApp? Let's watch this. This is it looks like a an ad for a new movie called Fatherland. What is this? I'm just reading up on it real fast. Okay, it's a trailer for a movie. Let's see what it is. Oh, this is a film about a German musician who left Germany during the rise of Hitler. Okay, Germany during the rise of Hitler. Okay, let's see. And then I got to actually hear what it's being said here.
There's that tiger. This is the
I gotta tell you, hearing this kind of music creeps me out because I played the BioShock games. For those who have played the BioShock games, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, you know exactly what I'm talking about. When I hear this kind of music in the background, or even the Fallout games, I always think dystopia, horror, and things like that.
American Forces Network in Frankfurt. You've been listening to the Tiger Ray.
Yeah, okay, Starry Night. Starry Night. Okay, guys, sorry I'm distracted. I'm going to finish this, but there's some great questions. Starry Night. Explain why Americans keep screwing themselves over voting, Ron. Oh, my goodness. Starry Night. You need to be in the stream more often. There's a very long answer to this question. How about this? Okay, we'll finish watching this and then I'll answer it. Okay. I'm going to actually copy and paste it so I remember to answer it. Explain why Americans keep screwing themselves over voting, Ron. All right.
You and your father make a great double act.
Sie haben so wundervoll über die Musik unseres Großvaters geschrieben wie sonst niemand.
Ist der berühmteste lebende Wagnerianer der Welt?
Sie meinen nach dem Ableben eines gewissen Adolf Hitler.
I'm sorry, I'm going to put off this. So he's a Wagnerian?
This whole trip was a terrible idea.
Herr Professor Mann, Sie haben Deutschland im Jahr 1933 verlassen. Was antworten Sie denjenigen, die Sie des Verrats oder mangelnder Solidarität beschuldigen?
Wait, so he left the country during the Nazis? Starry Night, hilarious.
Vielleicht seine letzte Reise. Ich will nach Hause, Papa.
Wo ist das?
Huh. Jesus. It looks, I love the visuals here, WhatsApp. This looks like really good cinematography. Obviously, I need to watch it. I see a Soviet general here. I'm curious, are they in East Germany, West Germany?
Will es denn das Schicksal, dass unsere Existenz symbolisch wird? So haben wir uns diesem Schicksal zu stellen. Nun also.
Yeah, it's East Germany. Definitely East Germany.
Ich stelle mich.
Gut.
That's very intriguing. Okay, I'm definitely going to watch that. Thank you, What's Up. That looks very intriguing. Post-war Germany is fascinating. I mean, wartime Germany is also fascinating. He also visits the Soviet side. Interesting. Well, I'll definitely take a look at that. Thank you for showing us that. Okay, very interesting era in history. Very interesting indeed. Okay, so someone asked me a question here. Someone going to hilariously. So, okay, someone asked me a question here about why do Americans keep choosing the wrong side? Give me a second. I'm actually going to pull up Canva because I'm a teacher. So, gotta love having Canva so that I can actually make sure I know what question I'm answering, etc. All right, so this goes up here. Okay, so let's make a new whiteboard. Okay, so the question, okay, I might not even need the whiteboard, but it makes me feel safe and secure. All right, so, I'm going to put my face up. Well, no, I'm not. Yes, I am. So why do Americans keep choosing the wrong thing? Well, here is what I'm going to tell you all something, and you're not going to believe it right when I say it, and I'm going to get pushback. All right, so who was it that said that why do Americans keep choosing the wrong party for their interests or whatever it was? Why do we keep choosing the wrong party for our interest? Who was it that said that? Was it you, Starry Night? Was it you? The answer to this question, in very simple terms, is that we don't have a democracy. Okay, now, in very simple terms, is that it's not actually a democracy. So we can't choose the people that we want. And I know, that's because, guys, I'll explain what I mean. All right. And guys, I'm not saying this willy-nilly. Okay. I want you to know, for the people that have been in this community a long time, I have plenty of evidence to back this up. Okay. There's actually been academic stuff done on this. Neither party really represents our interests. Neither one. Republicans or Democrats don't represent our interests. We have a party system that is based off of private donors. So we're literally big corporate interests and the wealthy donate a tremendous amount of money to politicians. Why do you think they do that? People who have been in this community at a long time, don't answer it. Let a new person answer it. Why do you think? Why do big companies and the wealthy donate to politicians? Why? What do you think the reason for that is? Because they think that they're good for the country and they want to choose people that are best for the country? What do we think? To get in their pockets. Correct. It's a quid pro quo. All right? They will give tons of money to a Democratic politician or a Republican politician, and then literally the politician will do what those big companies and the wealthy want them to do. Okay? It is legalized corruption. That's what it is. And so in almost every election, we get to choose between two people that are bought out by wealthy people and corporations. That is the choice we have. Okay? Do you want to choose the Democrat who's been bought out by corporations and the wealthy, or do you want to choose the Republican that's been bought out by corporations and the wealthy? Okay? So regardless of who we end up voting for, it almost always seems to go in a very similar direction. We typically almost never get what we want. There are some differences between the two parties. I'm not saying there aren't. But when it comes to economic issues, very little changes. We can get changes with some social issues. Because why? Why do social issues why can we get changes with social issues? Well, because social issues like abortion or gay rights or, because those don't really affect the bottom line of the wealthy and the powerful. They don't. So like there are some elites who are black or some elites that are pro-abortion or anti-abortion. So like you can sometimes get progress on social issues because they don't fundamentally affect the bottom line of the people making the donations, right? Does this make sense? So in the end, we don't, the wealthy and the corporate interests are the ones who make the decisions in the country. And then we get to, it's not really an election. We select from the two candidates they offer us. Okay. By the way, a lot of Americans understand this. It is Starry Night. A lot of Americans understand this, either directly or indirectly. They understand that there's something wrong, that things seem to get worse and worse, and the politicians keep promising stuff and it never happens. And this is why what typically happens historically when this happens is that you start to see people start to radicalize because they lose faith in the system as it is, because it never seems to do what they want. So you see people start to go to the left and the right, searching for solutions to the problem. What do you think MAGA is? For example, Donald Trump's movement. That is a lot of people looking to a man who says that he is going to get rid of the establishment, break down the swamp, okay? Get rid of the corruption. Now, and guys, I don't know if anyone here is supportive of Donald Trump, but you do know he's not going to do that. And he's one of the swamp, all right? He's a more right-wing version of the swamp. He's massively corrupt. He uses the language of anti-corruption because he knows people want change, okay? At the same time, guys, also, it will mean that more people will go to the left. So we're seeing a growth in people like Bernie Sanders and his movement. More people are becoming socialists because as the system continues to fail people and not be democratic, people become more radicalized. All right? We get it? That's what's happening right now. After 2008, the financial crisis, people really suffered and nothing really ever came about to help fix that. So people have been growing more and more disillusioned with a system that isn't serving them because they're all corrupt. Okay? All right. The U.S. government serves the interest of capital, not the interest of commoners. Absolutely, Marcus. And I mean, guys, I know it can be really hard to sometimes hear this stuff every country kind of teaches their populist things in a way that isn't necessarily true, as a sort of soft propaganda. How do I frame this? So you asked, Starry Night, why do Americans not realize their consumer power? What do you mean by consumer power? What do you mean by consumer power? To be clear, Americans rely on buying things to survive from corporations. Like most Americans have to rely on going to a grocery store, for example, to get food to live. We are majorly dependent on big corporations right now. We don't have to be, but we are. So our consumer power is limited in it so much as we rely on them to survive. Does that, I'm not sure what you mean there. Now, one of the things Americans don't realize is our labor power. The only reason these folks at the top can make all this money is that we work for them and we do the labor for them. I do wish that more Americans were unionized and more Americans did strikes and things like that and actually use the power of their labor to resist. But there has been this country, guys, has one of the most violent labor histories in the world. I'm not joking. I am not exaggerating. I'm a historian. I'm not exaggerating. The American government and corporations have often done violent suppression of labor movements to keep us from resisting. As a matter of fact, look up the Battle of Blair Mountain. It was a literal battle fought on top of a mountain in West Virginia against a union of miners fought a pitched battle against the company that owned the mine. There was machine guns used. The company actually hired planes to drop bombs on the miners. It was an open war. There has been massive violence to suppress labor power in this country and the left. Okay? So this is you don't really learn about these things in school. Trust me, I've read curriculums in multiple states. You don't really get taught about the massive suppression of labor, the violence done against people seeking to change these things. Do we get it? Do we understand? Okay. So there are a lot of problems with this country. And guys, how do I frame this? I told you I studied social control. The United States is isolated in a lot of ways from the rest of the world. What do I mean by that? Geographically, we are far away from a lot of places in the world. That makes it a lot easier to convince people that, you know, the United States is special. It's better than other countries. We have more freedom than anyone else. It's not true. It is not true. And it's a form of social control to convince you that it is, right? If you're convinced that you live in the best country in the world, all the other countries have less freedoms, you might not do much to change the country, okay, if you think it's the best. This country needs some major changes. But we constantly think it's the best in the world. It isn't, okay? At the very least, it can use some major improvement. But as long as people are convinced that it's, like, perfect, it's not going to change. Yeah. So government bombing miners sounds familiar. There you go, Loiso. Okay. Does this make sense? So we have some big issues here. And I recommend for those that are new and who are watching that are new, please come back to the streams. We talk about this stuff all the time. Okay, yeah, exactly. Strikes in France are very common, Starry Night, and I like that about France. They have a labor movement that fights back a lot, okay, and ours doesn't in a lot of ways. And our labor movement has been crushed in a lot of ways. That's a big problem, is that it's been destroyed over and over again, and it has been defamed in a lot of ways. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai, for the gifted subs, really, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, okay? Ninjester, hello, Ninjester. I haven't seen you in a long time. Hello, Ninjester. How are you doing? Okay. Yeah, so Doug, you're right. A lot of labor movements do not have the savings to strike, but they don't even try to really get them. A lot of unions don't even work very hard to do that. And then they don't ever think about striking anyway. Okay. And I got to be honest, a lot of modern day labor unions are massively in bed with the Democratic Party, which is a pro-elite party. Okay. So that's a problem. Yes, no, exactly, Starry Night, but think about that. Do you see that's the whole point. So Starry Night says, it's bizarre that areas of the country where those miners are based voted for a guy who is robbing them. Yes, because he's lying, Starry Night. To the people in West Virginia, Donald Trump is the one who presents himself as fighting against the elites and trying to get out of the swamp. It's a lie. It is an absolute lie. Okay, it is an absolute lie. But you can see what they want. Okay, imagine if Donald Trump was telling the truth and he actually wanted to fight the elites and actually wanted to combat the establishment. Then, you know, that they'd very much like that. Alas, he's a liar. Now, Bernie Sanders, on the other hand, he never got into power, so we don't know if he was being honest, but he was also calling for that. He didn't end up getting elected. But like people right now want people who are fighting against the system the way it is. This is what really bothers me about the Democratic Party right now, is that they do not seem to understand that now is not the time for the same old, same old. They have all these decrepit ancient people up there who use the same tactics over and over again and do not actually seek major change. And then they wonder why they keep losing elections, right? Or let's say Kamala Harris loses the election. Okay, Kamala Harris loses an election. The Democratic Party will then blame the voters. They will then blame the voters. They'll be like, well, the voters are racist, or the voters are sexist, or the voters just didn't go out and vote enough. Maybe they should think about why their message didn't resonate. Why didn't people vote for her message? Because it was a very milquetoast, let's change things message. It was more of the same old, same old. All right? And people want change. Bravo Sierra. But don't you think that all the problems you mentioned are price of being a world hegemon? The U.S. can't be a social state like France. So Bravo, who does that global hegemony serve? I'm honestly asking you. You're right. The United States is an empire. We could call it hegemony, but I'm going to be honest with you. Historically, it's very obvious the United States is just another empire. So who does that hegemony serve? does it really serve the average American overall? I mean, do a lot of Americans have access to free healthcare, and are a lot of Americans not impoverished? Is it somehow granting an extraordinary number of resources to the average American in a lot of ways? You see what I mean? Or is the global hegemony supporting big corporate interests and big companies and the wealthy who can then send their corporations overseas and extract resources and things like that to make more money? Now, arguably, yeah, having global hegemony gives you an advantage on the world stage that might make it easier to protect your own civilians, but I don't feel protected here. We get killed all the time by our own people. Okay? Guns are everywhere. People keep getting killed, right? It's kind of funny to obsess about other powers going after you. Okay, that's true. And obviously, I agree with you. That's not to say it's only the people here, but I think we need to end the empire, Bravo Sierra. I do. I think we need to end the empire. We are spending so much money on foreign military interventions and stuff while we have our people here who are starving to death and kids who can't afford school lunches. And we are maintaining an empire that is falling apart. It is not going well. We are losing our hegemonic status anyway. Every empire falls. And I am very sick of us spending billions upon billions of dollars on wars overseas in places that have no effect on my life. Okay? Right. And I will say there is a growing agreement. There has been for a while a growing agreement amongst both right-wingers and left-wingers that we do too much overseas. Okay. And I agree. I do agree. Yeah. And literally, guys, we spend more on defense than the next, 10 countries combined. And I want to point out, there's like a lot more than that. We also have nuclear weapons, folks. Who do we think is going to attack us? Who do we think is going to attack us? Do we think that, Russia's going to invade us? Good luck with that, all right? By the way, the United States is massively has good advantage in location. We are very hard to invade, guys. Like, come on. We have massive oceans on either side of us. No one's going to be invading the United States, okay? No one that's a threat is going to invade the United States, and we have tons of nukes, okay? We could massively reduce the size of our military and still be a global power and be fine. But to go back to what you were saying there, who was it that said that? Okay, Bravo Sierra. You do know that the military and so big defense companies and contractors, so the companies that make a ton of money making weapons, they're also bribing the politicians. So how much of the size of our military is because we need it that large, and how much of it is that the politicians that made it large are being bribed to buy money from these companies? So I suspect a big portion of it is that it's just to get these folks richer. All right. Does this make sense? Oh, look, Wabo, that's so nice of you. Okay, thank you for the gift sub. All right. Any questions there? Any questions there? We talk about this stuff all the time on the stream, guys. Come back. Yeah, totally, Ninjester. Totally. Come back if you like this kind of conversation. We don't always have to agree. And please join our community if you like the content, okay? And I know there's a lot of people in this community. We don't agree with each other a lot of the time. We're very open to other opinions and stuff. Obviously, I have a particular perspective. I did do a lot of research and stuff, but I know it's a particular perspective. Okay. Okay, no, I agree, Starry Night. U.S. aid, pulling that suddenly and without deep consideration is killing lots of people. I will say that U.S. aid, it does a lot of great things. There are also some parts of it that are forms of imperial control, where like you make countries dependent on your aid, and then they rely upon it, which gives you more say over that country. That being said, I like a lot of the U.S. aid stuff. And the fact that we canceled all that is not only bad for the countries we canceled it for, it's also threatening us. it's also threatening us because, for example, right now there's a massive outbreak of Ebola in Africa that it's really hard to control because of a lot of the funding that USA did has made it a lot harder to get a hold over this Ebola outbreak. So like, yeah, the USA stuff is a big problem too. All right. Yeah, our Discord is great. And we guys, we don't always agree with each other over on the Discord, by the way. We often argue and stuff, okay? But we're like I'm not just saying this because it's the community that I'm part of and stuff, but it's a really great community. It's one of the best I've been in. Weird Amorphous Blob, the issue with killing USA is not replacing with a program or legitimate. Yeah, absolutely, Weird Amorphous Blob. It's complicated. Yeah, I disagree. We always agree. Okay, hilarious. Yep, Starry Night Sky. So Americans, guys, we have this idea that we are a democracy, that Americans we have a oligarchy. And by the way, you can look up academic articles where political scientists have literally theorized about this and done studies that show that we're not really a democracy. A democracy, guys, is where the people, it's a government by the people. If you look at the results of what people want, we don't ever get it. Okay? We don't ever get it. The vast majority of people don't get what they want. It's typically only the top 10% of the country that gets what they want. Anyway. Okay, guys. You got that? Any questions? Any comments? Any questions? Any comments? Any questions? Any comments? We got that? All right. All right, guys, I'm going to actually post. I don't think I put a, do you want to gift? I don't know if I can, Matt. I'll figure it out, Matt, guys. Sure, I'll gift you a sub. Give me a second. I need to figure out how to do it. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to post in the chat here a link to our Discord. For those that have not yet entered the Discord, I really recommend you do. Again, a great community on there, and I'm not saying that just for my sake. It really is good. So here is a link. And you can debate with me. If you disagree with what I say, tell me why. I'm curious to hear what you guys think. I do not have a monopoly on truth. Okay, I do not have a monopoly on truth. Oh, does he look well? Well, then no. Okay. I'm thinking about individuals, not us. Individuals need support. What do you mean, Starry Night? What do you mean individuals need support? I mean, yeah, they do. All right. Yeah, exactly, Loiso. Like, it's crazy to me. To be clear, Loiso makes a really good point, and I've said this before. That's okay, Doug. It's okay. I get it. Loiso says, for the most powerful country in the world, the U.S. sure loves to say we could never do that here. You guys, which is really unpatriotic, Loiso. Now, you guys, I'm not exactly a bleed red, white, and blue patriot, right? But it's kind of unpatriotic. You do know America is like one of the wealthiest countries in human history. So I've always think it's funny when people are like, well, we can't afford that. We can't do that here. We're one of the wealthiest countries in human history. I'm sure we could if other countries have done it. Anyway, and by the way, I'm not patriotic. I'm just saying that, like, for the most powerful country in the world, yeah, we can easily figure this shit out. Okay. All right. Did I miss anything? There you go, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. Sorry, Bravo. Say it again. You missed my question. Sorry. What are your thoughts on the Bush era? My apologies. Bush era neoconservatism. Do you see it as a genuine ideological movement or recover for the war-hungry military-industrial complex? Both. That is a great question, Bravo Sierra. And so Bravo Sierra, when historians look into questions like this, so the Bravo Sierra's question is, when it comes to the neoconservative movement, with people like Bush, Dick Cheney, Karl Rove, and folks like that who kind of really pushed for interventions in Iraq. Historians today have tried to analyze, like, why did we go to war in Iraq? It's a lot more complicated than what both sides say. Okay, for example, it is not just about oil. Okay, oil was a big factor. I'll tell you what. As a matter of fact, as part of the agreement, the so-called the peace agreement, I guess, with Iraq, there is a clause in there that basically requires that Iraq allow a certain percentage of their oil to be owned by American companies. Oops, that's kind of completely obvious. There is also an ideological reason for the war in Iraq, and that linked to neoconservatism and like the desire to have to build empire and to make sure that there is a loyal regime installed in Iraq that is loyal to the American empire. Okay. What I will tell you that it has nothing to do with is Saddam Hussein being a tyrant or terrorism. Okay. It has nothing to do with Osama bin Laden or Al Qaeda or us caring about Saddam Hussein being a tyrant. As a matter of fact, America supported Saddam Hussein for a very long time. There are images of Donald Rumsfeld with Saddam Hussein in Baghdad shaking hands with him because he was our guy. He was our guy. We actually helped him in the war against Iran. He went to war against Iran, and we helped fund his army. We liked him a lot. And he also, by the way, we liked him when he was gassing his own civilians. He was dropping chemical weapons and gas weapons on the Kurdish peoples in northern Iran and slaughtering them, and we still liked him. So it's very funny that suddenly, when Bush is in charge, we suddenly care about him being a bastard, and say that's one of the reasons we're attacking. It is not, okay? There were economic reasons and there were ideological reasons for it. I do not like neoconservatism at all. And as a matter of fact, Bravo, it actually was bad for the United States because what happened is when you go into a country and you destroy its government, you leave a power vacuum that opens the door to other things happening. For example, ISIS. ISIS would not exist unless without us bashing Iraq, okay? Unless we had to destroy the Iraqi regime, ISIS would not have been able to take root, okay? Iran, and guys, I don't really care about these things. I'm just saying if you look directly at power politics, okay? If you look directly at power politics, destroying the Iraqi government under Saddam Hussein actually empowered Iran. Iran suddenly had a ton more influence inside of Iraq, which was not what we wanted to have happen, okay? And honestly, I don't care about that really, but I'm just saying it had the very opposite effect of what we were looking for. So no, it wasn't good. And right now, we are not doing well against Iran. We're not. And we should never have started that war, and it's stupid, okay? And yeah. Yeah, exactly. So Weirdomorphous Blob, when we were trying to justify Iraq, we referred to them shelters, the People's Mujahideen organization. Yeah, totally, Weirdomorphous Blob, totally. Okay. So anyway, does that answer your question there, Bravo Sierra? Okay, this is fun. I like the kind of Q&A session here. Totally, Starry Night. Anyone else have any questions about anything, really? For those that are new to my streams, I do politics, I do history, I also have a degree in anthropology. So I know some about anthropology and culture and humans and things like that. So any questions you guys, I'm kind of liking the kind of Q&A thing. Any other questions you guys have in regards to politics, history, things like that, or I can go on otherwise? Anything? Nope. Okay, let's find something else to watch, guys. And if you still have a question, let me know. I like answering questions and stuff. We have a very participatory community here. All right. All right. Are you a grower or a shower? How dare you, Lois? So why not both? Okay, anyway. I have not, Outer Signal. Have I been following the Patagonia versus Patagonia? Oh, yes, I have. I haven't followed it, but I know what it is. I know what it is, okay? It's bizarre. I want to know if they rolled out a red carpet for ISIS. Kind of, Noon Jester. Kind of symbolically, yes. ISIS was a terrible absolutely was a terrible blowback, okay? Not to mention, guys, and I know very clearly, guys, I know very clearly that a lot of people don't care about this. A lot of people don't care about this. A lot of people don't care about this, but there's also the small issue of the fact that the Iraq War killed millions of people. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Iraqis died. If you look at the structural violence it caused with the creation of violence and stuff, it also killed a lot of people. And I know, guys, a lot, the empire doesn't care about the mass deaths of people and the mass dislocations of people, but I do. I'm also not a fan of the mass death and destruction it caused. And if you think it doesn't matter that we killed that many people or caused that mass death and destruction, how do you think that serves the interest of the average American? Do you think that people in the Middle East are going to like us if we keep going over there and killing them and murdering their children and destroying their houses? Whether the person, by the way, is rightfully killed by the laws of war or not, okay? There's a reason why a lot of folks in the Middle East aren't fans of the United States. As a matter of fact, okay, so American citizens will be targeted because of the actions of our government doing these things as well. And I do not, okay. Yeah, outer signal. Iraqi prisons became breeding grounds for Islamic State leadership. So, let me see what else we got here. Oh, Tater Tot. Who was the Constitution written for? So this is a complex question. There's the long answer and there's the short answer. The short answer is overall, the Constitution was written for the wealthy owning class of the country. Now, there are parts of it, though, that were written for everyone. It is a complex document where there are parts of it that were kind of pushed on the government by the lower classes and things like that, okay? A lot of the Bill of Rights, for example, has a lot of stuff in it that was kind of was put on the government through pressure. So like the original Constitution wasn't going to include a Bill of Rights, and then there was a lot of pushback from the public to include it. So some parts of the Bill of Rights are from popular pressure that are good for everyone. But if we look at like the foundation of the structure of the government, it is primarily for wealthy land-owning men, white men who were kind of in control of the Congress and things like that. Okay. As a matter of fact, guys, it wasn't even for all white men. The early Constitution only allowed propertied men to vote. Okay. And it didn't include women, obviously. So it was for a particular class of people. Not only that, the government was literally set up. So James Madison, who was the main guy who kind of wrote the Constitution, he's called the father of the Constitution. He famously said that the purpose of the Senate, the American Senate, is to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority. So literally, the reason the Senate is there is to prevent all of us from taking the wealth of the rich, okay, and from challenging their power. That is the purpose of the Senate, to protect the minority of the opulent against the rest of us. So there are some issues here. If you like, some of the issues we have in this country do go back to the very beginning. That being said, guys, I want to point out that at the time that the Constitution was written, it was a pretty forward-looking document. At the time, it was pretty revolutionary, and it was different than a lot of other places. The very fact that it abolished monarchy was pretty crazy. But it has not been adequately updated, okay? It has not been adequately updated in a lot of ways. And if I had my way, we would majorly change some parts of the Constitution, right, to make it more democratic. There have been some democratic changes to it, but not enough. It's been a slow go, okay? Does that make sense? Okay, I need a solid gold cod piece with Trump's face. Any metal workers in chat? Hilarious, all right? Lies, lies, lies. I hate you, okay? So, all right. Yeah. And I can go into much more detail about this. I could probably do an entire, yes, Drusilla, did you hear? Yeah, good point. When we did do some queer history yesterday with the ballrooms, etc. And we'll do more throughout the month since it's Pride Month. So happy Pride Month, everyone. Okay. Anyway, so let's go on. CR is a white supremacist. I hate you, Matt Sag. I hate you. Okay. You see, Casual Revolt, is it true you take all the sub money to buy Trump crypto coins? Unfortunately not. I wish I had tons of sub money coming in. I do not. Okay, but thank you. Okay, Starry Night, have you ever been to the U.S. South? It can be the Islam. Oh my God, Starry Night, don't even start with me. Don't even start with me. You say, yes, I have been to the U.S. South. And Starry Night, it is not an exaggeration to say that America is largely run, there's a lot of power in the hands of a doomsday death cult. I'm not joking. There are evangelical Christians out there who are far right and who believe that the apocalypse is going to be coming in their lifetime and that they need to get the apocalypse to happen sooner by getting all the Jewish people back to Israel. And once all the Jews return to Israel and they've rebuilt the temple, the lost temple, the apocalypse will kick off and they'll all get to go to heaven and the rest of us will burn for all eternity. And these people have power in this country. Pete Hegseth is one of them. Some of the top Trump people are apocalyptic death cultists who want to spark the apocalypse and who don't care about dying. Now, why am I saying this? Because before anyone in here goes after Muslims and says that like, oh, these Islamists are so scary and radical. Guys, we have a problem here with death cultists who think that they can kick off the apocalypse and who want to see everyone die, okay? So maybe we should focus more on the problem at our doorstep right now, which is the death cultists who have a lot of power in this country. All right. I know I'm emphasizing that, but it is a point of frustration to me that there will be people who seem to think that Islam is like uniquely evil and uniquely prone to radicalization. I'm sorry, but like, no. Okay. We have a massive problem in this country with lunatic radicals. Okay, so can we please, all right. And our radicals, by the way, have less of a reason to be radical than a lot of Muslims do. If your homes are being bombed, your children are getting slaughtered, and constantly by American and Israeli bombs, you might be radicalized a little bit, okay? And that would happen to you if you were a Christian or a Muslim. If the religion of the Middle East was Christian and Israel was Muslim and Israel was constantly bombing, Islamic Israel was constantly bombing and killing Christians and their children, you would see a lot of Christian radicalization, all right? This is a normal human reaction. This is literally just a human reaction to things. That's what causes radicalization. It does not necessarily have to do with the religion. Religion can be used for good or bad reasons. Okay? Okay. We got that? Yeah, no, you're right, Couch Potato. There are plenty of Christians there. That's right. I think a good point, okay? And a lot of those Christians are radicalized, by the way, okay? So we got that. That's how that works. That's just basic human. That's how that works. What, Matt Saigai? What did I do? Yes, we will absolutely do a lesson on Stonewall. I'm preparing a lesson on it for us to do. Okay, so I will do a whole lesson on Stonewall. All right. Okay. We got that, guys? Let's see what else we got here. Let's see what else we have here to react to. Yeah, weird amorphous blob. Okay. So, Bravo Sierra, but Christians were bombed in World War II by atheists, I may say, but it didn't radicalize Christianity as a whole, though. Hey, so Bravo Sierra, do you know how long World War II lasted? Tell me, do you know? I'm not doing this as a gotcha. I'm being a teacher. How many years did World War II last? Okay, how many years did World War II last, Bravo Sierra? It's out of curiosity. Now, it depends on how you measure it. 6 years, about 6 years, right? So World War II happened for 6 years. Another note here, Bravo Sierra, it happened 6 years. Muslims in the Middle East have been bombed and colonized for decades upon decades upon decades upon decades upon decades. Okay? Like, it isn't just a 6-year thing. Not only that, Bravo Sierra, it was Christians mainly killing other Christians in World War II. Just because Hitler claimed to be an atheist did not mean he presented as an atheist to his own people. Okay? He didn't. And the one group that were pretty obviously atheist was Stalin and the Soviet Union. And they did radicalize Christians. As a matter of fact, when the Soviet Union, like, there was a lot of fear in the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church was more afraid of the Nazis, was more afraid of communists than they were of Nazis, to the point where there were elements of the Catholic Church that actually helped the Nazis escape after World War II to Latin America, because they'd rather help the Nazis, who they thought were anti-Soviet Union, than go after the Nazis. You see what I mean? So that's kind of radicalizing. And there a lot of the, by the way, a lot of the fascist movements in Europe were explicitly Christian. If you look at Romania, their fascist movement, which was the Iron Guard, were explicitly linked with the Catholic Church and fascism. If you look at the fascist movement in Spain, it was legitimately a radicalized Christians group that had with ties to the Catholic Church. Yeah. So, and I'm not saying that was sort of an unjustified radicalization in a lot of ways. That was just radicalization from the fear versus actually being bombed. Okay. But imagine if they were actually constantly being bombed and colonized by the Soviet Union, they'd probably be even more radical, just like you see in the Middle East. Okay. Years and years and years of bombing and murder. Bravo Sierra, I agree. Scary times. I just wonder sometimes how the other half of the population that survived World War II didn't delete themselves after a horrors they saw. Probably some military grade cope. Forgive me. What do you mean, Bravo Sierra? What do you mean? I wonder sometimes how the other half of the population that survived World War II didn't delete themselves after the horrors they saw. Yeah, I mean, the World War II was horrific. Absolutely. I'm not sure what you mean, though. But anyway, okay. It actually was, Gwen. Israel was partially created as a way to expel Jews from Europe. Okay. Thank you, politics. Okay, guys, let's go on here. So let's go on here. But Bravo, love talking to you. I like getting your insight. I like everyone's insight. Okay. I do not have a monopoly on truth. I know history, though. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Loiso. But would you agree? I could be wrong, Loiso. Would you agree? Like, obviously, so Stalin actually re-legalized Christianity during the Nazi invasion because he realized like he needed some kind of something to help the people get through it. Okay. And to make sure the army was loyal. But a lot of Europeans did have the perception of like a massive, the hordes of atheist Soviets coming in, right? Whether it was true or not, because definitely the church did have influence there. Okay. No, you're right, Gwen. You're absolutely right. Okay. You're absolutely right. Yeah, but you're absolutely right, Loiso, and I should be more honest about that. Wait a minute. What was J-Mac's question, Matt Saigai? No, I'm not going to respond to that question because Zionists, I don't like Zionists, okay? I don't like Zionists. All right. Hilarious politics. Okay, guys. I know, but seriously, LaQuabois. And guys, it's interesting that there's actually kind of built into the Western, I don't want to say Western, that's an overgeneralization. It is built into the sort of European fears, this idea of like the Western hordes, the Asiatic hordes sweeping into Europe, to the point where it's sometimes done in a way, it's sometimes expressed not on purpose. I can give you an example here. Tolkien, now we could debate whether he meant it on purpose. I suspect he didn't. Think about some of the words Tolkien used in Lord of the Rings, okay? The men of the West fighting against the merciless orc hordes coming from the East, okay? He literally described the orcs in his book as sallow-skinned, which is yellow-skinned, with slanty eyes, pouring in to destroy the men of the West. And the men of the West have to hold down civilization and protect it from the hordes of Sauron. Okay? Whether or not he, like, that might have been an unconscious thing. And to be clear, guys, I love Lord of the Rings. Okay? Yeah, I love Lord of the Rings. Okay? It's one of my favorite books, series, etc. But even built into that, there are these sort of notions that are kind of interesting. Yes. No, Bravo Sierra, you're right. There's a lot of radicalized Christian nationalists. But that happens when there's economic suffering, Bravo Sierra. Like I said, when there's economic suffering in a country and a system isn't working, people tend to radicalize in two directions. They go farther to the right and they go farther to the left. And by the way, one of the reasons why Nazis rose up in Europe was because of the Great Depression. There was great economic suffering, which radicalized people to the right and to the left. In America, we've seen a massive growth of Christian nationalists and fascists because people are not doing well economically and the system isn't working for them. And so they're finding things to blame. The real blame should be put upon the elites in this country and the people in power and the wealthy, who are basically refusing, who are bribing our politicians and doing things that benefit them at the rest of our expense. Okay. But it is not a, yeah, but that is because of economic issues, right? The growth of the right and the left. Yeah, it's happening right now, Gwen. There's a massive growth of the right wing and the left wing, mainly the right wing, in Europe and the United States. Okay. Exactly, Outer Signal. And that's why I'm saying I don't want to critique Tolkien too much. He didn't mean it in this way, but it was sort of like the language he used, you could tell it came from a Western sort of perspective. Let's put it that way. Okay. That was kind of ingrained. And again, I love his work. Yeah, it's a good message. It's just that there were some things in there that are like, interesting. Wonder where that came from. Okay, folks, let's go on. Let me see what else we got. If anyone has any other questions, please let me know. Politics. Do you speak French there, Politics? I'm curious. Yeah, so Am the Man, he may have been racist in some ways. I honestly don't know that many details about it. I will say he hated the Nazis. And his racism wasn't really different from anyone else at the time. I'm not excusing it. But anyway, he probably was racist in some ways. I do really like his books, though, I got to tell you. All right. Let's see what else we have to react to, guys. And then... Okay. Oh, my God. You guys haven't added anything new from yesterday. How dare all of you? Okay, let's watch this. Oh, my God. Drusilla, I hate you. All right. No, I love you, Drusilla, but let's watch this. This is a clip. J-Mac, trust me. Almost every book in the from the West is racist in some way. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but from that time period is some a little bit racist. Let's put it that way, okay? I don't know how to frame it. I'm not saying that it's good, but like overall, it wasn't a racist book that he wrote, okay? Okay. So here this is let's watch this. This was sent to us by Drusilla. God damn it, I'm gonna lose my mind. Israel destroys hospital amid plan to flatten civilian areas. Good. That's good. Me too, Jay Williams. And H.P. Lovecraft was massively racist. Unfortunately, he wrote some good books. Okay. H.P. Lovecraft was a goddamn monster when it came to race. Okay, like horrific. But he wrote some good stories, I gotta tell you. How dare you, Lois? So you know what, Lois? So I might actually put on makeup later. I'll put on some jester makeup at some point. Let's read this. Let's watch this. Okay, so this is to us from by Drusilla.
Ясин, ты живой? Суки такие.
I know. Yeah, let's not talk about H.P. Lovecraft's cat. Yeah, this looks like hell on earth. Gwen, you take whatever time you need. I totally get it. Yeah, exactly. By the way, the man at the top here is one of the worst human beings on the planet right now. The man at the top here is one of the worst human beings on the planet right now. I really hate him. Whenever I see his face, I feel a rage building in me that I cannot describe. That makes me very angry and makes my goddamn blood pressure rise, which is what's happening right now. Anyway, so this is, what the fuck is his name? Would someone remind me? Itamar Ben-Gvir, one of the worst monsters on the planet. Can't stand this man. Okay. So, Bravo Sierra, right wing is rising. If that's scary, I found out on Reddit about a black student hanged on a tree at Delta State University in 2025, ruled as a suicide. Yeah, Bravo Sierra, there have been a mass. We actually did a stream on this. There's been a massive outbreak of black people being found publicly hanging from trees and it being ruled suicides. You can guess, Bravo Sierra, that as a historian, I see a trend here. This is more than likely lynching that is continuing from the past. Okay, like it's just the same shit, different day. We're seeing a big increase in lynchings. Yeah, it is. It's total bullshit, Jay Williams. It's obviously not suicides. Like, what a coincidence that all these black folks just happen to be unaliving themselves in public in trees. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yeah, someone's with broken hands. Yeah, Starry Night. And I like Tolkien, guys. I'm just saying, you know, some of the words he used is kind of reflective of a worldview that he may not have realized he had. But regardless, I'm trying to see here. Yeah, that right. All right. So going on. So I can't stand, you know, Israel's a monstrous state and is doing genocide and ethnic cleansing. And we guys, do you know how much of we send so much of our money over to this country? Like, what are we doing? Come on. For the folks that are new here, we send billions of dollars to the state of Israel. Then they go and murder vast numbers of people. By the way, do we know that, guys, do we know why Osama bin Laden attacked the United States? What were the reasons he gave? What were the reasons that Osama bin Laden gave for why he attacked the United States on 9/11? No, Drusilla, I'm glad you sent that. Glad you sent that, Drusilla. Okay. J-Mac, he hated our freedom. Hilarious, J-Mac. That was absolutely the line. Okay, that was absolutely the line that was told by the media. Okay. Okay. That literally is what we were told. The U.S. supported Israel. Correct, Bravo Sierra. Now, it was more than just that the USA was supporting Israel in its ethnic cleansing and colonization against the Palestinians, which I am not defending Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden was not a good guy. I want to be clear. No, Matt Saiga, it's not. I'm not justifying what he did. But he was mad about the United States support of Israel, which Israel has for a long time been colonizing and murdering vast numbers of people illegally in contravention of international law, which can radicalize people. He was also, by the way, upset about American military bases inside of Saudi Arabia. So he was also, I mean, think about it, guys. How would you feel if Saudi Arabia had military bases in America, or if China had military bases in America? We do know that that is weird. That is like, if that happened here, we'd view that as kind of weird and we might not like it. And how might that affect in a country's ability to make independent decisions if they have a foreign superpower's military base inside their borders? It's kind of imperial, isn't it? It's kind of a control thing. So for a lot of people around the world, having an American military base within their country's borders is a form of control and imperialism, and feeling like you're occupied by a foreign nation. And Osama bin Laden was upset because of all these military bases in his country and across the region, and because of American support for a country killing Muslims. Now, am I defending Osama bin Laden? No, I really am not. Okay, I'm not. He was also not a good guy. He was a billionaire. He was radical, had religious views that are absolutely batshit crazy, and I understand why he was radicalized that way, but he's a billionaire. Anyway, okay, he's not a good guy, and he also he, by the way, killed a lot of Muslims too. A lot of his attacks, I think he actually may have killed more Muslims in the Middle East than he did anyone in the West, okay? His group had killed a lot of innocent people in a lot of places. But regardless, we don't ever think about that. that American citizens who had nothing to do with what was happening in the Middle East got murdered because of what our government did over there. And then they told us that it's because he hates us because he hates us. No, he didn't hate us because he hates us. He hates us because of what we do over there, of what our government does over there. All right. All right. So, yeah, politics. Do you remember when Cuba was more nuclear armed than North Korea? During Kennedy times? Yeah, right. I know, right? Politics, so bizarre. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Loy. So the majority of victims of radical Islamist attacks are other Muslims, not Westerners. Okay, so I'm not a fan of radical Islamic attacks and things like that. Obviously, but like you can understand where it comes from, and the way to fix it is to not play whack-a-mole where you just kill tons of people all the time. Because what created the radicalization in the first place? The whack-a-mole. The mass murder of civilians, the bombing of the region, the colonialism, the ethnic cleansing. So then if you're like, let's fix it by bombing more people, that's not going to work. You're going to make it worse. And we've seen that time and time again. But unfortunately, America is a hammer, and we view every problem as a nail. Please, please go ahead, Bravo Sierra. Bravo Sierra, I will unban you from the Discord. To defend Bravo Sierra here, folks, to defend Bravo Sierra, I did ban Bravo Sierra from the Discord because we have people that go in there that are not good faith actors, and I may have misinterpreted Bravo Sierra's intentions when he was in there the first time. He does seem to be good faith, so I will unban you, Bravo Sierra, if you want to go into the Discord. Of course, I will immediately ban you if I end up being wrong, but if you want to put into the reactions channel that video, that'd be great, okay? And I apologize if I was wrong, Bravo Sierra, okay? No problem, Bravo Sierra. But as you said, Bravo Sierra, you know very well that there's been a massive rise in like right-wingers out there and stuff. So it's hard. It is hard to tell because we get a lot of right-wing, like real lunatic right-wing people that come in and just try to cause issues, okay? So I forgive you, Bravo Sierra. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, okay? There's my priestly forgiveness. Okay, you didn't do anything wrong. Okay. All right, guys. Let's go on. So, and I'll do that right after I get off the stream here, Bravo Sierra, because I'd like to see that video. Oh my God, I don't know what to watch now. There's some options here. There are some options here. Cryptids. Oh my God. God damn it. The Blade Runners of London. What is this shit? Ooh, this was sent to us by Gwen. Let's just watch this. Doug, we'll watch yours at some point too, Doug. We'll watch yours. I saw you asking me to watch yours, Doug. It's just that it's longer and I keep not having time to watch it. But let's watch this one sent to us by Gwen. This one is The Blade Runners of London City. And I don't know. Cryptids trigger, Sam. No, we will watch it on a different day. Come on, Doug. You know exactly what's going to happen if I watch the Cryptids video. Come on. You know what's going to happen, Doug. What's going to happen, Doug? All I'm going to do is make fun of every single one and talk about how dumb they are. All right? That sounds more like a weekend fun thing. But maybe after this, we can watch the Cryptids video, okay? So, all right. I will freak out. I'll be pissed off, Doug. I'll be pissed off. And I'll be like, this is stupid. This is bad evidence, okay? But you like triggering me, Doug. Okay, so let's watch this. This was sent to us by Gwen. It's called The Blade Runners of London City.
We could all learn something from the people of Britain right now. There's these cameras, ultra-low emission zone cameras, and they'll just charge you for driving around in the intercity areas. And as you can see here, they be cutting them down. They cut them down.
Because Weird Amorphous Blob, I don't want you to have fun. This is a serious stream, Amorphous Blob. Especially you, Weird Amorphous Blob, aren't allowed to have fun.
A lot. They call them Blade Runners because they roll around the city and just chop them down everywhere. And I know what you're thinking. Mean. There's probably 2 or 3 cameras they get. They probably get a few a day. 50%. 50% at any given time.
That's based. Wait a minute. Are they knocking down, like, flock cameras and shit? That's pretty cool. Are they knocking down, like, cameras, or are they just knocking down, like, lights? Blade Runners in it. Yeah.
Throughout the city of London, these cameras are cut down. That's how high of a rate these guys work at. As you can see here, a whole intersection getting hit at once. Absolutely amazing. That's what happens when people work together towards a shared goal.
Oh, that's cute. I like that. Yeah, I know. Right, Weird Amorphous Blob. Guys, to be clear, all of you know me very well, and I condemn property damage, right? I condemn any kind of property damage. That is violence. How dare you hurt those light poles, okay? How dare you do property damage? I am very against any kind of property damage, and I disavow it. I disavow property damage because it's such an important thing to me that we protect property. Anyway, so let's go on here. You know what? Let's watch this shit. Wink. Okay. I'm gonna have to watch this. So why not watch the cryptid thing? Why the fuck not? Let's have some fun. Okay, whatever. I'm getting yelled at in chat. Whatever. I kind of want to do something fun. Let's watch the cryptid thing, just for shits and giggles. We'll see if we get through it. We'll get through it. I'm kind of in the mood to watch the cryptid thing. All right, and we'll probably won't get through the whole thing, but we'll have fun. We'll have fun while we can. Where the fuck is this thing? Okay. God damn it. I think, did Jay Williams send it? Yes, Jay Williams sent it. Oh my God. Aquatic Mysteries. You make me lose my goddamn mind, Jay Williams. I swear to God, I'm going to be so pissed off. Okay. All right. So, oh my God, this is going to be bad. So guys, you're right. I need to watch my blood pressure. I need to watch my blood pressure. Am I allowed to have fun? Yes, Weird Amorphous Blob. I give you permission. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. You may have fun, Weird Amorphous Blob. I have blessed you with the might of Jesus Christ. Now, okay. So guys, for those who don't know, I do not believe in cryptids. I do not believe in almost anything conspiratorial or like based off vibes, okay, or anything like that, or things based off that don't have evidence backing them that are used to make money. When you know, like a lot of people make money off Bigfoot by selling the lie that there's a Bigfoot out there. Guys, I know you can disagree with me, but there's like no evidence of that. Okay, there's like no evidence of that. I have not seen any goddamn evidence of that. Anyway, I'm trying to stay calm. So we will watch this video of a bunch of cryptids, and I will probably get angry and start yelling about how stupid they all are. But everyone ready? Let's watch. Let's have fun.
With all the cryptid stories out there, you'd bet there's some things that were just straight up fake.
That is the most obvious line I've ever heard in my life. With all the stories of cryptids out there, you would bet that some of them are probably fake. Okay, well, probably all of them, honestly, but fair.
Whether it's a playful prank or a whole creation meant to be profited from, there have been a bunch of hoaxes throughout cryptid history. So in this video, we'll be focusing on exactly that, and we'll be covering half this iceberg chart, since this will be a part 1 of 2. And for anyone who doesn't know, a cryptid is basically a creature whose existence isn't confirmed, like the Loch Ness Monster. Anyways, I'm excited for—
I love that. Wait, creatures whose existence isn't confirmed yet are cryptids. That's a way of framing it, I guess.
For this video, so let's get straight into it with the first entry of Tier 1. Minnesota Iceman. The Minnesota Iceman is an example of a cryptid hoax that comes from the 1960s and 1970s. It was basically a sideshow exhibit that portrayed a man-like creature encased in a block of ice, which was not only bizarre because it was literally someone frozen in ice, but also because it would have presented a missing link between modern humans and Neanderthals. It ended up gathering a lot of attention since the exhibit was displayed at state fairs, shopping malls, and even carnivals across the United States and Canada. It was described as a male, human-like figure approximately 6 feet tall, hairy,
I have not heard of this. I mean, I believe it. I learned about a lot of this stuff in anthropology about fake species and stuff like this. I'm curious. This is probably one of the hoaxes.
It had very dark brown hair, which was about 3 to 4 inches long, and a distinctly flatted nose. Because it had such a detailed description, some speculated that could be a Bigfoot, Yeti, or an unknown species of primate. The promoter, Frank Hansen, claimed it was discovered in Siberia, and that he was its caretaker for an absent California millionaire. The exhibit sparked considerable attention, including from the FBI, who were informed it might be a human murder victim, but did investigate because of the widespread belief it was a hoax. Eventually, the truth behind the Minnesota man slowly unraveled as a classic case of hoax.
There we go.
Over the years, several individuals have come forward to debunk the myth, with the notable one being a father and son team from California, claiming they were hired to create a rubber Neanderthal body.
There we go.
Was then
Done.
displayed in a cabinet
That was an
under
easy
ice.
one. I kind of like these videos. At least he's like this is, oh, this is cryptid hoaxes iceberg. Oh, good. So this is like I thought this was going to be him trying to say that all these cryptids are real, but he's saying that these are actually hoaxes. Good, because they are. They are hoaxes. All right. Am I getting this right? Let me just check the Discord. Is this the right video? Is this the one you posted, Jay? Because I was going to, okay, you know what? I like this. Let's do it. Let's do this. Now, there is the aquatics mystery iceberg, but we'll watch that a different time.
For a businessman. This revelation, among others, pointed to the fact that the Iceman was a fabricated spectacle rather than a genuine cryptid discovery. Deloy's ape. The Deloy's ape was discovered by Swiss geologist Louis Francois Fernand Hector Deloys during a 1920 oil survey expedition in Venezuela. This discovery was an alleged new species that was never heard of.
Exactly, Doug. I did feel a huge wave of relief that I wouldn't have to start yelling about how stupid these are, okay?
And the creature was even photographed to show evidence of the unknown primate species.
Hilarious politics. My dick is bigger than Sasquatch. Is my dick bigger than Sasquatch? I'm so small, though. No, King. There's nothing wrong with being small, whether it be height-wise. Nothing wrong with you, King. We love short kings, okay?
The incident occurred between 1917 and 1920 near the Venezuelan-Colombian border. Deloys and his crew, while resting near the Tara River, encountered two aggressive monkeys, one which he killed and photographed.
Jesus.
Years later, French anthropologist Georges Montandon, who was his friend, discovered the photo and speculated that the creature was in fact an anthropoid ape, meaning a missing link between apes and humans, because of its human-like features and lack of a tail. It was about 4 feet 5 inches tall and had 32 teeth, characteristics not typically found in New World monkeys. Montandon even created a new genus, Ameranthropoidus.
Maybe I am, Doug. You don't know. Maybe I am 5'3".
Montandon ended up presenting this hypothesis at the French Academy of Sciences, but critics soon pointed out that the features of the photographed creature resembled a spider monkey, including its facial structure and sex organs.
Yes.
The size of the monkey and lack of tail were also points of contention. The skepticism led to heated debates, and Montandon hypothesis
it literally does look like a spider monkey.
Was increasingly viewed as fraud, especially as he failed to provide convincing evidence to support his discovery.
Yeah.
Today, the identity of Deloy's ape is largely regarded as a spider monkey, and the story is thus considered a hoax or a case of misidentification.
This actually isn't as fun.
Giant penguins.
I know, Doug, but you were trying to lie, Doug, so I played along, okay?
Large, mysterious three-toed...
Okay, come on. This is just perspectival. Did anyone believe this shit? Come on. This is clearly a perspective. Like, they make it look like, look at the size of these penguins. Obviously, this is all perspectival, right? This is all a camera trick. And I know they're going to say that, but did anyone ever believe this? That there were massive 3-foot penguins or whatever? Jesus.
Footprints were discovered on a Florida beach, resembling those of an enormous sea turtle, but with the spacing that suggests a much larger creature.
Turtle?
As more prints continued to be found over the months, the story evolved, with naturalist Ivan Sanderson even speculating that they could have been made by a giant penguin, about 15 feet tall. The mystery of these giant footprints stirred considerable curiosity and speculation. There were even some sightings where the creature was reportedly seen floating on water off the Florida Gulf Coast and from an airplane near the Suwannee River. It wasn't until 1988 that the truth behind this phenomenon was actually revealed. A local prankster, Al Williams, and Tony Signorini confessed to creating the giant penguin tracks.
Whatever it was, Philly cheese, the size of those I don't know, I didn't know what footage he said, but the size of that fucking penguin was a bit big, okay?
As the story goes, they went as far as crafting cast iron monster print shoes, which is then strapped to feet, stomping up and down the local beaches to leave the track.
No, I know. Guys, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what he said, the height, but like the idea of these massive penguins. I thought he said that was a 3-foot penguin. Whatever a massive penguin would be feet-wise don't exist, okay? Whatever he's saying, like these massive feeted penguins.
Which takes some dedication. If you're wondering why though, apparently they were inspired by a photograph of fossilized dinosaur tracks on National Geographic. This whole event sort of highlighted the ease with which cryptid myths can be created, and sometimes the public's readiness to believe in the extraordinary.
Yeah.
Surgeon's photo. The surgeon's photo is probably the most famous photo out there for the Loch Ness Monster.
It's not.
Is in fact
there is no Loch Ness Monster. Are you here, Dolly Boy? Dolly Boy can confirm there's no Loch Ness Monster, right, Dolly Boy? maybe not. Maybe he believes in Loch Ness Monster, but the Loch Ness Monster isn't real. We know that, right? We know that the Loch Ness Monster isn't real, and there's been tons of confirmed hoaxes trying to make it seem to be real. There is no goddamn... Okay, so the giant penguin was that they're 15 feet tall. Okay, that's pretty big. Okay? But, like, there is no goddamn Loch Ness Monster. I won't let Dolly Boy hear me saying that. At least I hope he doesn't hear me saying that. He's probably working. He might even be hearing me right now, but is now being tortured by being unable to respond in an angry manner at me saying it. The Loch Ness Monster isn't real, okay? Go to Scotland. Go even see Lake Loch Ness, but just realize you're not going to see the monster because it's not real. And if you do see it, you're either hallucinating or someone's messing with you.
Hoax. You've probably seen this photo before, and I'd go even as far as saying it's one of the most famous cryptid pictures out there. I personally had no idea.
There is one. I loaned him about $350.
It was a hoax up till now, so it kind of shocked me.
I swear to God, Outer Signal, get out of my goddamn chat, okay? Get out of my goddamn...
It all started when the Daily Mail hired big...
That's so funny. Loch means naive sucka in Russian. Hilarious.
Game hunter Marmaduke.
That's so fun. Funny, Doug. It's real, man. There's a wiki page and everything. Hilarious.
This monster. This was in 1933 when talk about Nessie was like everywhere in the area. Weatherall reported finding large footprints, which were later debunked as having been made with a dried hippo's foot.
Wow, shocking.
Humiliation. After this, he went away from the public, but we'll get back to him. On April 21st,
by the way, guys, there's been studies about this stuff. So when like something comes out like a fake image of like a cryptid, you will often see that plastered like in a lot of the magazines and stuff that promote this shit. That'll be plastered as the headline story. It'll be like on the front of, I don't know, whatever magazines have this shit, news stories, like image of the Loch Ness Monster. It's been discovered. And then if a retraction comes out or it is disproven, that story will either not be in the magazine or will be a small story within the magazine in the back. So even when debunking comes out, it is often not promoted or it's hidden deep within the newspaper because it doesn't sell as many newspapers. If you find out that the thing that is exciting, that is a fake thing, it doesn't exist. You see what I mean? It also happens with very dangerous things. So when that news came out, you know, a long time ago that, oh my God, vaccines cause autism. It turned out it wasn't true. And that study ended up being retracted, but it was retracted in the back of newspaper articles. It was no longer on the front page. It was like slipped in the back of the newspapers within the newspaper, and like, which then left a lot of people not knowing. Okay.
1934, the Daily Mail published the surgeon photograph taken by Dr. Robert Kenneth.
Oh, you know it, Jay Williams, okay?
Wilson, depicting Nessie's long neck emerging from the water. For decades long, this photo was a topic of debate among believers and skeptics, and thought to be real evidence for Nessie. The truth about its authenticity ended up being revealed 60 years later, when in 1994, Christopher Sperling admitted his involvement in creating the hoax. Sperling was the stepson of Marmaduke Weatherall, the same hunter who had been publicly humiliated after failing to find the Loch Ness Monster for the Daily Mail. Weatherall, seeking redemption, crafted a plan to fabricate evidence of the monster. They built a model of the monster's neck.
You believe in Loch Ness plushies? That'd be kind of cute. Do it, Outer Signal.
And placed down a toy submarine. Dr. Wilson, known for his respectable status and love for practical jokes, was chosen to present the photo to the media, creating the surgeon's photograph we all know now. Hook Island Monster.
The Hook Island
Monster was first reported in 1964 by Robert Lisserick near Hook Island. He claimed to have
Wow, that's a nice shadow on the lake.
A giant sea serpent, estimated to be about 20 feet long.
Oh, wow. That thing has a massive head and a very thin body. What is it eating in there? You know, I'm not a biologist, but I expect that large of a creature in a lake would need a lot of food to survive. And the lake really isn't large enough to support the size of that thing. Okay? That thing would have to be eating a lot of goddamn food all the time. Okay? I feel like that this environment is not conducive to that, right? You know what I mean? Like, you're going to need a lot of fish. Like, you see what I mean? And like, I know, so people would say the same thing about Nessie. Like, well, I mean, clearly Nessie doesn't, you know, Nessie leaves the lake. There's clearly some ancient tunnels or something that it goes into to go out to the ocean. Like, they always come up with some new shit. Like, that thing would not survive. Okay? That thing would not survive in that small of a lake. Okay? And also, is there just one of them? How does the fucking thing breed? Does it breed? Is it the same one that's been alive its entire existence? Did God just plop it in there at the beginning and it's been there the whole time? Like, does it, or did it just like, I don't know, randomly manifest out of nowhere? Like, I don't, okay, whatever, it's fine.
Head, brownish color, and shark-like skin. This creature allegedly struck his boat with his powerful tail, flipping it over.
Oh, did it?
The Sarek, along with his family and ship hand, described the creature as resembling a
Right,
massive...
Right, Jay Williams. It must have asexually reproduced. Clearly, you birthed it. You birthed it, I am the man. That you are the man. Jesus, that takes a lot.
30-foot long tadpole, which they initially believed to be dead.
Doug.
However, when the Sarek attempted to film it, the creature supposedly opened its mouth and moved towards them,
Oh,
causing them
wow.
to flee to their boat. Interestingly, they reported a wound on the creature's side, speculating it might have been injured by a ship's propeller.
Oh, obviously, Loisa.
Description included...
By the way, maybe it's a giant sperm. It kind of looks like a giant sperm. Maybe it just lost the ovum and is trying to find it. Okay, it's like Harry Potter looking for the Sorcerer's Stone, except it's looking for the lost ovum it needs to fertilize. It's like one giant god. Maybe it's one of Loiso's sperm. I don't know, Loiso. You were the last one in the chat. I'm sorry. That was kind of gross. I'm sorry, Loiso, but you were the last one in the chat, so I targeted you, okay? Yeah, Satan nutted. I don't know.
Details like pale eyes with sill-shaped pupils on top of its head, a smooth body with no fins or spines, and black color with reverse stripes. However, skepticism surrounded this incident. Some suggest the photos were manipulated, or the creature was a school of fish, a swamp eel, or even a plastic sheet shaped like a monster. The most proper evidence against the Hook Islands monster's existence came from an article in Scientific American.
Twilight
It revealed that
spermoids.
the Sarek had previously sought to organize a financially lucrative expedition to find a sea serpent, and had also been planning something that would bring in a lot of money related to a sea serpent.
Yeah,
Also,
you know what? Can I speed this up? We're gonna need to speed this up a bit. Okay, I get it. There's a fake sea serpent. Let's go forward.
Sarek claimed to have taken of the creature revealed nothing substantial, leading to the conclusion that the Hook Island monster was in fact a hoax.
Okay, it's too. Oh, God.
The Kasai Rex was a claim that there was
We're
a
gonna go
carnivorous
down to
dinosaur living in Africa.
1.15.
It started when John Johnson, a Swedish plantation owner, reported a 1932 encounter in the Kasai Valley, Democratic Republic of the Congo, describing a large creature attacking a rhinoceros. He claimed it was a T-Rex-like creature, around 43 feet long, with a red color.
He saw
and
a
black...
T-Rex. Is that what he's saying? Is that the claim here? That he saw a T-Rex going after a rhinoceros?
Stripes, a long snout, and numerous teeth. Also,
What the
in
fuck,
another
outer
expedition in
signal?
1933, which was a year later, a group of hunters, including an ivory trafficker, ventured into the Kasai Valley with the aim of capturing the creature, initially believed to be a colossal crocodile. Their experience was marked by a startling encounter with what they thought to be Kasai Rex. Described seeing a reddish tail similar to an anaconda and facing a massive, aggressive creature that caused them to flee in fear. The Kasai Rex's existence remains unproven since
No, Choo Choo Bob, you didn't hear anything. We didn't talk about a giant sperm at all. Welcome, Choo Choo Bob.
Evidence really out there. Also, there's no known Tyrannosaurus species that have ever inhabited Africa. The hoax part of this entry focuses more on the photograph of Kasai Rex. One photograph showed what appeared to be a large monster lizard, but was actually a cutout from a nature magazine. Another
Of
depicted
course.
a Tyrannosaurus-like creature eating a rhinoceros, but was debunked as a statue placed atop the animal.
No, Doug, that's funny. I've actually been to the Creation Museum. I think it's in Kentucky. And like, that's the first thing when you go where you, and by the way, I went there for free because we told them we were students because we didn't want to have to pay these people anything because God, we don't want to support them. So they let us in for free because they thought we were students who were trying to combat what the liberal institutions had propagandized us to. So we went in there, the Creation Museum, and like the first thing you see when you go in there is like all these little kids, like models of little kids that are drinking out of a stream, like ancient humans that are drinking out of a stream, and right next to them there are like velociraptors or Utah raptors drinking out of the stream too, because apparently they all live together and were happy and content. And apparently the sharp teeth on the predatory dinosaurs were for sawing through leaves, because according to the creationists, God didn't make any non-herbivores. All the early animals had to be herbivores, because why would God create vicious carnivores? So those sharp teeth are all for sawing through leaves, okay? Obviously, guys. I mean, obviously, that has to be right, right?
The Kasai Rex's narrative also suffers from a lack of unique local names and inconsistency with African wildlife knowledge, and I think in general it's kind of hard to believe that a dinosaur might still be alive. Ningen photo. The Ningen is a cryptid that surfaced in modern Japanese folklore in the mid-2000s. It's described as a
Wow,
giant
that doesn't look like a fake or edited photo at all.
humanoid whale-like being ranging from about 20 to 90 feet. And
Why is it that all the images of the cryptids, whether it be Bigfoot, who doesn't exist, or any other cryptid, are always fuzzy and unclear? And then if they are very clear, it ends up coming out that it's a fake model. You know what I mean? Why is it that they're all like, we never get a good image of these things? It's always like from a distance, slightly askew, kind of fuzzy, you know,
inhabit the icy waters
under
of
the
Antarctica.
water.
The first one mentioned of the Ningen was in 2000 post on a Japanese online forum, 2channel. They claimed that the crew of a whale research ship spotted the creature near the vessel off the Antarctic coast. One of the key elements contributing to the Ningen
They're very shy, right, Venamos? They're very shy. Right, I'm sure.
was
So technically, if you look at Bigfoot, for example, apparently the things aren't that shy because people are seeing them all the time. Just go online, look up Bigfoot videos. Apparently the things are practically common if you look at how many videos there are posted of people who claim to see Bigfoot. And yet we can't seem to find them. Oh, they're always around humans enough to be caught on camera, but we can never find one. That makes perfect sense.
circulation of photographs.
No, Philly cheese, we're not going to rewatch the Bigfoot video, okay?
They are identified as hoaxes, like the entry says. Two of the most popular photos circulating on the internet have been proven to be digitally fabricated. One photo was created by adding arms to a dolphin.
Yeah, no shit, it was digitally fabricated.
Image, and another was modified from a stock photo of a blue.
Wait a minute, are they saying that this image was the image? Did anyone believe that shit? Seriously, is this the image that they thought was real?
Well, the latter photo, despite its wide circulation, was criticized for its unrealistic portrayal, particularly in terms of lighting and proportions, and was deemed a product of Photoshop manipulation. In addition to these photos, there was also claims that the Ningen sightings in Google Earth images and YouTube videos. For instance, in 2005, an image captured by Google Earth near the Southern Ocean was supposed by many to depict
get
a
out of
Ningen.
my chat, I swear to
However,
God.
skeptics argued that was more likely an iceberg that coincidentally resembled the mythical creature. Similarly, in 2010, a video published by a Japanese chemical research
Look at that thing!
showed a large creature on the ocean floor, leading some to speculate it was
kind of
Ningen.
cute, actually.
However, others suggested it was likely a snaggle-toothed snake eel. So yeah, this entry was basically saying how the photos were hoaxes, but not necessarily the cryptid. Fiji mermaid. The Fiji mermaid was an artifact presented as a mummified body of a creature that was half.
It's just a monkey. Okay, I know that all these are showing that they're fake, right? This is literally a monkey sewed to a fish. I've read about this. This is a famous hoax.
Mammal and half fish. It was showcased in P.T. Barnum's American Museum in New York in 1842, and was actually composed of the torso and head of a juvenile monkey, sewn onto the back half of a fish. The creation was about 3 feet long, and as you can see,
that's your
really different
I
from
am the man.
traditional depictions of
Hilarious.
mermaids. The origin of the Fiji mermaid
of
can
course
be traced back to early 19th
because
century,
you're a weirdo.
where Japanese
What is
fishermen
wrong
reportedly
with you,
caught it
Weirdomorphous
alive.
Blob, and your weird obsession with strange creatures that are disgusting? God, Weirdomorphous Blob, you disgust me.
And before it died, it warned him of an illness. The fisherman then allegedly created pictures of the mermaid.
Is that Stephen Miller? Kind of looks like Stephen Miller.
To protect others from the disease, selling these pictures for a cost. However, photography wasn't common at that time, making the story doubtful. It's much more likely that the mermaid was fabricated in Indonesia or Japan, using parts of different animals along with wire and paper mache. American sea captain Samuel Ades purchased the mermaid for $6,000 in 1817.
You're right, Ribbonberry. It can't be Stephen Miller because that thing has a heart. That's true.
Believing it to be real, and in 1842, Ades' son sold it to Moses Kimball of the Boston Museum, who then took it to P.T. Barnum, which is how it ended up in New York.
Yeah, okay.
Despite discovering it was fake, Barnum saw an opportunity to profit and created an elaborate hoax to draw public interest.
Guys, notice, just to be clear, I do love very much history, right? And if we're worried about whether some of the cryptids that are claimed to be around today are real, there have literally been hundreds, if not thousands, of claims historically of cryptids. Things like this, other things throughout history that have all been proven to not be real. Do we really think that the ones that are around today just happen to be real? Okay, I'm just saying, like, maybe they're just our generation's versions of these things in the past that made people a lot of money in the past and can still make them a lot of money today. Okay? Anyway, I agree. No, I agree, Philly Cheese. I'm more scared of coming across a human being than I am of a Bigfoot. And that, at least that fucking, the human being will kill you, especially in this country. Imagine if Bigfoot had a fucking AR-15 assault rifle, which in America it could get its hands on. Luckily, they don't, and I do. I mean, I don't have an AR-15, but, like, Americans have AR-15s. So, like, I really feel like Bigfoot isn't that much of a threat, right? Because you can just, anyway. Also, come on, let's be honest. If Bigfoot was real, guys, someone would have pumped a bunch of bullets into it by now. Okay? Like, literally, someone would have shot one of those things by now. It's America. Okay? I'm sorry, Starry Night. I know I'm not fun. I apologize. But come on, we would have a dead Bigfoot. Someone would have shot into it thinking it was a black person, and we would have a dead Bigfoot. I mean, that's like, because, people would be like, oh my God, it's an ethnic minority, and they'd murder it. And then they'd be like, oops, that wasn't an ethnic minority because people are horrible. Anyway, whatever. It's fine. I'm just saying. Or they'd be like, oh my God, is that a homosexual? And we're going to shoot it and claim self-defense. Or at the very least, a police officer would have shot it by now. Anyway, I'm sorry. You guys get my point. All right.
He created a story about Dr. Griffin, who had a genuine mermaid and was putting it on display. Despite some people recognizing it as fake, the mermaid attracted a lot of attention and significantly boosted Barnum's profits. The whereabouts of the original piece aren't really known anymore though, so some of the pictures you're seeing are actually ones from Peabody Museum at Harvard University, which is also fake since it was made by paper mache. Loch Ness Muppet. The Loch Ness Muppet hoax of 1977 centers around Anthony Doc Shields, an individual with a colorful background as a showman, wizard, and psychic entertainer. Shields claimed to have captured a
No, come on, Viminos. You know it probably has happened. I bet there are people that have been shot because people thought it was a Bigfoot, right? Anyway.
Photograph of the Loch Ness Monster while camping near Urquhart Castle on the shores of Loch Ness in Scotland. The photograph taken by Shields in 1977 quickly garnered public attention.
It looks like it's smiling. Clarity. Look at that shit.
Unlike many other purported images.
By the way, guys,
of the Loch Ness Monster,
it looks so fucking fake.
Or ambiguous.
Anyway.
Shields' photos seem to provide a clear view of the creature. However, this
I
clarity
don't
also
think I'd call that
skepticism
clear
among experts and the general public.
Thanks,
the creature in the photo didn't look too real.
I
since it lacked
appreciate
naturalistic
the
features
implication,
and had an
William.
artificial appearance. Also, the absence of ripples in the water around the creature's neck suggested that it was not a living entity moving in the loch, but rather a stationary object. The skepticism was compounded by Shields' background, since as we said earlier, he had a reputation as a performer and entertainer. Also, an interesting detail is that despite photographing lake monsters, Shields himself didn't claim he believed in their existence. This contradiction between his actions and beliefs further fuels skepticism, since it's
I love that. It does look goofy. It kind of looks like a weird version of Barney.
The evidence doesn't believe in
there
it
himself,
you go,
Bigfoot.
Jackalope. The jackalope,
The
a mythical
jackalope.
creature in North American folklore, is
Oh
a
my
fusion of
God, I'm gonna
jackrabbit
lose my goddamn mind. You know that there are some people who believe in this shit. There are some people who believe in this shit. Seriously, I've met people who believe that the jackalope is real.
and antelope, often depicted with deer antlers.
But also, like, who cares? Who cares if it's real? Like, it's not that interesting of a creature. It's just a goddamn bunny with goddamn horn, like antlers. Who the fuck cares? If it does exist, I don't give a shit. Okay, I'm joking. I would care if it existed, but it's not real.
His origins trace back to the 1930s in Douglas, Wyoming, when Douglas Herrick and his brother came across a jackrabbit carcass accidentally next to a pair of deer antlers. This sparked the idea of putting the deer antlers onto a jackrabbit carcass.
I don't know,
To a
Loiso.
local hotel, marking the beginning of the jackalope.
You saw one of them when you went down to Louisville. I don't know if that was a jackalope there, Am the Man. How many substances were you on?
Popularity. The story gained
Really,
traction
LaQual, you saw a jackalope? Okay, I'm sure.
linked to the production and sale of many similar jackalopes. Even the town of Douglas embraced this legend, with the Chamber of Commerce issuing playful jackalope hunting license
That's
to tourists
possible, Outer
and
Signal.
hosting an annual Jackalope Day celebration to commemorate.
It could also be the fact that the guy found a dead bunny next to a dead deer, and then literally then created things that looked like a jackalope. I don't
local
know.
folklore. The jackalope ended up becoming so popular that the Herrick brothers even started a business.
That's
selling mounted
possible, Philly
jackalopes.
Cheese. So there actually could be. I didn't know that. So there are some rabbits that actually have a disease that end up making them have look antlery type shit.
Just to add though, some people actually believe the jackalope does exist. The existence of horned rabbits has been noted in European records since the 1500s, with some reports dating back
Okay,
to
but good. But they're not actual jackalopes. They're just diseased rabbits. I got you.
1800s in Wyoming.
Oh, got you. So okay, well, I learned something new, guys. I didn't know about papillomavirus. By the way, what's funny about papillomavirus, that's also the virus, not the same virus, but that's a virus that causes genital warts. Just a note. Okay. It also causes genital warts. That's kind of funny. Anyway, so you can have antlers growing out of your genitals too, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, so I guess I didn't know that was a real thing. So there actually are rabbits that have this disorder, I guess, that causes horny things to grow out of them. All right, so let's look at what Outer Signal sent. Is this true? Oh, ew. Oh my God, that poor bunny. I don't know if I want to show people that because it's sad. I don't want to make anyone sad. Just look up that virus. It makes a poor bunny look kind of sad. Okay.
Alright, now into tier 2, Hodug. The Hodug comes from American folklore and is possibly connected to Native American stories of water panthers and other spirit beings. Its earliest known print reference dates back to 1870 in Kent County, Michigan. Folklorist Charles Lee Brown described the Hodug as a ferocious beast with horns, bulging eyes, claws, and a ridge of sharp spikes along its back and tail. It was said to feed on mud turtles, water snakes, muskrats, and occasionally human flesh. The creature supposedly never lay down, sleeping against tree trunks, and could only be captured by cutting deeply into the
This looks like that book. What is it? With the kid that goes to the island with the monsters on it, where the wild things are.
The The hoax element of the hot dog story emerged in 1893 when
Yeah, it's gross. It just looks sad. Yeah, it's very sad when it was live. Don't look it up, guys. It's sad. The papillomavirus thing.
Advertisement for the Central Lumber Company.
Right, and the man, I thought all people from Michigan looked this way anyway, right?
To promote the hot dog, Shepard, with the help of a woodcarver named Luke Kearney, created a fake hot dog for the 1896 Oneida County Fair. They crafted the body from wood, covering it with oxhide, and added cattle horns and movable parts. This fabricated creature was said to eat only white bulldogs on Sundays. Shepard's admission of the hoax came when the Smithsonian planned an investigation visit. Even though it was proven fake, the town of Rhinelander embraced the hot dog as a mascot, creating statues, paintings, and toys.
That's kind of cute. I like that one.
Culture.
I would have that as a pet.
A Jenny Hanover is a modified carcass of a ray or skate, crafted by hand and dried to mimic a mummified fictional creature such as a demon or dragon. This practice originated in the 16th century.
I mean, I will say, goddamn rays look really, I don't know, what is this? They say it's a ray. What'd they say it was? Whatever, it doesn't matter. They look creepy. Like, they look creepy. You just dry that thing out. It looks like it has a face on it. You can make that kind of creepy, make a few bucks.
Sold as curiosities to sailors and collectors. Jenny Hanovers have been fashioned to resemble various mythical creatures, including devils, angels, and dragons. And some writers have
he does look mischievous and gay. I agree. Happy Pride Month, everyone, by the way.
The sea
monster, every state has their cryptid.
Might have been a Jenny Hanover. The earliest known depiction of a Jenny Hanover was in 1558 by Connor Justner.
There you go.
Believing these miniature dragons were monsters, a common misconception at the time.
Loiso.
One of the most prevalent misconceptions was that Jenny Hanovers were basilics, legendary creatures said to kill with their gaze. Since no one could definitely.
Oh, see, guys, it is Pride Month. This creature kills with its gaze. All right, it sends out its gaze and kills people. Right? I mean, you know, so good for it, right? In support of Pride Month, we have to support this creature that sends out gaze to kill people.
Described as basilics, it was easy to pass off Jenny Hanovers as these fierce entities in the 16th century. Owlman. The Owlman, a creature from Cornish folklore, is an owl-like humanoid reported in Mountain, Cornwall, UK
guys,
in 1976. It's sometimes compared
Can
to the
I be
American
clear
Mothman
about
legend,
something a
which is
little bit
popular
here? By the way, there is no. Okay, I know this is Owlman, and I know that it's a bit different than Mothman, but there is also no such thing as Mothman. We know that, right? We do know that Mothman isn't real either. Now, listen. I know people are gonna hate me, but Mothman is not a real thing, okay? And I live in Ohio, which is right near where all the Mothman shit takes place, and it's really not real. There is no Mothman. Okay, Mothman is real, so it wouldn't be on this video right now. I know, LaQuavois. I know. Mothman is super real. Right, I'm sure. I'm sure there's a Mothman flying around. You know, that's okay, guys. You know, let's just we'll just keep watching, okay? I will say Mothman plushies are cool. Right? Don't slander Mothman, CR. I'm sorry, Philly cheese. I'm just saying there is no Mothman. You know what? That's okay, guys. You believe what you want. Let's go on, okay? This is not Mothman. This is Owlman.
Again, with Tony Doc Shields, which we mentioned before too, claimed to investigate a sighting by two girls, June and Vicky Melling, who saw a large winged creature hovering above St. Maunan and St. Stephen's Church on April 17, 1976. Shields dubbed the creature Owlman based on a drawing provided by one of the girls.
It looks like a D&D race.
Another sighting by two teenagers, Sally Chapman and Barbara Perry. This happened in July 1976, and they described a large owl with pointed ears and glowing eyes. Subsequent reports of Owlman sightings near the church occurred sporadically in 1978, 1979, 1989, and 1995. In 2000, a loud, owl-like sound was reported in the Molian churchyard. Some, like author Joe Nickel, suggest that barn owls commonly nesting in church towers were likely the source of these sightings. Revere and Loyal and Far North Hope also proposed that
this is kind of based. I wish this thing did exist. I would make it my king and ruler.
An eagle owl might be the basis of the legend.
It'd look good in a crown wearing a...
However, occult historian Gareth Medway suggests that the sighting...
Occult historian, interesting.
Might have been a hoax by Shields himself, who started the tales, since he was known for fabricating such stories.
Wow, so wait, the guy that is known for fabricating stories may have fabricated the story of this? Oh, shocking.
Most witnesses were directly or indirectly connected to him. Shields had a reputation as a public seeker, known for his dramatic antics and involvement in other dubious events, so the link between him and the sightings have caused people to think they're a hoax. That is Lake Monster.
Maybe a little,
Monster,
J-Mac.
A famous Canadian cryptid was first reported in the summer of 1972 at Dennis Lake near Victoria, British Columbia. The initial encounter involved two teenagers, Robin Fluin and Gordon Pike, who described seeing a large creature emerging from the water. This creature, they claimed, chased them through their car, even managing to slice open one of the teens' hands during the pursuit.
Really?
The boys then reported the incident to Royal Canadian Mounted Police, or the RCMP, describing the monster as about 5 feet tall, 120 pounds, covered in scales with a fish-like mouth, webbed and clawed hands and feet, and razor-shaped fins on its arms, legs, and head. The RCMP launched an investigation but found no physical evidence or additional witnesses and said it as a hoax since the description the boys gave was like the exact same as the Gill Man from the film The Creature from the Black Lagoon.
There, I turned it down. People were having trouble hearing it. This is literally just the creature from the Black Lagoon.
After the film came out too, so that was also taken into
It looks like one of those creatures you kill in World of Warcraft.
Report, 2 other individuals claimed to have seen the creature.
Yeah,
on the
average
opposite side of the
Toronto
lake.
fan.
In the second sighting, 12-year-old Mike Gold and 14-year-old Russell Van Ness report seeing the monster emerge from the lake, look around, and then submerge again.
Kind of looks like
Years
Kelly
later,
and Conway.
Van Ness admitted that they fabricated their story after hearing about the first
Yeah, it's
report.
a Murloc. Thank you, Loiso.
Despite this admission, the original witness, Llewellyn and Pike, have consistently maintained their story over the years. Additionally, there are legends from Native Americans about a part reptile, part human creature that lived in the lake. Lake Worth Monster.
The Lake Worth Monster. God, every goddamn lake has a monster, I swear to God. You know why? Because it sells tourism tickets and shit. It sells, you get more tourists there. By the way, okay, like a lot of businesses will claim they have ghosts because it attracts a bunch of people to go to the business. It's good for business to claim you have a ghost. Especially if you're like an old-looking building, just claim there's a ghost and you'll get more people to come there.
From Texan folklore, is said to dwell near Lake Worth, just outside Fort Worth, Texas. It is described as part man and part goat with scales and long claws, and captured public attention in July 1969 after reports of sightings by local citizens. The most notable incidents include the monster landing on a man's car after leaping from a tree and throwing a tire at a group of
Ghosts
people.
are fake,
A
Doug.
photograph
There
claimed
are
to
no
be of the
ghosts.
monster
Ghosts
was
aren't
taken by
real.
Alan Plaster and published in newspapers, leading locals
Jesus,
to flock to the lake
is
at night and hope.
it getting off sexually? I'm sorry, that was a weird question to ask. This image just looks weird to me. Never mind.
Of a glimpse. However, later investigations by local police found no evidence of the creature's existence in the Lake Worth and Greer Island area. Alan Plaster later suggested the photograph he took showing a man-sized white furball was part of a prank. Reports of the Lake Worth monster stopped with the resumption of school, leading men to believe that the incidents were pranks made by local high school students.
Yeah,
this was
probably.
further supported by an anonymous letter received in 2005 by a reporter at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, claimed to be from one of the 3 classmates who decided to go out to Lake Worth and scare people, as he quoted, using a tinfoil mask. A 2009 report in Fort Worth, Texas magazine also featured an unidentified man confessing
Ghosts are fake, Doug. They're fake. Ghosts don't exist. I don't care what all of you say. You're all wrong. If anyone here thinks that ghosts are real, you're wrong. There are no goddamn ghosts, okay? Screw all of you. You're not entitled to your own opinions. Okay? We have a monopoly on fact in this stream. There are no ghosts at all. They don't exist, okay?
Throwing incident. Despite these revelations, some, like cryptozoologist blogger Craig Woolheater, have suggested that the Lake Worth monster could be an undiscovered, uncatalogued primate species that walks on 2 legs. Cardiff Giant.
The Cardiff Giant
is one of the most notorious.
Dolly Boy, are you still here? Dolly Boy, why have you abandoned us? We need to hear about the Cardiff Giant who has a massive dawn. Dear God, do you see that thing? Speak about grower or shower. Anyway, whatever.
Archaeological hoaxes in American history. It was unearthed on October 16, 1869 by workers digging a well in Cardiff, New York. It was a 10-foot tall, roughly 3,000-pound statue made to appear like a petrified man.
How dare you,
George Hall, a New York tobacconist.
Right, I know SoCal. I know that was kind of gay, right? I believe in this one, guys.
Passage.
I think I've met him before.
Suggesting the existence of giants. Hall's intention was to demonstrate the gullibility of people when it came to supernatural claims. Hall hired men to quarry a large block of gypsum in Iowa, under the pretense of creating a monument for Abraham Lincoln. The block was then shipped to Chicago, where sculptors were secretly hired to carve the giant. Hall was actually really good at creating an age appearance for the giant, as he used various stains and acids. The giant was then transported and buried on the farm of Hall's cousin, William Newell.
That's for sure. He definitely is a giant. That's for sure.
Its discovery. The giant quickly became a sensation.
What is this, a twunk? What would we call this, SoCal? For all the LGBTQs, how would we rank this? If he made a Grindr account, what would he describe himself as?
Gives a visitor daily and generating significant profit for the town. Initially, some believed the giant to be a petrified human, while others thought it was a statue. Yale paleontologist Othniel C. Marsh debunked the giant as a hoax.
And Stride, I hope you know, I don't care. If you believe in ghosts, I really don't care. Go have fun with it. I've gone on ghost tours before because they're fun and they teach you history. So nothing wrong with believing in ghosts. Okay, I'm just an asshole. We all know this, but that's why we're watching this, because you all know I'm an asshole and you're trying to trigger me into being an asshole. Okay, rock solid. Homosexual, that would do it. Okay, what do we call it? All right.
It was made of gypsum, which wouldn't have preserved tool marks if it had been buried for centuries.
Thick mushroom. There we go.
Hall sold his interest in the giant for a substantial sum. Showman P.T. Barnum created a replica of the giant, further popularizing the story. Hall eventually confessed to the hoax, stating his intention was to expose the credulous nature of religious believers and challenged later interpretations of biblical texts. Both the original giant and Barnum's
Yeah,
replica
oh my God,
were
there's a
later
lot
revealed
of
as
people in
fakes
this country
court.
who believes that giants exist because they claim they existed in the Bible and therefore they must still be around.
Sewer monster caught on camera. The sewer monster caught on camera incident occurred in Houston. and
Well, that's
sparked
just the spaghetti monster, isn't that? Isn't that just the spaghetti monster that people worship?
significant public interest and speculation because of its unusual and somewhat disturbing footage. After a period of heavy rainfall, a
There you go,
horrifying
SoCal.
squirmish mass was discovered on the street outside an apartment block. The footage of
Really,
creature
Anthony? I'm sorry. Well, I guess you are from there's a lot of people in Appalachia who believe it. I think that's actually one of the areas where it's most common is Appalachia. That's interesting, Anthony, man.
quickly went viral, linked to widespread speculation on social media about the nature of the creature. Upon closer examination, though, the organism was later identified as not a singular entity, but a massive intermixed tubifax worms.
Pride
These
Month
worms, known
cryptids.
for feeding on detritus or dead organic matter, are similar to common earthworms.
Yeah,
and
we could link these things to Pride Month. This is just a bunch of twinks cuddling together for warmth.
usually found in soil near water bodies like rivers and lakes.
They're very
It's
thin.
likely that the rainstorm washed them out in the open, creating the weird scene captured on camera. This isn't the first time such a phenomenon has occurred.
Politics.
Though. A similar incident occurred in 2009 where massive worms were found in a sewer. Tubifax worms have unique behavior in the absence of soil. They coil around each other. According to bryozoologist Timothy Wood, the contractions seen in the video are due to a single worm contracting, which almost simultaneously stimulates all others to do the same. This results in the appearance of a single large muscle, which contributed to a monster.
Oh, I
illusion
got you,
in the
Anthony,
viral
okay.
video. Ica stones. The Ica stones are a collection of andesite stones from the Ica province in Peru, known for their engraved motifs. These stones, largely regarded as modern hoaxes, often depict anachronistic scenes or objects such as dinosaurs and advanced technology. Engraved artwork on the stones was first reported in Peru during the 15th century, but the modern set of Ica stones, popularized in the 1960s and 1970s, were first brought to attention by physician Javier Cabrera de Cuellar. Cabrera's collection, comprising about 20,000 stones, was mainly acquired from farmer Basilo Utsaya, who later admitted to forging the stones. Despite these admissions, the stones have never been examined in an archaeological context, and no other evidence supports the advanced civilization supposedly depicted on them. The dinosaurs on the stones reflect outdated ideas from the 1960s, and include species not known to have lived in South America. These factors make it highly unlikely that they're depictions made by people who witnessed living dinosaurs.
Of course not. There's an
Despite being
order.
widely seen as hoaxes, the Ica stones remain popular
It's
among
a
certain
hoax. It
pseudoscientific
wasn't actually created at that time. Okay.
communities, such as young Earth creationists and ancient astronaut proponents. It is acknowledged that some of the Ica stones might be genuine pre-Columbian artifacts, but this is mainly maintained.
You're wrong, Starry Night. I have the knowledge. I am infallible and I am perfect, and all the things I say are 100% true all the time. Okay, come to the stream more often. You will find out that I am perfect and I never make a mistake. My established community will tell you that I've never made a mistake anytime I've streamed, and I have a complete monopoly on truth. Anyway. So let's go on. I'm joking. Obviously, I do. Okay. Obviously, I don't. I'm obviously not perfect, and I don't have a monopoly on truth. Whatever.
Stones are not part of Cabrera's collection, and which feature more conventional pre-Columbian motifs. Generally, historians and archaeologists consider the Ica stones to be forgeries created for profiting from tourist buyers.
Of course they did. Of course
Ken
they did.
Feder, in his Encyclopedia of Dubious Archaeology, described the Ica stones as one of the most transparent and absurd archaeological hoaxes ever perpetrated. All right,
What do you
on to
mean? What do
tier
you
3.
mean, Doug? What do you mean? What do you mean? That's what they want us to think. That's what who wants us to think? What? What does who want us to think? What? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble saying what you said. That's what they want us to think. Who wants us to think that, and what is it they want us to think, Doug? Explain this to me, Douglas.
Morgower. The Morgower, a sea serpent in Cornish folklore,
Yo,
is said to
there's
inhabit the sea.
Dolly Boy. How dare you? You betrayed us. You should have been here. This whole time, Dolly Boy, because we've seen a lot of Scottish things, and I needed to make fun of you, and alas, you weren't here to be punished by me. Okay?
Near Falmouth Bay, Cornwall, England. The legends describe the creature as first appearing near Pendennis Point in 1975, characterized by a trunk, a very
I
long
don't care,
neck, and
Dolly
black-
Boy. Your capitalist overlords come second to the stream. You understand? I'm just kidding. Okay. The government wants us to think cryptids aren't real so they can keep all the cute plushies to themselves. I buy that, Doug. I buy that.
darker brown skin, resembling that of a sea lion. Local fishermen blamed bad weather and poor catches on the sighting of the Morgower.
That's
Some versions
fair
of the story
story,
trace the creature's appearance back to World War I, following the torpedoing of a British merchant ship by a German submarine, describing the Morgower as a 6-foot-long entity resembling a crocodile with 4 webbed feet and a powerful tail. In 1976, the Falmouth Packet newspaper received 2 blurry photos of the
Hilarious,
Morgower,
Polly.
signed Mary F. However, a name we've been hearing all this time, most of the Morgower lore is linked to Irish artist and magician Tony Doc
Jesus.
Shields, who spent significant time in
That thing's
Cornwall
ugly
during
as
the
fuck.
1970s and
I
thought
kind
to
of
have
want it to
created
be
the name
extinct.
Morgover. The myriad photos believed to be his work appear to show a plasticine model.
I love
rather than a
Milo
real
Rossi,
animal.
the man. A lot of us
Also, a
like
skull
Milo
claimed to be
Rossi. Ask
Morgover's
Fetty Spaghetti.
found
I don't know if
Durgan
Fetty
Beach in
Spaghetti is here. I know
1975.
Fetty
Turned out
Spaghetti
to be
likes
that of
Milo
a
Rossi.
pilot
A lot
whale.
of us like Milo
These
Rossi.
findings suggest that the Morgover legend is more likely a creative hoax than a genuine cryptid sighting.
Yeah.
And yeah, Tony Doc Shields has been mentioned 3 times now.
Guys, I love the. I'm sorry.
Drop
I
beard.
just love the framing
Drop
that
beard.
these things are most likely not real. No, they're not real. Okay, that's pretty self-explanatory that they're not real. I know. I don't have an open mind or whatever. I do have an open mind, and I can promise you they're not real. Okay. There you go, Loy. So the government keeps dinosaurs hidden so they can brainwash us into evolving biologically like Satan intended. Right? Okay. All right.
As a fictional creature in contemporary Australian folklore, it is often described as a predatory, carnivorous version of the koala. This mythical animal is a
Starry
popular
Night.
subject in tall tales designed to scare tourists. portraying
Ew.
drop
Yeah,
bears
that's
as
just a wet
large,
koala.
vicious marsupials that inhabit
By the way,
treetop-
koalas are nasty little bastards. Okay, koalas definitely nasty little bastards, and they're mean and they'll bite and they have very bacteria-full bites or whatever. Like they're not pleasant.
and attack unsuspecting people by dropping onto their heads from above. The origin of the drop bear myth is unclear. Some attribute to a sketch in Paul Hogan's comedy show where koalas jump out of trees to attack a man. Others believe it started as a scary story for children or a trick on soldiers visiting Australia. The myth has been mentioned in various Australian publications since the 1960s. These stories are typically used as a joke to amuse locals and confuse
Yeah, they have
outsiders.
like super gonorrhea or something. I don't remember what it's called, Dolly Boy. They have some version of the clap. Anyway, I don't know. It's some crazy thing. Doug, funnily enough, I've been barked at because someone misheard my name as dog. That is so funny, Doug. Oh my God. Hello, Couch Potato. I love having you here, Couch Potato. So glad to see you here. Okay. Chlamydia. They have chlamydia. Okay. Well, whatever disease they have, it's some kind of horrible sexually spread disease. Okay.
Similar to North American fearsome critters like the jackalope. Tourists are the main targets though, with tales
Good,
often
Couch
accompanied by
Potato.
absurd advice purported to deter drop bear attacks, such as placing forks in hair, spraying Vegemite or toothpaste behind ears or in armpits, urinating on oneself, and speaking English in an Australian accent. The Australian Museum even contributed to the myth by creating an entry for the drop bear. Describing it as a large, arboreal predatory marsupial related to the koala and detailing its physical characteristics in a manner similar to a real animal species. This entry, a small display in the museum, showcased the drop bear as more of a playful part of Australian cultural humor.
Okay, so it's
Diplocaulus.
purposely a joke.
The
Fine.
Diplocaulus hoax involves a series of photographs that have circulated online, depicting what appears to be a living specimen of the extinct amphibian Diplocaulus. These images initially caused confusion and excitement, as Diplocaulus...
That actually is a really good image. That looks real. I know it's not, but that's actually, of all the fake images I've seen, that one is pretty well done. Wouldn't you guys agree? That looks pretty real. Now, I know it's not, but
It's a
okay.
distinctive boomerang-shaped head, went extinct approximately 270 million years ago. In one instance, a photograph claimed to show a mysterious creature found in Malta. Professor Patrick Scambry of the University of Malta identified the creature in the photograph as a Diplocaulus, but noted that the images had to be fake given the animal's long extinction. He speculated that the depicted creature was a model. This image was later traced back to a Japanese model maker who had created it in 1992 for a contest. In a separate instance, another model
I
of
know,
Diplocaulus,
Couch
known as
Potato.
Dyad, Diplocaulus in a dish, created confusion in 2007, being mistaken for a real creature. This model even featured in British zoologists and cryptozoologists.
You saw a Chilean horse goose? What the fuck is that, Am the Man?
Just Dr. Carl P. and Shunker.
What drug were you on, Am the Man? Like, God, give me some of what you had.
Book, Extraordinary Animals Revisited. But yeah, props to people who created the models, because they did look
No,
pretty.
I know politics. I've been trying to grow the community. For anyone who knows anyone out there who wants to, thinks they might like my content, I curse a lot and I say inappropriate things, which might kind of push me down in the algorithm. But you're right, politics. But hey, at least we can keep the community small and shit for a little bit, right?
Real. Metapeg creature. The Metapeg creature, a supposed cryptid,
That
was
makes
revealed
sense,
to be a
Am the
hoax
Man.
orchestrated by
Ew,
taxidermist named Urso Monarez Ruiz, nephew of Mario Moreno. This hoax involved
Christ.
the corpse of a skinny squirreled monkey,
Ugh.
which Ruiz modified by removing its ears and covering it with hair and fluids of various animals. The creature was then sold for 300,000 pesos, which is about 23,000.
Yeah, it looks
to
like
Jamie
Gollum.
Molson, a well-known figure in ufology.
precious.
Ruiz
Yeah.
later confessed in an internet forum to creating the hoax, saying that he not initially claimed the creature was real. It was Mossad who made that assertion.
I mean, it doesn't look real. I'm not
Despite
sure
the
why.
revelation, the story of mythical creature gained traction and circulated globally, even undergoing scientific tests. Ruiz took pride in the fact that his creation had fooled people around the world, including scientists.
I don't have a
Alejandro
she-they
Franz, an
option.
investigator,
Forgive me,
found out
Couch
inconsistency
Potato. I
in
actually
Ruiz's
didn't create all that on the Discord, but I'll try to figure out how to do it so that you can get your right pronouns, okay?
claims and accused Mossad, Maureen Moreno, and Marco Salazar of being complicit in the hoax from the start. He basically suggested that their decision to conduct DNA testing, which was not their usual practice with such finds, was indicative of their knowledge that the results would be inconclusive. Observers had noted from the beginning that the creature resembled a skinned monkey, casting doubt on its authenticity from the outset.
Ugh.
Pacific Northwest Tree Octopus.
Oh my God,
The
please.
Pacific Northwest Tree Octopus is a famous
Oh my God, that's
internet
so
hoax
stupid.
created in
Please
1998
stop.
by
Can we
humor
eat that
writer
shit?
Lal Zapato. This fictitious
I love
cephalopod
eating
named
octopus.
Octopus proctolobus, a blend of Latin
I'll
and Spanish
figure it out,
words
Couch
meaning
Potato.
Pacific Tree Octopus.
No problem.
Was described
Sorry,
as an
I didn't realize I actually didn't set up all that. That was London. I'll ask London because London knows much more about that shit than I do. So I will try to make sure you can get your right pronouns in there, okay?
endangered species capable
Thank
of
you
living
for
both
joining,
in
though.
water and on land. It was supposedly found in Olympic Natural Forest and nearby rivers, where it spawned and laid eggs, with Sasquatch as its major predator. This hoax gained notable attention and
Oh my
has
God,
been used
hilarious.
extensively in educational
That's cute.
settings
I want that plush toy. That's a cute plush toy. The octopus.
to teach internet literacy and critical evaluation of
It does
kind of
look like Luke.
For instance, in a 2007 study by Lua et al., 53 American school children were exposed to a website about this fake species and asked to assess its credibility. Surprisingly, more than half the participants said the website was very reliable.
Me too, am the man.
Only
Am the meat,
11%
am the man,
considered it
yeah.
unreliable.
You're
And
right. That's
interestingly,
Weirdomorphous Blob. There's Weirdomorphous Blob. That looks stupid. That thing looks stupid. But Weirdomorphous Blob doesn't look stupid.
Those skeptical students had just completed a lesson on being cautious about online information. A similar study in 2017 in the Netherlands showed that out of 27 school children, only 7% identified the website as a hoax. This study highlighted how the educational setting, trust in authorities, and emotional engagement influenced the children's perception of the website's authenticity. The hoax's impact
Ew.
was further acknowledged in 2018.
You know, that just looks like someone is wasting some good octopus meat. Okay? This looks like just someone's wasting some perfectly good octopus meat that you could put into, you could have a meal with or something.
When its website was included in the Library of Congress's Web Culture's Web Archive, recognizing its role in digital culture and internet literacy. Partridge Greek Beast.
Partridge
The Monster of
Greek
Partridge
Be-
Creek is a
Christ.
fictional tale published in 1908 by French writer Georges Dupuy in Je sais toi and the Strand magazine. It's set in the
Okay, we're stopping. I'm putting my face up. All right, guys. Where the fuck is my face? Why won't it come back? Oh, goodness me. Why isn't my face coming up? What's going on here? What'd you do? What all did you do? There we go. Okay, hi, guys. Hi. So I'm going to go. All right, I'm going to go. I'm hungry. I'm going to go eat some food. I've been streaming for what, 5 hours? 5 hours, 5 hours and 16 minutes. And I'm very hungry. So I'm sorry, Am the Man. I'm sorry, okay? Now, I will say, I mean, if someone wants to donate suddenly, maybe I will. Okay, I don't want to be an asshole. I don't want to do that. But I will, guys. I'm going to go. I'm going to go eat some food. And tomorrow is one of my days off. I might still stream tomorrow anyway, but I probably won't. Bye-bye, Starry Night. Stop procrastinating. I am Starry Night. Okay. But I'm going to go eat some food. And then tomorrow is one of my days off. I probably won't stream. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. It's not my fault, Dolly Boy. You weren't in here while you were working. Okay. And I will talk to you all. So I'll see you maybe tomorrow. But if not, it'll be on Thursday. Let me find someone to send the Twitchers to. Okay, let me find someone on Twitch to send the Twitchers to. Good night, Vimanos. Love having you here. Oh, thank you, Dolly Boy, for the 200 bits. Really, you're angelic. You're angelic. You're an angel. I love you. Okay, you're the best. All right. So I'm going to send you guys to Ray K, who is Gazan, and is attempting to survive. So let's see here. I'm going to send you guys to Ray K. Give me a second here. Ray K. All right. So there we go, Ray K. And okay, so you all know what I'm about to say, don't you? You all know what I'm about. Bye-bye, Tater Tot. You all know what I'm about to say, right? First of all, guys. Bye-bye, Louise. Thank you for staying around, okay? First of all, free Palestine. Free Sudan, free the Congo, free Iran, free, God, there's so many places that need to be freed. Free Ukraine, free everyone, everywhere, all at once, all the time. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves and not blindly believe things you hear on the internet. And that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Believe in ghosts if you want to, okay? Because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms or revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't let them. Don't be a slug. Don't let the fascists walk all over you, okay? On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed down in my family since the Civil War and is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please. And always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I will see you all on Thursday at the latest. I'm going to send you guys now, if you're over on Twitch, please join the raid to Reiki. Please join the raid to Reiki. Everyone in there who wants to go, everyone in there wants to go. Looks like it. I love you all very much. You all have a good rest of your day. If you're in the Discord, you can chat with me, send me a message. I'm always available. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye. Stay sexy and happy Pride. All right. The people over there are gone. They have now gone into the new chat arena, and I am going to say bye-bye to the rest of you. So